580 talks about more or less these vesting rights, and it says, rezoning or subdivision required after failure to carry out approved plans. And so if the landowner fails to carry out the plan unit development within the specific period of time after the final approval has been granted, I guess I'm looking to see what the attorneys or even Mr. Moloth would say on the applicability of when, we came in, and I appreciate the vesting rights of these, and I think it's a very serious thing for the city to acknowledge going forward and going back. And I think it's also going to be part of our master plan work and our zoning code ordinance update when we finally get around to that. But so what I see is that we had an absorption rate, if you will, and we've fallen off on that. And then does the city maintain rights to say, hey, it's all a new game within any absorption, numbers or criteria? Is there a failure on the behalf of the Collin Ranch master developer that was not met under, what we put? When we gave these great vesting rights, it looks like we put some years, and there wasn't the absorption that was pursuant to the adoption. So how would you interpret that?
278, 580 is a part of Chapter 278. That's not the PUD portion of the ordinance.
No, I'm saying 278A, 580.
278A, 580?
Yeah.
Okay, because you said 278,
I apologize. 278, I know we're working in 278A,
okay,
and I'm looking at 278A 580, and it says, no further development may take place on the property included in the plan until the property is subdivided and is reclassified by an act of amendment to the zoning ordinance if the landowner fails to carry out the plan unit development within the specified time. And so do we have rights to say, we're new game here?
There's no case in this Collin Ranch that says this has not been carried out within the required amount of time. There's no expiration.
But it says we were going to do this in 2005 to 2002 to 2005, and we didn't absorb it within that time. We're a decade
correct,
behind.
But I don't have specific recollection of what's contained in that PUD handbook.
Okay.
But I'm sure there's a provision in there that talks about expanding those times and being flexible
Okay.
to the market. So
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
think that has any applicability.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Breckus, any further questions?
Nope.
Okay. With that, we will go to public comments. Madam Clerk.
Our first public comment is from John Dunn, followed by Dale Paul.
And probably the way to do this is, again, each commenter will have 3 minutes. When the clerk reads off the two names, you know that you're in the bullpen, so to speak, or you're on deck. Let's go with hitting analogies. Bullpen implies that we won't go there. That's the problem with baseball analogies. Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is John Dunn, and I'm in the Vista Crest area, so my house is directly impacted. Thank you all for allowing testimony on this important matter tonight. I believe the information provided thus far by the Collin Ranch HOA and on the City of Reno website is inadequate. I'm requesting the City Council to obtain and publish these added information points below that I believe any responsible affected citizen would need to better understand if this proposed project goes forward as is. Then we can make a more informed decision whether we're going to support it or not. As being directly affected, there are also property value concerns. Specifically, can you ask the developer to enlighten all regarding the following missing information, which will help enable more critical thinking on this matter? Point 1. A 3D rendering of the proposed individual single-family homes, including elevations relative to the existing home sites and formal hiking paths and surrounding Ridge Hall development. Point 2, a description of and visual rendering of the proposed walls surrounding this gated community, including materials composition, height, proposed colors, and gate openings. Point 3, a description of the proposed street lighting type, light emissions and placement within and around the outer walls of the proposed development. I'm really concerned about the added light pollution. Point 4, a formal EIS study including visual and structural impact of the, quote, large cuts of 20 feet and fill of 10 feet or more, unquote, relative to the Ridge Hollow area and water drainage. This area has considerable clay deposits that could create really severe drainage issues if they aren't addressed right up front. Lastly, and in addition, for many years there's been a family of nesting hawks living and surviving in the hollow. Also raccoons, coyotes, and occasional bears. What's going to happen to them? Such a development would be very disruptive. What will the Reno City Council require be done in order to protect these species? Thank you for listening, and I hope the City Council will provide answers to the above for public review and comment prior to any construction efforts going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dale Paul, followed by Julie Matthews.
Good evening. My name is Dale Paul. I'm a resident of Vista Crest. Lived in Douglas County for 25 years, and 10 of that as a captain on the fire department in the Johnson Lane area, which has been subject to a lot of flooding over the years. I've had personal experience with 2 100-year floods in the area, and in the last 5 years, they've had numerous floods, all caused by developments with the only requirement was to mitigate the water on the development site. So I'd like to pull the curtain back on the wizard, and I'd like to look at the people that live outside of the Emerald City here, and everything, it's a well thought out development plan. They've done a wonderful job with a lot of parts of it. However, the existing retention pond that currently exists is here at the red arrow, and the pipe, the magic pipe, runs under Southampton into this gully. Okay, this gully here is steep and narrow, and in less than half a mile at the end of it, there are homes. Okay, this drainage path is not accounted for, and as you can see in the photo, you can see evidence of sedimentary deposits and alluvial collections at the end. The road department always goes down there and scrapes the mud off the road after rain. This is current. What I'd like to do is challenge the hydrology report and state that I do not believe it's correct, in that it made an initial assumption with the curve number units that the hydrology conditions are poor on the slopes. Summarizing, all this is contained in my letter that all of you have. Summarizing this, what they've done is they've elevated the runoff numbers, for the pre-development condition and lowered the numbers by not having any impervious results in the post-development. This magically created a 1 acre differential on a 100-year flood, the same size as the retention pond. As an engineer of 30 years, I look at that and it doesn't smell right. It sounds like curve fitting to me. So I went back and I carefully studied the hydrology report, and it's based on this table here with the 10 collective watersheds. Watershed 1 is an existing Collin Ranch development, and they have it as sagebrush. Watershed 10 is the development, and they have it at 14.6 acres with no impervious coverage on this table. The only impervious numbers they've used were for McCarran Boulevard, which are watersheds 2 and 3. Okay. Going through the report, they provide a map. On this map, Junction 2 disappeared with 4.5 acre feet of water during our post-analysis. 1.6 acre feet of water also magically disappeared for a total of 6.7 acres of water at Junction 1, which is the pipe. If Junction 1 was designed for 1 acre, but 6.7 hit it, what happens to the people beyond the pipe? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. And you referenced that we have the letter.
Pardon me?
You referenced that we have the letter.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Julie Matthews, followed by Paris Almond.
Good evening. My name is Julie Matthews, and I live with my husband and 2 sons in a home across the street from the proposed Ridge Hollow development. I'm here to share my concerns regarding the potential impact on safety that the proposed development poses to the greater community in which it's located. The location of the proposed Ridge Hollow development at the end of a dead-end gully with only one entrance requires unique consideration. Specifically, access to the Ridge Hollow development is only available via travel on feeder streets that are not part of the planned Collin Ranch community and therefore not covered by the same street and safety standards with regards to street width, pedestrian safety, sidewalk, and parking requirements. The Ridge Hollow development application indicates that the streets on the interior of the gated development will adhere to Collin Ranch standards, but no reference to the streets on the outside of the gates is mentioned. Given that the access to the Ridge Hollow will require travel on streets outside of the Collin Ranch boundary, it's critical that the city require the Ridge Hollow development to address their plans for the off-site mitigation of the traffic impacts from this development. I want to note something in the Collin Ranch handbook quickly. There is a clause that I highlighted here that talks about the off-site mitigation of traffic impacts, indicating that there is a fee structure by which the developers would deposit funds into a road improvement fund, which would be established by the city to address the off-site mitigation of traffic impacts such as sidewalks, paths, and speed and safety measures. Of primary concern is the pedestrian safety, given the lack of sidewalks, paths, and speeder safety measures on the feeder streets leading to the Ridge Hollow development. Many of these streets already pose safety concerns, which will only be exacerbated by the increase in traffic, which the developer has estimated at 440 average trips per day. Specifically, the lack of speed and safety measures at the intersection of Meridian Lane and Southampton, which is the only entrance to the Ridge Hollow development, poses a significant threat. This intersection has a completely blind corner, which can be seen in this photograph. This is from Meridian Lane looking at the proposed development. You can see it connects with Southampton. There's a completely blind corner. And this is from the other direction, from Southampton coming down. Specific plans to mitigate the lack of safety of this intersection, given the increased traffic, must be addressed as a contingency to this development and not as an afterthought. However, the concerns about street safety go beyond just the intersection of Meridian and Southampton. Given that the nearest access to the development from McCarran is a right-in or right-out only, it needs to be taken into consideration that at least 50% of the traffic from the Ridge Hollow development will travel on alternate routes, as Ms. Lindell also commented. It's not as fancy, but here's a little bit of the red indicates a possible route that homes would take to get out of the Ridge Hollow development if they were not going towards the direction of Northwest Reno. And this photo here is indicative of what the streets in this community look like. These streets are not able to absorb the traffic, nor are they safe for the pedestrians. And I want to note, these are also the routes that our children would be required to walk to get to the nearest park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Harris Almond, followed by Patrick Matthews.
Hi, my name is Paris Almond. I'm an artist, a teacher, and an energy healer. I have a powerful sense of place and an appreciation for natural beauty, and that's why I'm here. My home is a view property located south of McCarran, directly overlooking the site planned for development. It's in Vantage Point on Bradford Court. I look straight down at this development area. I deeply enjoy looking upon that area below my home, the very site planned for development. And for the 10 years I've lived here, I believed it to be a common area that would always remain in its natural state, undeveloped, undisturbed, dark, and quiet. Just so we're clear, this is not an empty space. It is an open space. It is a natural area and home to raptors, raccoons, rabbits, coyotes, magpies, and more. People and their dogs are often walking, hiking, running, and biking through the gully and along the trails lined with sage, rabbit brush, and wildflowers. And we take joy in this place. Over the years, I've enjoyed seeing our red-tailed hawks performing their elaborate courtship displays high above this ravine. A nesting pair has recently produced fledglings. And these raptors feed their young by hunting for small to medium-sized reptiles, birds, mammals, up to the size of jackrabbits. And they'll also eat carrion, a roadkill. But from the vantage point of my deck, I can see all the way to Mount Peavine in the northwest, to the sparkling city lights of Reno in the north, surrounded by the mountains beyond, and all the way to the airport in the east. It is a truly stellar view, made complete by the natural ravine right below me. I appreciate living in a walkable neighborhood with sidewalks, parks, trails, and open spaces. And as a resident, I place a higher value on open space and recreation areas, and I have paid a significant amount to be located near these amenities. I oppose the Ridge Hollow development. I feel so much grief because this crush of homes means the tremendous loss of a beautiful natural area, all the flora and fauna therein, along with my peace of mind. This buildup will effectively rob all residents who look upon this wild and natural place as a source of comfort, who count on it to provide them with some measure of joy and peace. Thank you. And I'll submit my written to your clerk.
Great, thank you.
Matthews, followed by Jack Baum.
Hello, my name is Patrick Matthews. I also live in this area. I've lived in Reno for over 50 years. I have hiked, walked, skied, mountain biked almost every valley and gully between Mount Rose Highway and Peavine Mountain. And I was thinking about my adventures in this area for the last several days, and something dawned on me. And what dawned on me was that we don't notice any of the developments that have gone on down in the lower part of any of these valleys. And if you take a look at
All right, Madam Secretary. You ready? Hello? Hello? Are you ready? All right. Thanks, you guys. All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. We are missing a couple council members. I believe one will be out and a couple will be coming in. So at this time, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I would love for you to lead us in the pledge, Mark.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time, we're going to have a brief moment of silence. All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Spruckis, absent at this time. Dewar also absent at this time. Delgado absent. McKenzie. Jarden. Bob Zine. Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum. As a reminder, there are only 4 of you right now.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. City Manager.
Madam Mayor, next item is item A4, public comment.
Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Daniel Vivieros and Jerry Valentini, followed by Mark Markel.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. For the record, my name again is Dan Viveris. I am a Reno resident and a volunteer with the SAVE unit of the Reno Police Department.
For the record, Jerry Valenti, Reno, Nevada, also volunteer for the SAVE Reno PD.
I just wanted to bring the council up to date on some of the activities of the unit. Let's see here. Again, anyone in the audience can join as long as, just a little advertisement if you don't mind, as long as you are 50 years old and willing to put in a minimum of 16 hours a month. The SAVE unit, by the way, the Reno Police Department is 19 years old, so we've been doing this for 19 years. We have approximately 73 members, and total hours year to date is approximately 15,000 hours that we have volunteered. And I just wanted to go over a few of the stats with you, some of the larger ones. The second item down, business mall checks, 2,593. These are business malls we go into and check for children and automobiles and dogs and handicap checks also. The next one down there, citizen contacts. We do a lot of street patrols, and a lot of citizens ask us about the city of Reno, especially visitors this time of the year, so we count those as citizen contacts. Quite a ways down here at the handicap enforcement, which is this item here. Let's see, we've got 2662, and this again is where, I shouldn't say this, but I will, we make some money for the city. We are allowed to give out handicap tickets, so if we see somebody that doesn't have a placard, they're cited. And let's see, special duties down towards this end here. We also help out the Reno Police with foot patrols, not only in downtown, but midtown, Hot August nights, street vibrations, and the Veterans Day Parade, Reno Rodeo, we're going to be involved in that also, and RPD presentations and tours with the Daisies and the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. I will let my partner add a few comments.
Thank you. Given the number of hours that our organization has contributed to the city, and based on what not an entry-level police officer, but a junior police officer earnings would be, we figured out it's about $20.50 an hour, and actually about $21 an hour. And we have saved the city $315,105 so far this year based on the amount of hours. Thank you very much.
You gentlemen do an amazing job.
Thank you.
I'm so impressed. I have to tell you, you do an incredible job. So is that a Boston accent?
Is it what,
Is
please?
that a Boston accent?
Boston, are you Bostonian?
A Bostonian?
Oh, no, sorry, close, Rhode Island.
Oh.
We moved,
Well,
I
good.
moved
We're
from
happy to have you.
I moved from the smallest state to the biggest little city.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. Great job. Great work.
Thank you.
Mark Markel, followed by Chris Oberg.
Good morning. How are you, Mrs. Mayor? Your hair looks beautiful.
Oh, you're so kind.
But my name is Mark Markel. I'm a concerned Reno resident. I'm here to warn people about getting a car with a drunk driver. About 26 years ago, I got in a car with a drunk driver, and it's ruined my life. I believe people should use public transportation, and I know some of the bus drivers are buttheads, but I'm sorry. Damn. But you should go lax on intoxicated people. They don't want to drive, and they're trying to make it better for them, for everybody, not to drive and to ride buses. And the bus drivers won't let them out if they're intoxicated. And that's stupid. And drunken public, you gotta go lax on drunken public scenarios, whatever. Because people they don't want to drive drunk. It's expensive to get drunk driving, thank goodness. But like in my case, I was a passenger. I could not drove with a drunk driver, but the driver he couldn't fudge. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Take your time.
He couldn't. Where we lived, it was in Southern California. There's no public transportation, so we were out partying, and we shouldn't have been. We could have killed somebody. We just a single car crash. Anyways, people just take public transportation. And don't drink and drive, and don't get in a car with a drunk driver. Thank you.
Great job, Mark. Thank you.
Chris Oberg, followed by Edwin Linger.
Chris Oberg, lifelong resident. I've been coming here for 40 years, fighting this building. And not fighting it, trying to help it make it better. I did something the other day, and I'm proud of myself for doing it. I didn't mow my weeds in my front yard. It took you 2 weeks to send me this letter, and you're gonna start finding me $500 if I don't mow down my weeds. The day I got this letter in my mail, I mowed down my weeds. And I had my neighbors call in code enforcement on me, on purpose. And I wanna know why it's taken 20 years to stop Home Depot from waking me up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Did you drive around that parking lot? Can Alex do his job? What the hell's going on? These people cannot do this anymore. Starbucks open at 5. Look at the charter. They can't open until 6. They're dragging chairs out into the parking lot at 4 o'clock in the morning, right below my home. Is that possible? But it took you 2 weeks to give me a citation, and it's taken 20 years to stop these people? Wow. It's crazy. And I've been down here. They almost got revocated twice for what they're doing today. You know what SUP stands for? Special Use Permit. That means you need something special to conduct your business in our city. You know what SUP stands for? Home Depot and Starbucks? Screw you people. I'm not joking anymore. I am tired of getting woke up every day at 5 o'clock in the morning. And Saturdays and Sundays, no activity in the parking lot. You ought to come over there and see this crap. I'm appalled that you people can't do your jobs. And if these people that behind you, your lieutenants, can't do their job, I'll take over and I'll give him the job. No! I'm serious. If these people that work for you cannot take care of this problem because of their inept, or you're not doing your job to make sure they're doing their job, because they work for you. But they also work for me. And if they live next door to you, you'd be pissed off. And my son wore a shirt before he got killed in an intersection, said pissed. I said, son, you can't wear that. And he goes, yes, I can, Daddy. He goes, putting in some time. And I haven't been here since my wife got sick, and you know that. I'm here to put in some time. And I don't want to be here. I got other things in my life I'm working on. But you better fix this. And here's the letters. Here's the deals. Here's how many people they put out of business. Right here. They said they were going to create jobs. Bullshit. You know how many people they put out of business? They said they were going to hire local employees in the neighborhood by Hug High School. You walk in any Home Depot in this town, and there ain't one black person in that store. Not one in this whole town. They are so prejudiced it makes you want to puke. And you better fix it, because I'm pissed. Put in some time.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry to be so irate, but I got up at 5 o'clock.
No, I'm glad you're passionate. I'm glad. That's good to be passionate about something. Mr. City Manager, I do know that we did have code enforcement over there. I will personally go out there myself, and I want to kind of check out the area, but I know we did send code enforcement out there.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did have code enforcement out there yesterday morning at 5 a.m. to check and see if there were any code violations. And the report I got back from our staff was that there were no code violations.
Are you serious, dude? Are you serious? Their garden center's way out in this parking lot.
Will you,
It's out the parking lot. It's blocking fire lanes.
will you,
Junk all over the back parking lot.
sir, will you bring that complaint to Madam Secretary over here? That would be great. I want to go through it. I also, I'm concerned if that is happening at 4 a.m. So I definitely want to follow up. So thank you, sir.
You found no violations at Home Depot yesterday morning? How about the garden center? How about all the boards in the backyard? They're supposed to be inside by 6 o'clock at night. How about the racks and the dumpsters and everything, the pallets? We actually gave them, years ago, a place to put their pallets, and now it's full of their garden stuff, and the pallets are in the backyard. That stuff's supposed to be cleared out at 6 o'clock at night, so we can enjoy our homes.
Yeah, that's
And
why
you found
we
no
will,
violations?
we will follow up, absolutely.
Madam Mayor,
Madam Secretary?
our next public comment is from Edwin Linger, followed by Lisa Hill.
Hello, my name is Edwin Lindgar, and I live in Northwest, just inside Ward 5. I also have a complaint, but I sort of feel like this guy stole my thunder. I want to talk about the permit process I've just gone through. I had a fire. It was awful. A curtain caught an open flame in a sunroom I use as my home office. It was very scary, but my son and I noticed in time we were able to put it out before it spread. My computer, home office were destroyed. I stayed home for 2 days thinking that I could clean it, which was a mistake. Fortunately, the insurance company finally stepped in, offered money for a rebuild. The bank signed off and I got a contractor. The people I expected trouble from were a dream, the insurance company, the bank. But then it came to the city, who denied my permit. Apparently, the original sunroom was only 14 feet from the back property line. No one can seem to find the original 20-year-old permit. First, what I did wrong, I let the contractor demolish the place and dig a hole in my yard before we had the permit. I'm very mad about that. Also, I wish we'd never had the fire. Just because we can't find the original permit does not mean it was not originally permitted. The sunroom was professionally installed. Obviously, it was there for 20 years. There were years when people bought these things all the time. Also, and more importantly, my home passed all home inspections when I bought it in 2012. We had inspections, nothing came back. This is why people like me go through these long, expensive, involved processes, so when something happens, it's covered. So none of that seemed to help. I provided all documentation to the planning department. They won't even consider them. The extra space in the sunroom was a big selling point for my home. It was in the original listing as a selling point. It was also my favorite room in the house. But this is not just a minor point or a personal gripe. This is my first interaction with the city in 15 years of living here, and it's been an unqualified nightmare. There are processes and counter-process appeals. Every step costs more money, time, and hassle. I had to take off work today just to come here and file my formal appeal, which I have here. These processes are designed to discourage people from getting what they want and getting timely, reasonable service. The opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference, and that is exactly what I felt through this entire process, is indifference. I don't feel like the rules are evenly applied. There is a rigid adherence for some, and there's endless flexibility for others, and that makes me sad. Obviously, this permit should be grandfathered in. Anybody who can think and look at it would agree. Yet even if I manage to win at this point, it has been so painful that I can never feel good about it. This is not my loss. This is all of our loss, because as a regular citizen of Reno, I will now have to spend the next 10 years endlessly complaining about this, which I don't want to do. The process is designed to make regular people give up, and in fact, I'm so disgusted and tired, I could do so at any moment. But I was not going to do so without coming and telling you how I felt. So,
Okay.
with that, I'm going to go to early voting.
You know
So-
what? I am glad, sir. I am really glad that you came here today.
Thank
I
you.
agree with you on many, many points, and it's something that I can constantly hear. And the process is difficult. So I certainly, I would like someone from staff to, I don't know who is following up on this, but I need someone from staff, the community development. Eric Jensen, he's brand new, so this will be a great way to,
That's just fine. I'm going to be very
to
kind.
be
to you, Emma.
introduced to the city of Reno, but I couldn't agree with you more, and I sincerely apologize.
And Madam Mayor, may I chime in?
Councilwoman.
Thank you. We exchanged some emails over a weekend, and I would agree. We're trying to help you find a path forward.
Well,
For us to be the roadblock is not our role. We want to make sure we're doing everything in the safest and most appropriate manner. But I'm following up as well to see how we might be able to help you out.
I
Well,
think too,
thank you.
there needs to be consistency. What I constantly hear is there's not consistency, even through the business department. So today, I'll let my colleagues know on an L item to start to really look at this process. And I appreciate you coming, because that's exactly why public comment is here, so that you can address that with us. Because a lot of times we won't know unless you do. So I really, really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry for your frustration.
The sense of powerlessness and not being heard is the biggest problem. So I said to the planning department I was going to come down here today, and as much as I didn't want to, I thought it was necessary. So thank you for hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Lisa Hill,
I'm sorry,
followed
I'm
by.
going to step out of line
Sorry.
for 1 minute. I tried to go upstairs to talk to Alex Woodley, and they won't let me in the
Sir.
elevator. Amazing. Amazing. I can't get in the elevator to go talk to code enforcement, Alex Woodley.
I'll have someone address you. Thank you, sir. All right, go ahead.
My name is Lisa Hill, and I'm speaking for myself this morning. I live near the West Wash Dam area, city-owned property in Ward 5, near Keystone and North McCarran. Earlier this spring, I was out walking my dogs in that area, and I saw a City of Reno truck spraying something. At that time, there was no sign as to what was happening. There was no public notice about what they were spraying. Come to find out, the city was using 2,4-D, an herbicide, in that area. I have several concerns about this. That area, and by the way, Neil, I want to just thank you. You know how protective our neighborhood is of that space. And I want to thank you for all the work that you've done with our neighborhood on protecting it and providing amenities and different things. This area is frequented by multiple walkers, dog walkers. My children played over there. It's a really special place with lots of wildlife. There's a labyrinth that's been put in there. We care a lot about this area of our city. There's several concerns that I have about what happened. There was no public notice about what was happening. If I had known that an herbicide was going to be sprayed, I probably wouldn't have gone out there that day. I really try to minimize my exposure to those things. I found out recently that 2 weeks ago they were spraying, and I was wondering, why are they spraying weeds that have already set their seeds, that have already died? So that's another question that I have. And come to find out, the state agriculture department had specifically asked the city to not use the blower close to homes. So that's another question that I have. I came here this morning because I'm requesting that the city use some staff time to investigate what's happening up there. I'm asking that the city evaluate maybe a tiered approach to chemical exposure of the residents. I myself work in healthcare, and I'm deeply concerned about all of the pesticides, pharmaceuticals, herbicides that are in our food supply and that we're exposed to on a daily basis as we go about our lives. I heard last week a scientist say that 75% of the antibiotics produced are used in our food supply. All of this exposure is making us sick and causing unintended consequences, even though these substances are legal. As an example, antibiotic-resistant bacteria is causing havoc in our healthcare system. And so I'm just simply asking that the city evaluate their practices and put into place best practices and reevaluate your policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. So I didn't see it. So can we get a report later on how we're going to address this?
Madam Mayor,
And I apologize, I'm so sorry.
Madam Mayor, we did send a memo. Council probably has not read it. We sent it either late yesterday or this morning.
This morning.
So I don't know if you would like us to address it now, but we did send a memo to council addressing some of these issues, and I could have Director Flansburgh come up and maybe speak to it if you'd like.
I think that would be good. And
Okay.
the reason I say that is because in light of what this council has been through over this type of issue, I would have thought that direction was pretty clear.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna put me in.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. We had a complaint last week. I have our managers have followed up with on the complaint to understand what has occurred. There's been some discussion about the type of equipment, the use of the herbicides that we are using in our spaces. And just to kind of frame it, we have about 1,400 unique locations, about 250 acres total. This is everything from roadside, next to our roadsides to our drainages. And one of the most effective ways for large weed management has been the use of herbicides. In light of the complaint that we received from Corey Frey, our managers Eric Strong and Ryan Bird went up to meet with her and others to understand the concerns and to work with them on what they'd like to see up there. We are going to review our practices and what we are using out there. Again, the herbicides that we have used, it's the most effective thing that we have in our toolbox with the resources that we have. So we do use those in certain areas. We did meet with the Department of Agriculture and talk about this area. They have never said don't use the type of equipment that we're using, but they did recommend when we met with them this time that we give a larger buffer zone between residential areas and where we're spraying. When we met with Corey Frey, Eric and Ryan have reported back to me that we're going to look at using doing some hand pulling or other methods besides herbicide in that area after our contact with Corey. And again, we will review our practices. What we're up against is a fire hazard with weeds. We had a spring this year that was great in terms of water came in every so often, but we got a lot of vegetation growth out there in our rights of ways. And so that's one thing that we're going to be combating against. And when those dry up, they become a fire hazard. In our drainage areas, when the weeds dry up and we have long-standing they inhibit the water flow. And so, those are the things that we're looking at, trying to make sure that we have good stormwater conveyance and that we are taking care of, our fire hazards and having, a buffer zone between that and our urban interface. So that's part of it. We will review the entire program of what we have. We'll look at the specific locations, of where we're spraying and applying herbicides, and we'll look at all the complaints that have come, and we'll come back and give a report to the council. But I just wanted to explain what we're doing today, why we do it that way, and we're, bottom line, we don't want to spray herbicides either. We don't want to spray chemicals out there. It's just within the resources that we have, it's the most effective product and method we have.
But we do, and that's what concerns me, and not just that area, all over the city.
It is all
And
over
the
the
other
city.
thing I want to know is, what is the policy on public notice? Is there a policy to
There is not.
public notice that?
There is not.
So that's got to change. Absolutely. So I think that is only prudent, but Councilwoman Dewar,
Yeah.
this is something that you follow
Yeah.
regularly, and we're looking for alternatives.
Right.
But I really think this is a practice that needs to stop.
Right. And I know that John's been looking at integrated pest management, which deals with all the different uses of pesticides, herbicides, every kind of side, and other ways to do it. I think when you're looking at the report, looking at the practices, the last incident was this one's about spraying too close to people. The last one was about spraying too close to the river. Both of these issues seem to trigger, concerns. So I think it would be good to see an addressing of that. We talked about the noticing issue last time. Some cities do it. They post, like the week before they're going to spray, and they lay out the areas that they're going to spray. And I also think some of the pesticides require a certain period of time, both for your staff to stay out of that area while it's still wet, and a certain period after, and I'm sure it's all per the label instructions.
Yeah,
But-
and we're not using pesticides, just herbicides.
Right, but herbicides as well. And I think some cities use an area where they mark off with orange tape or some way to not just let people know ahead of time, but to let people know after it's been sprayed so they don't accidentally wander into the area. So I'm sure you'll come up with another 10 things to do as well. So hand it back to
And
you.
I do think maybe this is something we have a workshop on, because this is extremely serious. Councilwoman.
Thank you. And Ms. Hill said it perfectly. The residents in this area are very active, and this is a highly traveled, frequented area with people and their dogs and et cetera. I just wonder if there's an opportunity, and this may not apply to every area where we're spraying, but since we do have a group of such active neighbors, and hand pulling might be the most, in their minds, the most effective and least intrusive manner, if we can't facilitate some sort of instructional assistance and rally the neighbors to help in that regard to minimize the amount of spraying. And I think they would, based upon my experience with the Keystone neighborhood, they would probably welcome this and would come out to help us, because I think they fully recognize that we are shorthanded, and it's difficult to, hand pulling takes a lot of personnel labor.
And we have in the past supported the neighborhood in trash pickups and providing trucks for them to load up, say over a weekend, and then hauling it off. So I mean, we certainly are supportive of facilitating that type of work.
And they've been great, and I have no doubt they would be again. Just maybe some instructional. When's the best time to do hand pulling? Here's the best mechanism. Here's the safest way. So that would just be a suggestion in this particular area where that might be helpful.
Councilman. Sam? This is very important. Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just wanted to agree with my colleagues and a lot of their comments that have been made, and certainly Councilwoman Doer, for her comments and advocacy on this. I also don't want to lose track of the one item in the course of your review, John, that Ms. Hill brought up, and that is the actual appropriateness of the time of the use of this, if herbicides are used, if there is the possibility that, the window was missed, so why do it? But I also just want to give a general comment, and I've had some conversations with Corey specifically about this, just commending the fact that, through local media, and this is Reno coverage and what happened on KUNR, it was very heartening to see the Public Works response saying, okay, yes, we need to take a look at this. We'll take this under advisement. And so I just want to commend Public Works for working through this, not getting it right. But I agree, the review of the policy and bringing this back, looking at noticing, looking at ways to better involve the local neighborhoods in this is going to be good. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Breckus?
I'll just decline at this point and look forward to discussion of this at a further date.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Madam Secretary.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Corey Frey, followed by Jana Vanderhaar.
Hi, for the record, my name is Corey Fry. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm just going to speak from the point of view of a resident, a nurse, a mother. On May 26th, I walked into my backyard, which I sit directly on top of the West Wash Dam. The City of Reno truck that you can maybe see on my video was outdoor spraying. As you can see, the chemicals are drifting through the air there. I was subsequently misted in the face with this chemical he was spraying, and almost immediately developed staining in my eyes, 2 days of decreased tear production, onset of a headache and dizziness within about 2 minutes, throat burning, coughing, sinus drainage, and nausea later in the day. I asked the gentleman on the truck what exactly they were spraying, and he told me it was 2,4-D. So being a nurse, I do my research. I found that in 2015, the Agency for Research on Cancer declared this a possible carcinogen based on evidence that it damaged human cells and caused cancer in lab animals. Also, this chemical was used as part of Agent Orange in the Vietnam War. It's also a class of compounds called endocrine disruptors, which if you don't know what an endocrine disruptor is, it has everything to do with your thyroid hormone and what your thyroid gland produces. Despite the research, I know this chemical can be bought at Home Depot. I know I can spray it in my yard if I choose to do so. As you can see, the City of Reno is spraying it in hundreds and hundreds of gallons on these walking trails. There was no public notice, as Lisa said, as well as my children walk to school down to Clayton Middle School that way. The kids walk home that way. They were spraying at the time the kids were walking to school. I did speak with Public Works about it. That's taken from my backyard, that photograph, when I got misted. Eric Strunge and Ryan Bird, I want to huge thank you to. They have agreed not to spray on the Earth Dam anymore. They've agreed to hand pull, which is huge. Although we still have the area up above, and I'd like it made into a permanent public policy that they not spray. And I personally will organize people to hand pull weeds and remove that. There's a creek that lies below this area just on the south side of the dam where there's frogs, coyotes, owls, butterflies, and this creek runs into the irrigation canal that feeds Rancho San Rafael Park, as well as, I believe, the new pesticide-free lake park. Anyway, my my hope and prayer is that the pesticide or the herbicide use stops in that area due to all the foot traffic. And thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Jonna Vandahar, followed by Lauren Renda.
Good morning. My name is Iana Vandahar, and I'm here also to talk about the herbicide use in the city. As you know, I'm passionate about organic gardening and farming practices. I'm a local landscape architect, and I design a lot of habitat gardens and edible landscapes for people, and I manage the organic garden at the Food Co-op, if you've seen it out there. And I wanted to comment on some of the herbicide use because my background is working for the city of Ann Arbor in Michigan, and we did natural area preservation work out there. And already, this is 20 years ago, already then they didn't use herbicides in parks and in school grounds because they realized it's, not healthy for our bodies and for the wildlife. And so I wanted to just kind of go over some of the things that we did there that might be helpful for you to do here in terms of not using broad spectrum spraying of herbicides and pesticides. There was a comment on how we have to deal with these weeds for fire abatement, and you have to understand these chemicals, the way they use is they kill the plant, but then you have still all the plant matter. So it's not going to really be a big fire retardant practice. It's much better to mow it and have it low to the ground and be a mulch and therefore not create this ladder of fuel to spread the fire. So mowing it is a much better practice, and we did a lot of that. Also, if there were invasive weeds, we would have a public notice. We have signs out 3 days before we would go out there, and they don't have cheatgrass in Michigan, but we had purple loosestrife, we had buckthorn, we had all kinds of other herbs. And depending on the herb, there's different approaches to deal with them. And so in terms of cheatgrass, another thing is when you just do a broad spectrum herbicide, you're going to kill all the broad-leafed plants there, even the good ones. And what you'll end up with is just the same old happening next year because you've gotten rid of all the plants, all the good ones and the bad ones. So what we did is we did very targeted spraying of only the areas of the plants that we needed, and actually it was more of a sponge method where we would sponge the individual plants. And yeah, it's more labor intensive, but we're not exposing the river, we're not exposing the people, the pets. It doesn't stay around in massive areas, and it gives a chance for the good plants to reestablish, because that's what I see missing here is we spray these weeds. You saw it on the video. And then what? We're not doing any restoration. We're not sowing good seeds of wildflowers and native plants, and we're not bringing back the plants we do want to see there. And I know it's going to be a long-term practice, but I'd like the city to look into that on how can we set up the best management practices. I'm very glad that the city's looking at that, and those are really the way to go. But then also go beyond and start restoring these areas so we don't have just the seas of the invasive plants. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Would you be willing to donate your time to some public works staff?
Absolutely.
I think your knowledge is invaluable.
Absolutely.
And we certainly could use it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, can I ask?
Councilwoman Breckus.
I know you have a lot of experience in this area. I understand goats are sometimes used in this area for
Yeah.
weed control. Would that be a good application for goat use up there?
Thank you for bringing that up. I was just talking to Linda Nelson yesterday at the One Turkey event. She was there, and yeah, they've been using both goats and sheep. They take a little bit different management because the animal behavior, but Carson City is using sheep. And actually, she was saying she works for the Land Trust now. They were giving money to the county, and so I forget the lady who's doing the natural areas at the county, but she would be a great resource. They've been using sheep and goats.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
So
it's a fantastic
thanks for bringing
idea.
that up.
Thank you so very much.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Laura Rendon, followed by Sandy Rowley.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Renda. I'm the Program Associate at the Community Foundation of Western Nevada, and I'm here this morning to speak on behalf of them. I wanted to reference item E3, the grant to the city to purchase pool equipment and to aid persons with disabilities for 3 of our area pools. So the David Shaw Kennedy grant is the grant that will be donating those funds, and that was established in 2013 at the Community Foundation following Mr. Shaw Kennedy's death. And Mr. Shaw Kennedy's desire was to help to facilitate disabled individuals to enjoy the use of swimming pools and swimming facilities. So due to this grant, several area pools will be able to make the necessary updates that will allow wider use for people of all abilities for exercise and recreation. I'd like to acknowledge Christine Fay, who submitted a wonderful proposal to receive this grant. So just like Mr. Shaw Kennedy, anyone can establish a fund at the Community Foundation for any purpose. We administer over 220 charitable funds, most of which are designated for specific purposes that are identified by the donors. And our goal, the staff at Community Foundation, our goal is to carry out those donors' charitable intents both during their lifetime and after they have passed on in the case of the Shaw Kennedy grant. The Community Foundation staff also considers ourselves as an expert on vetting nonprofits and finding nonprofits that meet donor-specific needs and interests for their giving. We also play a leadership role in the community by convening stakeholders and interested parties around pressing issues in the community. An example of this, one of our initiative processes that was started in 2012 was identifying the issue of youth homelessness that affects the area, especially among students in Washoe County. And our newest initiative that we have adopted will focus on the needs of caregivers of the elderly. And this and future initiatives will be adopted through the establishment of a process that relies on community input so that we are sure that we are addressing the most pertinent issues, and no one knows that better than our own community members. So in sum, the Community Foundation is here to support the Northern Nevada area as a whole and lend our expertise in leadership and knowledge on philanthropy. And we're pleased to be able to extend the Shaw Kennedy grant to the City of Reno and Parks and Rec. And we are looking forward to seeing what is done with these pools, and hopefully they will provide years of enjoyment for all kinds of people. And I'd just like to thank you for letting me have the time to speak on behalf of Community Foundation. And please feel free to contact Community Foundation with any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So generous. And thank you, Christine. Great job.
Andy Rowley, followed by Brian McPhail.
Hello, nice to see all your beautiful faces. First thing, I want to give everybody a little lesson on what a pesticide is. And you can look this up on the USDA or the Nevada Department of Agriculture's website as well. A pesticide is anything that's used to kill life. That can be a weed killer, which is an herbicide. It can be an insecticide, kills insects. You get the idea. Fungicide, on and on. So they are using pesticides, just so you know. Also, something that you want to understand about pesticides are that all the pesticides that you're exposed to as a person spraying and treating, you store that in the fatty tissues of your cells. And all of the damage that is done to your DNA is then passed down to your children. So when you talk to your grandparents and say, oh, I worked in the field all these years, I used all these chemicals, I lived to be 85. I was like, well, good for you. What about your kid? What about your grandkid? Do they have ADHD? Do they have autism? Do they have diabetes? Did they die of cancer when they were only 10? The World Health Organization says by the year 2020, half of every human on the planet will have some form of cancer. And you say, why? What in the world's going on? Well, 90% of the food that you're eating, if it's not certified organic, is GMO. It's not even real food. The amount of chemicals that it takes to get a GMO crop to grow is insane. You're thinking, okay, I don't eat GMO foods. I'm safe, right? I buy certified organic food for me and my family. I can afford it, right? Well, Do you go to school? Do you go to work? Do you eat out at restaurants? Have you ever been to the hospital? All of these areas are treated with these pesticides every day. It's called pesticide trespass. You can protect yourself at home. You can make sure that your plants are organic, your yard is organic. You talk to your landscapers and say no Roundup, no 2,4-D, no synthetic fertilizers that break down and turn into arsenic, right? None of these agrochemicals in my yard. But just walking along the sidewalk in any city, you've already treated yourself. There was a video shared, some sweet old guy at UNR was mad because all these cars were parking in a parking lot. And he was videotaping them illegally parking in this parking lot. Well, what he also saw was some Reno landscaping company illegally spraying pesticide around the tires of all those cars. If I spent 60 grand on a brand new Tesla and knew that some idiot was spraying pesticides on my car and I'm tracking them into my car and I just got over being sick or my kid has cancer, I'd be fired up mad. So the next time you reach for some chemical to fix something that really isn't even broken, you need to remember, I'm treating myself. The only species that you're eradicating with these pesticides are the human species, right? That's it. These are all facts. Go to the USDA website, the FDA website, go to the CDC, go to the World Health Organization, and search how many people died last year from pesticide exposure. Hundreds of thousands in the US alone. There are safer alternatives, and I hope that you invest in training your staff in organic land practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandy.
Craig Smyers, followed by David Gibson.
Mayor, members of the City Council. The charming little bit of Tahoe Forest on First and Arlington, Fulton Park, has been demonized to make way for bar tables. The park is a little bit of wildland plopped down in the city. It doesn't need a path through it or umbrellas. It's a kind of art, a rest for the senses. It's a tableau of nature like is often seen all over big city parks. Making it useful is to diminish its real beauty and real purpose. Walking on the Riverwalk across busy Arlington, Fulton Park is a quiet place to land. Visually, it connects to Wingfield Park across the river. The little park screens the Riverwalk from traffic and a stiff wind. Those pines have grown tall. They've grown up out of the hillocks and granite boulders into the vision of the landscaper. It adds a tranquility that would be largely lost by moving the boulders to fit in whatever Siegel group wants. Between the jungle and West Street Plaza is a beautiful and mature landscape of native plants. In the summer, it's host to native birds and butterflies. It's a natural teaching tool. We need more of that. I see the Siegel Group plans eliminate the native plants and all the benches around West Street Plaza. Those benches are always full of people. When there are events, art shows, or performances on the plaza, that's where people sit. I guess Siegel doesn't want anybody sitting near their place who isn't a customer. Our public plaza doesn't need to be turned into a grand bar entrance. So I think Siegel Group has a lot of gall. Thank you.
David Gibson, followed by Jeff Church.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Gibson. I'm a Reno resident and energy efficiency consultant. Last Thursday afternoon, while I was attending a meeting here in City Hall, my locked bicycle was stolen from in front of the building. What does it say about a city when a locked bicycle can be stolen in broad daylight during work hours on a weekday from directly in front of the City Hall. To me, it says that we have a safety and security issue. We have too many police officers cruising around in expensive cars and not enough patrolling on foot or by bicycle. From the grainy security video, you could see a police car drive by less than a minute before the bike was stolen. If that officer had been on foot, they could have stopped the crime. To me, it says that we prioritize gas-guzzling cars over pedestrians and public transit. We could use improved public transit, like a light rail, to make it easy to get to and from our city center. I was avoiding driving my car because it's so difficult to find parking here at City Hall, and specifically rode my bike. And we also need a safe place for citizens to store their bicycles. To me, it says we need to care for every citizen of our city because there are people in our community without food and shelter. And someone who is desperate enough for $50 that they'll steal a well-used and well-loved bicycle. To me, it says that we need to prioritize a sustainable economy with living wages for all. An important aspect of this is 100% renewable energy across all sectors, including our homes, businesses, and transportation. We can create thousands of new jobs right here in Reno by making our homes and businesses efficient, installing renewable energy, and building a light rail through our city. If people are gainfully employed, they're not stealing bicycles. On my walk home in 90+ degree heat, the lack of trees and shade across the city was obvious. We need to plant more trees, preferably fruit trees, that can provide food for the homeless, the less fortunate, or anyone who likes fresh jam or pie. We could also build solar shade structures to provide shade over many sidewalks, streets, and parking lots, in addition to the renewable energy needed, which would also provide renewable energy needed to power our city. And I appreciate Councilwoman Doerr and other efforts to improve the trees and shade in the city. I live on Wilkinson Avenue, a block east of the VA hospital. I have taken a home built in 1950 and transitioned it to net zero energy. That is, we produce as much energy from renewable sources as we consume each year. I'd be happy to provide each of you with a tour of my home to show how every house in Reno can be net zero energy. Thank you.
I would love to come take a tour. And I'm so sorry about your bike. Maybe there's some way we could, I mean, we have so much space over here in the entranceway or something. I mean, for that to happen in front of City Hall. I'm so sorry.
Thankfully, I got it at Reno Bike Project, and they have plenty more to go and choose
but-
from, but it's
I
a
know,
hassle
but-
that I wasn't looking forward to.
But still, and I love your thoughtfulness. So I would love to see your home. I think a lot of that has to do with just educating people and knowing how that works and what the process is. And I think you could do something pretty cool with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, could I just bring in-
Councilman Breckus.
We do have a walking beat coming online this fall. Okay, so we have new police resources coming out of Academy, and then that's going to allow for a bid assignment for officers to be along the river and in the downtown area with a walking beat. That's been a big goal of ours. It was set in the budget last time, and it's something I'm very excited about. And I'm sorry about your bike, too.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Thank you.
Jeff Church, followed by Sam Dene.
Sam, they saved the best for last.
Bingo.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Church, retired Reno Police Sergeant, run a website, renopublicsafety.org. Invite you to take a look at it. I do want to talk today about Safety 88 and more cops, how appropriate right now, the timing. And by the way, when we talk about hiring 6 more cops or whatever, last I looked, we lose about 1 a month. So we're losing through attrition about 12 a year. So we're really not getting any more cops unless we hire more. Now, as far as Safety 88, I want to tell the council as well as the public, in May of 1988, the City of Reno taxpayers voted for a ballot measure commonly called Safety 88, where essentially they were promised 88 more officers for a minimum of 313 cops. I also remind you that's separate from any federally funded or downtown tax district cops. And it was also promised it would get more based on the population ratio. Well, obviously, since 1988, our population has essentially doubled, and our number of streets and general geographic area has doubled. We fell to a shortage of, we had 268 police officers. We've rebounded a bit, but we're still well below what we pay for in taxes and what we were promised. The ballot measure specifically called for additional police officers, and it said for the purpose of increasing law enforcement services to hire, train, and equip 88 additional officers. And in 1988, the mayor said, you will decide whether you're willing to pay an average $5 per month to have 88 more police officers in our neighborhoods. Now, we did. We paid for more, and we didn't get them. If you check your tax bill, if you own property, it's not listed anywhere in your tax bill. The money goes into the general fund. And Mr. Hall, the city attorney, and I, we've argued about the legality of this, but let's put the legality aside. How about the moral aspect? We were promised more cops. We pay for more cops. We don't get more cops. There's also very many options available. Partnerships with school police, partnerships with the sheriff's department, partnerships with Sparks. There's a lot of different ways if we think outside the box. I love the community service officer aspect, for freeing up officers for the street. But the bottom line is, as we just talked about, we're not getting the police officers that we were promised. And instead, they're being, the term that the city attorney used is supplantation. I invite you to look it up. I didn't know what it meant. But it basically means we pay more taxes, you add that money to the top, and you simply took it off the bottom and used it for whatever you wanted to, including pay raises. So I urge you to get us more cops. And by the way, I know Sam, and if he says there's an open meeting law issue, I'll take that to the bank, and I understand it's an important issue, and hopefully it will be on the agenda discussed in the future. Thank you, Sam. I got it.
Sam Dene, followed by Justin Graves.
Here I am, Sam Dene. A lot of people say they don't like to come here. I love to come here. I love to come here and complain. Year after year for 20 years complaining, and I wish I had 3 hours to do all my complaining. But then I need another 3 hours to do all of my justified bragging. Sam Dene, I am the DNA of government watch angeling, not watchdogging. I'm not a dog. I'm a watch angel. Some people say that God sent me down as an angel to protect the citizens from the government media mouses, and the media mouses over there, their right-hand people over there. The media mouses, I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I've got a really, as Donald Trump, who's plagiarizing my YouTubes with his choreography and baseball cap, as Donald Trump says, I'm a really qualified person. My background is huge. Air Force Academy graduate. I've been to every city council meeting since 1994. And I know what's going on. I am the Encyclopedia of Reno Government and the Wikipedia of Reno Government. Now the media mouses over there, the beloved media mouses, people say that Donald Trump insults the media mouses. Sam Dene's qualified and justified castigation of the Reno media mouses makes Donald Trump's insults look like compliments. The media, they can't, even when they write about me one time a year, they can't get it right. They claimed that I hung up on them when they called. The Reno Gazette called and said, this is the Reno Gazette, and I said, get off of my phone, and then I hung up. Those people, nice smiley face over there. Those people are not qualified to be working for the Nickel One ad, let alone interview Sam Dene. And I did do an interview because the UNR radio begged me to, and they did it right here. I sat him there and I did my interview, and it was so good that guess what? They were afraid to play it on the air. Now the media, nice smiley face over there, the media mouses also claim that I ran for election 8 times and failed every single time. Wrong. I've run for election 11 times, and quote unquote, the vote riggers have won out every single time. People ask me if I ever gamble. There's only one time I gamble each year, and that's when I go down to that video game vote rigging machine that is outlawed in California called the Sequoia voting machine. I push those buttons, and I don't know how they do it down in the bowels of those computers, but those vote riggers probably with the help of the vote manipulating Reno Gazette and the rest of the media, make sure that Sam, the most qualified person in Reno, doesn't get to be up there where he belongs, and I don't really want to be up there. I was on my way over here to turn in my sabbatical papers, That means I'm leaving. Maybe not for good, but I'm leaving these podiums 3 police officers ordered me to come down here. They inspired me to come down here. So here I am. You're going to have to be able to not thank Sam for another 6 months maybe.
Thanks,
Dustin Graves, followed by Maury Cabaz.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning.
My business partner and myself, my name's Justin Graves. This is Richard Blasey. About almost 2 years ago, we were blessed enough to be able to start our own business, and we've done good enough to survive. We have city license, state license, environmental, passed our fire inspection. We've done wonders with the property. It's the old Harker and Harker yard, owned by Jack Harker. The reason we're here is to plead and ask for leniency on permit process. We've hit every roadblock possible. This is the sign that we erected. The pole was there starting about 50 years ago. We asked our landlord permission. He said, yes, go ahead. We assumed it was on private property. You can see where the pole was existing, had been there, like I said, for 50 years. We have jumped through every hoop possible. On April 22nd, we got the official notice of violation. Code enforcement is very happy with what we've done. Here's another photo of the signs that we were asked to remove, and we removed them. We took those off of the fence. It turns out that if you look at this map, you can see the property line right there at my finger. Apparently, that's city easement and not code enforcement. The planners are telling us that we're impeding their easement, and I do not believe that's the case. We have done wonders with the property. Code enforcement has praised us. Code enforcement is who advised us to come down here and plead our case. We have no problem paying the money. We went as far as they wouldn't even let us apply for the permit. We hired a licensed contractor. The licensed contractor, we jumped through we've just hit roadblock after roadblock, red tape like you wouldn't believe, and it's ridiculous. We have no problem paying the money. We're perfectly willing to pay for the permit. The licensed contractor inspected it. He was willing to sign off on it. The code enforcement told us, don't tear it down. Don't tear it down. Take the signs off the fence. Go apply for a permit. Go through the stages, which we did, and we've been shut down every which way. We just, all we want to do is do what's proper. We have no problem paying the fees. We love where we live. And basically, go ahead, Rich.
60% of our clients are word of mouth. 40% of our customers come from driving by and seeing the signs. Since we removed the ones off the fence, we've noticeably dropped 35 to 40% in business. What we're worried about is if we remove that one, we're just going to be completely shut down.
All I have to add is it's the licensed sign contractor said it's good to go, and he called down here to say, all right, these guys' operation is good. The pole is okay.
The reason why we put the sign there was because the existing stub was sticking out of the ground, and the Harkers were saying, yeah, that sign's been there since 1940. Go ahead, you're fine.
Yeah, Par Electric sign was there. We still have the old sign that was on the pole, and we have no problem paying the fee. We have no problem pulling the permit. It's like they won't let us.
From the property line. And we're 24 feet away
30
from
the
feet
curb.
away from the
We're
curb.
30 feet from the
So
curb.
we're not impeding
And we're not
that.
impeding
We're
any
even
easement.
inside the fence line.
I would like to sit down with you. I'm not so sure people understand how important signs are to a business. Incredibly important.
Yes.
And I know I'll have a council member that will disagree with me, but we have to look at this and be able to make sure that small business can survive.
Yes,
You put your,
please.
you put your heart and soul into this and probably every last dollar and dime.
Yes, we have.
Correctly. So I get very frustrated hearing this because it is also our job to help you be successful in the sense of making this process easy.
They've made it as terribly hard as possible.
And so I'm frustrated and I'm so sorry. Today I'm doing a lot of apologizing. Well, I don't know.
It seems like you care, if that matters. That's kind of cool.
Well, I'm frustrated. I'm
Yes, she does.
frustrated like you are, and I think that we have to go back to the drawing board. Certainly, one thing that I've noticed is maybe in customer service, and I apologize. So we have to make business much easier and this process much easier. It seems like in the last couple of months, I have heard complaints over and over and over and over and over again. And that's got to stop.
Unfortunately, someone complained
So-
on us. We believe it was a customer that wasn't happy. Either way, the gist of it is the sign is 30 friggin'
Well-
feet away from the road. It's not blocking anybody. It's not hurting anything. The city certainly was, not to insult the city, was
Right.
doing anything but
And also,
maintaining
I
the
want to
place.
praise code enforcement because they are doing their job and they do a fantastic job.
Well,
And I
that's-
think they are really good at trying to look at solutions to help us get there. But we have made this process way too difficult, and especially to the people that comply. And now, some of your other signs, I will say, we could probably, figure out a better way to make them look probably more conducive to, your business or something to that effect. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't.
The gentleman with code enforcement has helped us every step of the way.
Yes,
And
they're
he's
great.
the one that
Who-
addressed us to come here. And
Who is
and
that? Mr.
Rob
H-
Rice.
Okay, great.
And he's been great
Good.
with us. He told us, don't tear it down. Just go down and apply for the permit, pay the money, and that's when everything just went to shambles. I mean,
Right.
it was red tape
Yeah.
after road.
Because we're
block.
going to put small business out of business.
Well, and we went.
I'm
as far
sorry,
as
but we are, if we continue to go like this. So can I get someone from staff to please help these gentlemen, sit down with them, let's come to something that we can all live with, but so that you guys can succeed.
Great, thank
We-
you.
we need to
Where-
do that.
Where do we go from here? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for coming down. Mr. Henry, will you make sure? Thank you so much. Thanks, you guys. I apologize.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Maury Kabaz, followed by Glenn Atkinson.
Good morning, Mayor Shivi, council members. You know me and you know the highlights of my complaint. We have good leadership at the police department today, Chief Soto, Broadway and others, but my complaint, as you know, is against bad cops and my associates, and of course racism and all that. This is a follow-up, and I have some new positive development to report to you. Looks like we may have a financial backer for the lawyer to put up $20,000 for the lawyer that we already sat down with. And there is a date from the lawyer's office for June 23rd to sit down. But as far as the backer, it's not certain. It's not 100%. It's been insinuated. I sat down with him. He was receptive. He was going to put up the money. And we see what happens. I don't come here to spoil these events, these developments. It's just that there's been so many of them. There's been so much deception in the past. And why is this a new positive development? Last 20 years, I've tried 20 lawyers and nothing happened. All of a sudden comes a cop and he's got a lawyer lined up, and now we have a financial backer. I'm grateful to Mayor Shivi, Chief Soto, and board members, but we still got to see this happens and see that there is a closure finally. Another thing I wanted to mention is that in these follow-ups, I am starting to put other people's name down, like right now, Governor Sandoval's office and U.S. Attorney General Lynch, but I am not asking anyone to intervene. I just think this kind of police abuse, power, misuse of power was just totally uncalled for, and it's also epidemic in this country, and I'm considering asking them to look into it. So I think it's important that we do that. There's also been some concern about my book. Deputy City Attorney Mark Hugh, when he sat down with me, supposedly to help me, he wanted to see the book. It's not against the law to write the book. Some people have praised me for it. It's a challenging subject, and some people have threatened me for it. So I mentioned this in the book. I will provide you with some information so that you will see for yourself. It's not about Reno. It's not about even the perpetrators, vultures. It's not about them. It's about the subject. And that's it. I have the follow-ups, and thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment today is from Glenn Atkinson.
Thank you. I'm bringing it back. I was a little bit late getting in. I'm live by what we call the gully, the West Wash of the spring. We have lived across the street since 1970 on O'Farrell Street, right next to where you come across the Eastman to get into the gully. My wife is here. We raised 2 kids there, and our grandkids have enjoyed it as well. They don't live with us, but they've been able to enjoy that. I'll be brief because you've heard a lot of this already. But on public notice, either last year or a year before that, I was out for a walk on a very warm day, and I came back to try to get across the dam to my house. The truck was on the dam spraying, no warning. And then it came back across. I had to wait there, and I'm not sure, I let it settle for a while, but I'm not sure what I walked through. And so that just reinforces the thing about the public notice. And I don't understand the fire danger. There's fire danger. We live there. But what they spray doesn't reduce the fire. That whole gully, that whole canyon is full of weeds all the way up the top of Peavine Mountain. Well, we've had fire there before. So I'm not talking against fire danger. It is a concern to us. But that didn't, and somebody already told you they sprayed too late. The leaves, the plants are already seeded, and so it's a concern on that. I will throw in a personal comment here. Has no direct connection to this, but our son in 1973 was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. My wife and I are very sensitive to cancer causing elements in our environment, and everybody should be. That's not a direct cause effect here. I'm not saying that, but it's something we should be concerned about as citizens. Finally, I'd like to say I want to thank this council because you have heard a lot from us. You rezoned the top of Van Ness for us. Thank you, and you have fenced in that so that no vehicles can't get in there. No vehicles. We have been a pain in the whatever for you folks because this gully is really important. We want to be an unimproved park. Quit improving it, But I mean, I know there's a fire danger and those sorts of things, but they're spraying down there in that area in the wash. That water goes into the flume just down the street into the river. So thank you very much for your attention to our problems, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, so much for coming, and you haven't been a pain in the ass. It's our job. And so feel free to come anytime.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment is from Brittany Eads.
Hi, this is my first time. I live in the same neighborhood as Glenn. We live up by the goalie. We just bought a house there, and it was just crazy. Step up. Okay. sorry. It's just crazy to me to find out like all these chemicals were being sprayed. Like the day it was sprayed, I walked my dog down there. I had no idea that I didn't notice, you know, it smelled different, but I didn't notice any signs, anything. I have 2 dogs, they're running through the water, and it just makes me nervous because if my dog gets cancer, I don't have $10,000 to throw out there, and I don't know. It's very upsetting to not be included or forewarned for the chemicals. I mean, that's it. And I wish that they wouldn't spray the chemicals. I mean, I have no problem going out there and helping. If they say, hey, we need help getting those weeds down, get your weed whacker out, let's go. Okay, cool. Like, it saves my dog, it saves my neighborhood, it keeps kids safe, it keeps everyone safe. Like, fine. I can help. We can all help. We're not against that. We just don't want herbicide, 2D4, sprayed everywhere. Like, getting into my neighbor's backyard, that's crazy. I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine being sprayed with that. And especially the way they spray it, because with the truck, and it's not hand sprayed, because the guy kept saying, well, it's the stuff you buy at Home Depot. Well, yeah, I buy it at Home Depot, but I also buy aspirin at, you know, it's different when you buy it over the counter than when you get industrial strength things, I feel. You get different things. So I just wish that we could come to a different conclusion with the weeds. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We will be, just so you know, very, very important. There's a lot of things that need to change with this, and I'm glad that you came. You're very concerned, and like Councilwoman Jordan said, I think it would be great to start having citizens help with some of these areas that we could start to pull these and do it manually, because it certainly would be so much safer.
And I mean, I don't think people know, but like that water goes down to Rancho.
Of course.
And it soaks that. And I've been in that water with the
Absolutely.
dogs, and they're covered in mud, and they're covered in the water, and it's like, he says it dries on contact. Well, does it dry when it hits the water? Because the blowback,
Mhm.
you watch the video of the blowback, it's just blowing, it's out in the air, and it's everywhere. So, can you imagine?
Right, for the whole city. Terrible. Terrible. So I apologize, but we are definitely going to address this and change our practice. This will happen. This council does care greatly, certainly about this issue too. And you guys are great because you come here and you educate us and the public watching. It's really important. So keep it up. All right, Madam Secretary.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment today.
All right, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That takes us to item A5, which is city manager announcements. As you can see, we have several new employees, a lot of them sitting over here to our left in their
And they're
orange vests.
coming the first day at council going, whoa. What is that?
Madam Mayor.
Normally not like this.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, our first new employee that I would like to announce, and he's probably really going, whoa, is Eric Jensen, who is our new Community Development Director. Eric comes to us with a wealth of planning experience from a number of Utah municipalities. He has experience both on the private sector side and on the government side. So a lot of the issues that we've been hearing about today, he understands being on the business side. And Mayor and Council, I mean, you'll remember one of our priorities that this council adopted in our strategic plan is efficient and dependable business environment. So one of the things that Eric's going to be doing is looking at our processes, some of which we heard about today, to make sure that we are achieving that goal of a efficient and a dependable business environment. So welcome, Eric, to the team. Evan McKenzie, one of our assistant planners in community development. I don't know if Evan is here. There's Evan. Ronald Myers, Code Enforcement Officer in Community Development. I don't know if Ronald Myers is here. Michael Mulraney, Court Information System Tech 2 from the courts. Welcome.
Good.
Jason Brooks, a maintenance worker in Public Works. Welcome, Jason. Joseph McCoy, another maintenance worker in Public Works. Welcome. Kevin DeCarly, maintenance worker in Public Works as well. Robert Moraldo, maintenance worker in Public Works. Marty Soda, a parking enforcement officer in Public Works. Welcome. Austin Lee, a police recruit. I don't know if Austin is here. Curtis Espinoza, another police recruit. And finally, Julian Castro, a police officer. I don't know if any of those folks are here. But welcome to the city of Reno. We're very happy to have you. You're joining a great team. So thank you for being here. Welcome aboard.
Welcome. You're excited, right? All right.
Eric's
Well, good. Welcome. That's great. Good. Yay. We're happy to have you. Very happy.
Next, Madam Mayor, I'd like to recognize our Finance Department, which has earned a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the fiscal year ending June 30th of 2015. The Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting. So I'd like to say congratulations to Robert Chisel and his team in the Finance Department for this achievement.
Right. Congratulations.
And a friendly reminder to council and the public that we will meet 1 week from today. So it's not our normal every other week schedule. 1 week from today for our regular council meeting. This meeting, which is on June 15th, will start at noon, not at our normal 10 a.m. And this is because of conflicts that we have with some of our other regional boards. So just want to remind people it's next week at noon, not at 10. Our next regular meeting after the 15th will be on July 20th. We have a 4-week break in between council meetings, and that meeting will also start at noon and not at 10 a.m. And then our next meeting after that will be July 27th, which will start at 10 a.m. So just want to make sure the public understands our meeting schedule. There will also be a special meeting here on June 21st at noon to canvass the votes. And for information on all of our upcoming meetings, you can visit reno.gov/meetings. And finally, I'd like to recognize Microsoft Reno. Excited to announce that Microsoft will be contributing $10,000 to our City of Reno parks. More than 100 Microsoft Reno employees will be at Huffacre Park this Friday to volunteer their time to improve the park. In collaboration with Vice Mayor Oscar Delgado and our Parks and Recreation Department, Microsoft is hosting its company Day of Giving event starting at 9 a.m. The official check presentation will take place at 11 a.m. So thank you to Microsoft and Vice Mayor Delgado for helping support our parks. And Madam Mayor, that is all of the announcements that I have.
And Mr. Manager, I'll be there too, Huffacre Parks in Ward 2, and we're absolutely thrilled to have Microsoft, reaching out to help the ward. Thank you.
Yep. So Madam Mayor, next item is item A6, approval of the agenda, and I had a couple of announcements on the agenda. First item to announce is item D1, which is a presentation on the Girl Scouts crosswalk. We are waiting for them to be here. They have a short period of time, so we're going to hear that item sometime between noon and 12:30. It's my understanding that they are actually going to be on their lunch break, so it's important for us to try and hear that in that time period. Item J1, which is a proposed amendment to the restricted gaming license ordinance, will be heard at 3 p.m. Item J2 and J3, which is Sierra Summit LLC, the Summit Club Apartments, adding additional affordable housing units. J2 and J3 will be heard right after the consent agenda. Item D2, which is another presentation, just want to announce that presentation. And then we have 1 p.m. public hearings today: Nevada Street abandonment, North Valley Estates zoning change, Long Meadows Drive at Flying Force Road abandonment, and then a collective bargaining agreement with our Reno Fire Department Administrators Association. And then finally, we do have one 6 p.m. hearing today, item M1, which is the Eddy appeal.
All right.
I think I got
Anything
everything.
else?
That is it.
All right.
Second.
So I have a motion and a
Second.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks very much.
Madam Mayor, next item is item A7, approval of the minutes. We have two items. The concurrent meeting from May 2nd, 2016, and the regular Reno City Council from May 11th, 2016.
All right. Thank you very much. May I get a motion? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item B1, cash disbursements.
All right. Do any council members have any disclosures? If not, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
We will skip item D1 at this time, Madam Mayor, and go to item D2.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Bill Payne. I'm the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Biotechnology, and Natural Resources, and I have with me Robert Little of Nevada Department of Agriculture, and also Dave Shintani, who's Associate Professor of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology and Associate Dean in the college. And Dave has great familiarity, in fact, works with GMOs and can tell you about many specific aspects, including the current and especially potential uses. And I have submitted a few slides to explain in plain language what GMOs are and the traits that have been transferred to agriculturally important crops. As dean of a college dedicated to addressing issues of sustainable food production through science in the world, and as somebody who's lived overseas in many countries that are not food secure, such as Syria, Egypt, and many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, I'd like to encourage the City Council to consider the following facts. There is no science-based reason to single out GMO foods and feeds for mandatory labeling. Countless studies, and I mean more than 3,000, and official views and statements by bona fide scientific organizations, and I mean more than 240, have reinforced this. Editorials by mainstream press such as USA Today and Slate have commented on the use of what they, and I quote Slate, frauds, lies, and errors or fear-mongering by certain consumer groups. The scientific groups and scientists are not shows of Monsanto. They include American Association for the Advancement of Science, the largest scientific society in the world. They include Nature, which is arguably the most prestigious publication, and the National Academy of Sciences, which is another most prestigious groups of scientists. And they even include the Vatican. And I have 3 of those publications with me. They're just 1 pages. Mandatory labeling abandons the traditional U.S. practice of providing for consumer food preferences through voluntary product differentiation and labeling. Market-driven voluntary labeling measures are currently providing consumers with non-GE choices. So those voluntary labels are already emerging in the marketplace. The consumer has to be aware because you see strange labels such as gluten-free meat, for example, that makes no sense whatsoever. So the consumer does have to be informed. An important aspect is that study after study has shown that mandatory labeling will increase food costs. The actual amount is debatable, and that's a matter of many studies because it depends on how pervasive or invasive those labeling requirements are. But just one reason to illustrate is that since a great majority of soybeans and corn produced is now from strains that are modified by genetic methods, keeping track of which foods contain them will be expensive, require separate storage methods, and independent tracking systems. That adds cost to food. I'd like the council to bear that in mind because today, as you should know, 1 in 4 children in Nevada lives in households that cannot reliably provide 3 nutritious meals a day. Adding $300 to $1,000 a year to their bills will affect that in a negative way. Children from food insecure households are more likely to suffer health, behavioral, and developmental problems. In 2013, about 16% of Nevadans lived in a food insecure household. 1 in 7 adults must regularly seek emergency food assistance. A third of Nevadans are eligible for SNAP, or the formerly known food stamp program, and Nevada ranks 10th in the nation with respect to the proportion of seniors who are food insecure. I would also, without going into specific details, encourage you to glance at the FDA's defect levels handbooks. I won't go into specifics because there may be squeamish people here, but there are plenty of things that are legally allowed in your food, such as hair and dirt, that are not required to be labeled. One of the goals of my college, and indeed of the university, is to improve Northern Nevada's economy through knowledge, science, and technology. I submit that GMO labeling moves us in the opposite direction, and it will drive away or discourage those companies involved in biotechnology. I'd like to, finally, in closing, invite council members to be hosted at the college, and I can show you some of the real opportunities and things that are taking place using biochemistry, molecular biology, and biotechnology. I'll turn it over to Robert. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Robert Little and I'm with the Nevada Department of Agriculture. Agriculture in Nevada is very diverse and we are here today to represent all flavors of the industry. Our mission is to promote agricultural business climate that is fair and equitable. When we talk about genetically engineered foods and their labeling, a patchwork labeling system across city, county, or state jurisdiction would create an unfair business climate. Nevada's food and agricultural sector is responsible for a $2.7 billion economic contribution to our state, and agriculture and manufacturing exports out of the state are increasing from year to year. In fact, the industry was responsible for more than $300 million in exports last year, all of which stands to be disrupted by patchwork labeling requirements. As you already heard, genetically engineered foods are considered safe by the scientific community. The NDA supports a nationally standardized voluntary labeling system that encourages consumer choice. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Dr. Payne and myself would be happy to entertain any questions that you have at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus.
What is the status? Because we weren't asked by the advocates of GMO labeling to adopt a patchwork system that would apply within the city of Reno. That wasn't something we were considering. It was thrusting our support behind federal level initiatives, as part of our federal platform, because we have a federal platform that we support each year. State of Nevada probably does also. For the labeling. So a mandatory right to know labeling law that would be national in scope. A city, I think we're always going to reserve our right to, exercise our direct communication with other levels of government. And so it's not a preemption issue. It wasn't exercising that. It was, so that's where we were thinking. It wasn't, I don't know if you're confused, but it was not that we would promote a labeling within the city of Reno retail environment. But having said that, what is the status of the federal efforts? Because I had heard that there was some, it had been marked up against Congress. Do you know where that was at? It was part of maybe the Ag Bill or something? I don't know.
There was an effort to pass a national law to prevent states from enacting mandatory requirement, and that was in response to what was happening in November. That effort did not succeed, but there's still not a successful national law requiring labeling. But the fact remains that studies have shown that will increase prices.
Yeah, just from our perspective, generally, local governments, doesn't matter the issue, we don't want to be preempted. And in general, and I think states probably don't want to be preempted, so I'm happy to see that didn't pass at the federal level. Maybe I don't know, but so the state of Nevada opposed or supported the preemption then, I guess. You supported that bill. Okay, just good to know. So right now, states are free to do labeling as they require labeling as they want, and the state of Nevada would not support that.
I don't know. That's not that the state would not support labeling. We would support a standardized labeling instead of a patchwork labeling.
A voluntary labeling.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I shop at the food co-op here in Reno. It's a retail outlet, and they only carry. They went through a labeling process. They only they wanted labeling, so that if you're not labeled, we're not going to have you in. And then I think so. So you would like that voluntary effort.
Correct,
okay.
yes.
Thanks.
And those efforts are already taking place through industry. Yeah.
All right. Madam Secretary, unless there are any questions from council? Madam Secretary, public comment.
Yes, Madam Mayor, our first public comment to speak today on this item is Al Trace.
Good morning. Maybe not start my 3 minutes. Based on just what you said, maybe there's a misunderstanding about the labeling and as far as the Reno City Council wanting to go out on their own and do the labeling. But I'm here, so can I do my public comment? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So good morning. My name is Al Trace. I'm the Director of Member Services for Dairy Farmers of America, Western Fluid Group. Dairy Farmers of America is a milk cooperative owned by family farms. Dairy Farmers of America markets the milk of from the dairy farmers in northern Nevada and sells it to Model Dairy here in Reno and to our state-of-the-art facility that we invested in Fallon, Nevada. With regard to labeling, we support transparency to our consumers and believe consumers rightfully deserve to know how their food is produced. They don't deserve to be misled by claims implying that certain foods have certain benefits when in reality they do not. Anti-science positions on GMO labeling can create a perceived differentiation of products, which is being used by some to confuse consumers into paying a higher price for those products when in fact there is no differentiation. Of course, dairy cows and the milk they produce are non-GM because they have not been genetically modified. According to biotechnology experts, genetically engineered DNA has never been detected in milk from animals that are fed GMO feed. Though it's scientifically obvious, it remains important to clarify that eating feed grown from a seed that has genetically improved traits, whether through natural selection or technology, does not modify the genes of the person or the animal. Regulatory agencies, such as the United States Department of Agriculture, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Food and Drug Administration have all confirmed the safety of food and animal feed derived from GMOs. Genetically improved seed traits are designed to preserve precious resources by requiring less water and to eliminate the need and use for certain dangerous pesticides. They reduce the use of fuel in farming. Genetically improved seeds are a critical technology required to preserve precious resources, such as reducing the use of water and reducing the farming acreage needed to feed the world's population. With the world's population expected to increase by more than 2 billion people by 2050, the advancement of technology in agriculture, including the use of genetically improved traits in feed, we feel is essential. In conclusion, supporting genetically improved seeds and feeds equates to support for our precious resources and our environment, support for the belief that every child around the world should have access to abundant, healthy, safe food, and support for avoiding the conversion of a million acres of ground, including rainforest and other ecosystems. Conversely, adopting anti-science, baseless stances against GM technology inadvertently supports a direction that would cause severe harm to the environment and attacks the availability of food in the world, especially to those who are the most impoverished. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Doug Busselman, followed by John Davidson.
I got to say, welcome back, Doug. I think this is your first appearance back in Nevada.
Thank you. Yes, this is my 1-week anniversary of being back. Thank you for this opportunity to present Nevada Farm Bureau's perspective to the conversation regarding possible Reno actions for labeling genetically modified inputs for food products. We certainly understand and fully appreciate the importance of Reno citizens and consumers being confident and comfortable with their selection for food products. The topic of food labeling has been and continues to be a serious matter throughout the nation. In an ideal situation, from our perspective and based on our policy developed by our membership, Congress would take action to provide a uniform labeling system for products designated as having genetically modified input products. This uniformity would offer the ability for specific standards and consistent, meaningful information based on science. Our organization supports the idea that this labeling be voluntary along with being uniform. A hodgepodge of differing regulations and requirements from state to state cannot serve consumers well with information or affordable choices. We further support consumer-friendly science-based labeling of agricultural products that provide useful information concerning the ingredients, nutritional value, and country of origin of all foods sold in the United States. The science-based labeling policies of the Food and Drug Administration, which require that no special labeling is required unless a food is significantly different from its traditional counterpart, or where a specific constituent is altered nutritionally or in a fashion which would affect someone's allergic responses, should be done. FDA standards also take into account voluntary labeling, which uses statements that are truthful and not misleading. As you've heard, genetic modification provides many benefits for consumers, for farmers, and for the environment. While we understand the necessity of earning trust and confidence of those who our farmer members serve, producing abundant, safe, and affordably priced food, we believe that public conversation to formulate policy should be honest, science-based, and responsible. Unfounded and sensationalized claims to mislead and frighten those making food selections for themselves and their families are irresponsible and dangerous. We are willing to join in conversations to work cooperatively with others in understanding the potential for how consumers can be served with a better understanding of this issue. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much.
John Davidson, followed by Sharon Davidson.
Carrie.
Madam Mayor and council members, good morning. I'm John Davidson, representing GMO-Free Nevada and GMO-Free USA. I'm not here to debate the safety, efficacy, or science behind genetic engineering. What I will say is that the pro-GMO argument is utterly stacked against truth, transparency, and most importantly, any acknowledgement that the science is experimental, not conclusive, a work in progress, but not ready for prime time, despite the reality that some 80 to 90% of food products on the shelves contain GMOs. A devious revolving door policy at the highest levels of regulation has biotech and pro-GMO academics flowing freely between the FDA, USDA, NRC, and EPA, and back again. These individuals are responsible for both the policies governing food labeling, which GE products come to market, and how these products will be justified despite a lack of testing. In every instance, these regulatory bodies have voted in favor of those industries who have employed or subsidized their committee members without any regard for contrary scientific opinion. And it should be noted, there's plenty of contrary scientific opinion. It's time to get the wolves out of the hen house as guardians of our health. If the FDA refuses to test GE foods and accepts industry science as gospel, then we should at least be told via labeling which foods have been bioengineered so that we can make informed choices. QR codes, inscrutable symbology, or watered-down rhetoric explaining why a product is safe despite containing GMOs is not providing the information consumers want. Let's not forget that almost all GMOs are inextricably linked to Roundup and engineered to allow heavy applications of this herbicide. No matter where you stand on the GMO debate, the technology was designed to foster a pesticide-rich environment. 4 simple words on the package accomplishes our goals. Easily, contains genetically engineered ingredients. Again, contains genetically engineered ingredients. That's what we're looking for. We need to stop universities in collusion with biotech companies and the regulatory agencies from trying to force-feed GMOs to us. Let us decide how we'll feed ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Incredibly frightening.
Sharon Davidson, followed by Libby Lovig.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you. I was here several months ago as a part of a team from Label GMO Nevada. And as we asked then, we'd also like to ask now that Reno offer a statement of resolution of support for national on-package GMO labeling. This is the right thing to do and something we could all be proud of. I'd like to reference that I'm an unpaid volunteer who's been working with nonprofit groups for many, many years, educating the public about non-chemical agriculture and problems with GMOs. And I have no financial reason to be here. I'm also not here today to offer any science about this matter. Our group has already presented over 2,000 peer-reviewed studies for the public record, for the city's public record. I just would simply like to present a couple of facts. GMOs were allowed on the market by our FDA without any human safety testing whatsoever. They were simply granted substantial equivalence with other crops and allowed GRAS status, that means generally recognized as safe, usually reserved for very common food items like salt or vinegar. To this day, there have still never been any human or epidemiological studies on GMOs. Now these are unlikely to take place, as any such studies would probably not be able to clear through any IRB or ethics board. There's simply too much controversy about their safety based on countless worrisome animal studies in the literature. Also, because these various food products are not labeled, people involved in the studies and their doctors would have no idea what they might be eating. The UN has stated that GMOs have not come through with the yields they've promised, and that sustainable agriculture is actually the key to producing more food. So any so-called extra yields have been because the type of plant selected for modification was already associated with extra yields. As far as the feed the world myth we hear again and again, I'd like to point out that right now most GE crops are grown for ethanol, animal feed, or processed junk food, hardly anything that can feed the world. To close, I'd again like to reiterate our request for a statement or resolution of support for national GMO labeling, as many cities have already done. Thank you.
Thank you. Great idea.
Libby Lovig, followed by Lynn Dodge.
Good morning. My name's Libby Lovig. I'm a registered dietitian, and I'm also licensed in the state of Nevada. I've worked for the Dairy Council of Utah, Nevada for the past 20 years. My job there is as a nutrition educator to help the public and health professionals understand research that's coming out. So I'd just like to take a minute to provide some information about genetically modified organisms or genetically engineered organisms to you guys so you have it. Genetic modification or genetic engineering has been taking place for thousands of years. First, it was natural selection. And it was survival of the fittest as the plants and the animals survived harsh conditions and continued to reproduce. Farmers and ranchers and producers discovered that and have employed it and valued that as crossbreeding plants and animals to increase yield. As we face the prospect of feeding 9 billion people by the year 2050, the farmers, ranchers, scientists, and politicians must embrace new technologies that allow us to use more efficient and sustainable production methods. Genetic engineering does just that. It does what natural selection does in a much more expedient and controlled manner. It allows us to better utilize our limited resources, that being land and water, to produce enough food for the world's population. Currently, crops utilizing genetic engineering are seed corn, cotton, soybeans, sugar beets, canola, alfalfa, and small amounts of zucchini, yellow squash, apples, and potatoes. The issue of whether genetically engineered foods are safe has been well researched and documented. In May of this year, the National Academy of Science released a very lengthy and exhaustive report, 388 pages actually, on the safety of genetically engineered crops and foods. The review began 2 years ago, utilizing 50-plus researchers, scientists, and ag specialists, and they reviewed over 900 studies beginning 20 years ago when genetic engineering was in its infancy in the United States and Canada. The report found genetically engineered crops to be safe for animals and humans. There was not an increase in the incidence of cancer, obesity, type 2 diabetes, gastrointestinal illnesses, autism, kidney disease, or allergies. In other words, there was no human health effect. I am a supporter of labeling, always have been. Giving information based on science to our consumers is essential. However, there are times when labeling may give the perception that a food is less healthy. It sounds the alarm. I think this may be the case with GMO labeling. Additionally, there is a system in place for our consumers who wish to purchase non-GMO derived foods. They have the option of purchasing organically certified foods. USDA organic standards exclude the use of genetically engineered foods. The issue of genetically modified foods or genetically engineered foods has become an emotional issue and not a science-based issue. I urge you guys and everyone to review the science and make your decisions accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lynn Dodge, followed by Blaine Merkley.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Dodge, and I grew up in agriculture. I participated in agricultural education all throughout high school, and most recently graduated from the university in May with a degree in agricultural sciences. And so I've got to learn a lot about all types of agriculture, from organic to GMOs, and I support all forms. With regard to the GMO issue, I learned a couple of things that I think would inform your decision. The one thing is that GMOs are there's a scientific consensus that GMOs are safe for us to consume, and that without GMOs, we cannot feed the world's growing population. There are 1 in 6 Americans that will face food insecurity every single day, and that doesn't have to do with the abundance of food, but the cost of our food. And any sort of GMO labeling is going to increase the cost of food for our citizens. And so with that in mind, I would encourage you all to discontinue any support for GMO labeling, because it's going to increase the cost of our food and leave many of our citizens behind. Thank you.
Blaine Merkley, followed by Leah Tauken.
Hi, I apologize for the long day. You guys are troopers out here. My name is Blaine Merkley. I am the past state vice president of Nevada FFA, and am currently the national officer candidate for FFA for the state of Nevada. For those of you who are unfamiliar with FFA, FFA formerly stood for Future Farmers of America, and we're the largest youth organization in the world that represents the agriculture industry. Today, I want to, as a student at the College of Agriculture, Biotechnology, and Natural Resources here at the University of Nevada, Reno, I'm here to just share my opinion and say that, we're here to communicate, and that's what we're doing. And I'd like to communicate that GM foods and any category of foods that you buy at the grocery store are safe for you. And with that being said, on behalf of agriculture students and those going into future production agriculture and genetic engineering, we need to trust the hands that feed us and continue to educate ourselves about the agriculture industry and those that represent, and educate our city about the agriculture industry as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Leah Tauken, followed by Sandy Rowley.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Tauken with the Retail Association of Nevada. And within our membership, we represent big box stores, grocery stores, chain drug stores, convenience stores, and restaurants, all of which do provide our residents with a wide variety of food. And that's within the city of Reno, throughout the state of Nevada, and across the country. Their main priority is providing their customers with foods that are safe to eat. So I am not going to speak to the science of GMOs today, but just to the labeling component that's being addressed. And from our industry perspective, we believe that retailers and consumers need one uniform national standard for non-GMO food products. And we need a standard that provides clear criteria and definitions so that consumers have consistent and relevant information about the food products that they're buying across state lines. Otherwise, we are concerned that it would impose unnecessary costs specific to Nevada consumers. And we think that this needs to be under the purview of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, so that we don't end up with what's already been discussed as a state-by-state patchwork approach that will create confusion and chaos in the market. And it has already been addressed, but I just want to reiterate that for consumers that are concerned about purchasing non-genetically engineered foods, the USDA certified organic foods are an option, which by definition, they cannot be produced with genetically modified ingredients. And in addition to that, the marketplace is really being driven by consumers and the choices that they ask for from their food producers and their grocers. And with that, you're already seeing different labels like antibiotic-free meat or hormone-free meat. And then some eggs you'll see labeled cage-free. So as you can see, this trend continues to grow in the market. So when you do get to the point of contemplating a city policy or a resolution, again, we would just like to support your urging of Congress to find a national uniform standard. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment is from Sandy Rowley.
Good God. Okay, let me give you some facts, and I encourage you to go on the FDA, the USDA, the CDC, the World Health Organization's website to verify these facts that you've been shared. First off, UNR, the professor, all land-grant universities get huge amount of money from Monsanto, Bayer, Syngenta. Look it up. It's a fact. Monsanto advertised. Look at us, we're good people. We give the future farmers of America hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to love us. Okay, next thing. So, over 86,000 chemicals are approved by our FDA every year that have never been tested by a third party, right? It's tested by Monsanto's science department, right? It's ridiculous. I don't trust them, right? Okay. Can't save your seeds. That's a big deal. Patent on life. I'm just so mad at everything I've heard today. You have to understand that you may be making money. You may be like a millionaire from selling this crap to us, right? The big box stores. But you're harming your family as well. What you do to your neighbor down the street, you're doing to your own kids, right? Okay, take a deep breath. Okay, I work for a local nonprofit. We help organic farmers in Sri Lanka grow food without pesticides or synthetic fertilizers. These big ag companies come over there, sell them chemicals, and ruin their families. They're not this big, happy, down-to-earth family like they try to portray. One big thing they're worried about, labeling is going to cost them a lot of money. The FDA just released this month mandatory relabeling of all of your products to bold sugar and calories. You have to do that, whether you want to or not. So by adding 3 little words on your product is not going to break the bank. And again, I agree with what Sharon said. You're not feeding the world. Our third world farmers, they don't eat the junk food that you're forcing on us, right? You got obesity, you got diabetes, you got cancer, you got all of these horrible diseases. We have countries that are saying, no thanks, please send your food back to the good old USA. We don't want it. We don't want your Frankenstein food. It is not natural to take the genes from a crab and put it in a corn. Mother Nature would have never done that. Would you mate with an elephant and make a baby elephant human? And it's not going to happen. That's not natural. So I encourage you to do your own research, hop on reputable sites and learn your facts. This is your family's future at stake here. Please require them to label the foods that are GMOs. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on, we have a very special presentation. Mr. City Manager,
Item D1, Madam Mayor, update on the installation of pedestrian flags. And we have some Girl Scouts here.
We do. Good
Yay.
Afternoon, Mayor,
We have
Council,
some
City
future
Manager.
mayors in the house,
I'd like to
right?
I'd like to introduce Troop 1019. Callie Wilsey and I had the honor of working with this troop to facilitate a pedestrian flag crossing at May Ann and Avenida de Landa. So I am going to give it over to these young ladies so they can tell you how the project went.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to talk about our bronze project. My name is Ava Knutson.
I'm Priyasha Landry. I'm Sophia Rodriguez. I'm Serafina Quinez. I'm River Grade.
As you know, we've been working on our Bronze Award, which is the highest award a junior Girl Scout can earn. In early August, a girl got hit on the Mayan and Avenida de Landa crosswalk in northwest Reno. This motivated us to find a solution to prevent students and adults from being hit, or worse, even killed on this very busy intersection. We came up with the flag program in northwest Reno, Nevada. We did this because federal law prohibits a yellow light to be installed. The flag program was the best option for this busy intersection. The pedestrian flag program has proven to be successfully used by over 66 students from Billinghurst and 46 from Westergaard. We appreciate all the support we have received from the city, the council members, and Madame Mayor. The criteria for the Bronze Award is to find a problem in the community and create a solution to fix it. We as a troop have observed students using the flag program as early as 7 a.m. for middle school students, again at 8:30 for Westergaard students. Our leaders helped observe students that were released at 2 p.m. by Billinghurst. We then went back out as a troop at 3 p.m. when we were released from school. Most of the students were obedient about using the flags, but we did run into a couple of middle school girls that refused to use the flags because they felt dorky and they were acting too cool for school. Joggers often had headphones in their ears and did not use the flags. If this is to be 100% successful, it will need to be a law. Many adults and children
Right on.
Many adults and children in the community have been very helpful and have helped move the flags. We appreciate the support. We have the support of the PTO of Westergaard and Billinghurst as far as replacing missing flags. Since this program was launched on April 4th and we started it off with 30 flags, we have only lost 4 flags in about 9 weeks. It was our job to educate the students and adults on how to safely cross the street using the flags from point A to point B. We observed the crosswalk at different times during the weekends. Very few pedestrians use the flags when school is not in sessions. We as a troop have done our best to educate the students and adults about this flag program. Some middle school kids and adults have said that they will only use the flags if it becomes a law. At the Washoe County School Board meeting, making this a law was discussed with Assemblywoman Amber Joyner. Will you please assist us in making this a law? Most of the parents that we have interviewed are very happy and supportive. We have seen a lot of Westergaard students feel more comfortable and a little safer by using the flags. Since we have been collecting the data, 87% of the community has chosen to use the flags and 13% have not. You can tell from this number our program has been very successful. The 13% of students that have not used the flags have been a combination of both Westergaard students and Billinghurst students. The parents of the students of Westergaard are supportive of their child not using the flag because it is not a law. It is pretty clear that this intersection is not busy enough for a stoplight. We would like to see this program continue when school resumes in the fall. We would also like to remove the flags over the summer to prevent theft and vandalism. If this program continues, we would like the request a safety committee be formed both at Westergaard and Billinghurst. These students can help monitor the flags a couple times a week. The program may have been started by Girl Scout Troop 1019, but it really is a community and city effort to continue to be successful. If this program remains and we would like it to continue, we would appreciate each of the signs to say Troop 1019. We would like the signs to mention it's a Bronze Award and give Troop 1019 recognition. Thank you for your time.
Nice. Great job. Give them a huge round of applause. So I think this council would definitely support a resolution. It's fantastic. Fantastic. You guys are city superheroes. Very, very great. I mean, you guys, so great. Amazing. Are you proud?
Yeah.
You should be really proud. So what are we going to do about the 13%? You're going to come to the legislature with us?
Yeah. Maybe we need to do the Troop 1019L item at the end of the meeting.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I did have a couple of questions. So I have seen you all in action. I've seen you there. I've seen parents there counting. The question I have about the flags is, did you guys have to move them around? In other words, did they stack up all on one side, or did you find that they...
They did, but we asked some people who were using the flags if they would move the flags while they were walking. Like, if they were, say there's a whole bunch of flags on one point, like if you took a few and put it on the other side if it didn't have any.
To keep it kind of even, so you guys kind of had to police that. And then the other question I had for you, did anybody, because I saw you guys out there with your papers taking down notes, did anybody comment to you that because of the flag, they were more aware of the pedestrian in the crosswalk, or did you just observe students themselves felt more comfortable in the crosswalk?
No, there's a girl in my class, her little sister was the one that got hit, and she told me that she was way more comfortable using the flags walking to school, and she felt more safe.
We also interviewed a couple people and we asked them how they felt about this project and if they liked it, and we got a lot of yeses. So.
That is so awesome. That is so awesome. This is something that you all should be so, so incredibly proud of. I have a little something for all of you, by the way. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah. I enjoyed going out for your opening, remember in April when we had that, and I'm glad to hear the report that only 4 flags have been lost, so that's good. But, summer is a time where a lot of people are out, right, walking and all, and I understand you do want to take them down for the summer because you don't want them to get stolen. I'll tell you what, if you leave them up for the summer, we have some money that we can use here at the council. If any of them get stolen, I'll be able to use some of my money to buy new ones for when school starts up. So is that a deal if you guys will keep the flags out for people? Why don't you go back and think about that and let us know. And if it works out, because I'd hate to see some of the students who are just walking around or adults, they might want, particularly because during the summer those lights aren't on, so people are even maybe at more risk. So you let me know, and then we'll take it from there. Okay? Thanks.
Councilman Bobzien.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple things on this. So this is my neighborhood, and I'm through that intersection multiple times a week, not just driving, but also because I do a lot of running for exercise. A lot of my running routes are right through that intersection. So I run too fast to be able to carry the flag, but I'm always seeing them. And I feel, maybe I'm part of that 15%, but I think it's a special exception. So I think we're going to have to talk about the specifics of the legislation before we go to Carson City on this. But I think the important thing that I've observed, and this is just my one anecdotal observation, is that the intersection feels safer to me as a pedestrian because I know, I can sense when drivers are tuning out intersections and when they are not. And it does seem that while the flags are there, even if they're in the buckets, drivers sense that and they know to kind of turn on their attention for just a little bit to get through the intersection, hopefully. I would agree with Councilwoman Breckus. I kind of cringed a little bit when I heard you say that you would take the flags down for the summer. Makes total sense because you want to make sure that they're not lost and you have to maintain them. I will also pledge that every time I'm going through there, I'll try to redistribute them and make sure that they're in good shape. My worry would be that if you take the flags away for the summer, the drivers start to get lazy again, and the buckets themselves, or they might even get complacent and get a little cynical, thinking, oh, the flags, they're gone because, we knew that was going to happen. So I would almost like to see the flag stay there through the time. Mm-hmm. The other thing that I wanted to commend you on, and I hope you realize, is that this is not just about this one intersection. Councilwoman Jordan and I have been talking a lot about being able to scale this project and do more intersections across the city like this to meet our objectives when it comes to pedestrian safety. The other day, I went out and visited with a constituent in South Reno. She was very concerned about her children in the neighborhood, school children at South Meadows Parkway and Double Diamond Parkway, which is a very similar intersection to Mayan and Avenida de Landa, in that you've got school kids, it's a busy multiple lane intersection, et cetera. And while they're slated to be getting a signal sometime soon, this parent was worried that there's really nothing to cover the gap, and was very encouraged to hear about the flag program and the possibility of extending this program to that neighborhood, and then also finding a new crop of volunteers that could also help and assist and be the stewards of the flags. So you are starting a number of different ripples by dropping this pebble of action into the pond. We are big fans of Assemblywoman Joyner, and we look forward to working with her as our legislative representative to possibly take this forward. I know she's also a Girl Scout mom, and so I know her Girl Scout is going to be working on this possibly as well. So thank you guys for everything that you're doing, and can't wait to see what comes next.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with Councilman Bobsey, and he mentioned a particularly challenging intersection, which is at South Meadows and Double Diamond. And I know we have something called the Neighborhood Advisory Board, and one of the topics of conversation is what are the unsafe crossings and what can we do about it at the Neighborhood Advisory Board. And I would like to invite you, if your parents agree, and this is in the night, but to come and make a presentation to that NAB, that Neighborhood Advisory Board, because again, we've talked about that intersection, we've talked about putting a light. I'm not as optimistic as Councilman Bobsey right now that it's going to come soon. It will come eventually, but there is some controversy actually that even putting a light sometimes increases accidents at intersections, which was surprising to me to find that out. So I think your program, he had a great idea that this program could be very useful at that intersection. So if you ask your parents, see if they're open to having you come make a presentation. Callie is our liaison for that, and she would help coordinate that. And then maybe this program could be used at even other intersections as well, So thank you for what you're doing. I was a Girl Scout too. I know how important this is, to get out there and make a difference in your community.
Yay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Before they leave, could we get a picture?
Absolutely. I was just going to let Councilwoman Jordan give them their gifts.
So I just wanted to say, you girls are saving lives. You girls are totally saving lives with this initiative. And for everybody, if you've forgotten, this was $1,000. $1,000. And I think the biggest concern we had was, one, will it be effective? I think we're seeing that it certainly is driving up awareness in the area. But I think we were concerned, too, that the flags were going to disappear. And the fact that only 4 flags have gone missing is pretty significant. And you know what I think you girls can really help with, too, is changing the perception of carrying the flag. Let's start a Flag is Fabulous campaign. It's fabulous to carry that flag. So you guys should be so proud, so proud. So I have a little something for all of you. We believe in every one of you and the great job that you're doing. So we want to give you these Believe water bottles. Keep up the great work, and we really hope to take this initiative and make it even safer for everyone, all the other kids in the community across the city.
Thank you.
So you should be very proud. Have some for your parents, too.
Come on up. I'll come down there, but I want everyone to get in. Because you girls are so beautiful. How did you get so beautiful? And I remember you. High five. You remember? Yes. Future mayors, right? You look like future mayors. All right.
She wants to go down there because she's taller than them.
Yeah, that's what happened.
We've got like 8 phones. We're taking pictures.
Tell us which one to look at.
it up here. Okay, ready? One.
Go there first.
Future mayor.
Over here, 1, 2, 3.
And back over here. Got it? Cool.
I don't know if it's getting there. Yeah. Is it getting, I'm not sure if it is. Okay. Okay, it's just not popping up.
1, 2, 3.
Very nice.
It's your birthday.
Thank
Yay.
you.
Happy
You guys can't
birthday.
see it, so
Yeah,
if
it's taking it.
I'm not sure how this one works, but you have to, like, there's a menu thing. Okay.
Congratulations, girls.
Birthday. How old are you? You're 11? And you're 12. I'm gonna take off my shoes now. I'm proving it. You're so lucky. I'm envious. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday, you guys. You don't have a birthday. Yay! Yay! Let's all have a birthday. School's almost done.
That's awesome. Sorry, Jenny. All right, here we go. We are going to move to consent agenda right now. Do that. Let's move to consent agenda, and then we are going to hear item J2 and J3 because we have a guest here from the state, so I don't want to delay any further. So let's get started. All right, does council have any items to pull?
Just a clarification, item E5, I don't know if y'all got a memo, but Mr., did we pull that already? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Kazmierski asked that we pull it for a period of time. I don't know if you saw that. There's some.
So you can make changes in agreement.
Yeah.
Changes?
Yeah.
All right, so you want to pull what?
Just move item E5 or withdraw or pull item E5.
On the
'cause-
consent agenda.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we pulling it to make changes to
Yeah.
it, or are we, okay?
Pulling it to, not to discuss, but to, unless anyone else wants to
He
discuss.
wanted to bring it at a later date is the memo that we got, the email we got.
So we're continuing it then?
Continuing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we will continue that item. Are there any other items that council would like to pull?
I'm not sure if E1C, if we want to talk about it during the consent agenda, or if we want to talk about how the proposed ordinance on gaming will affect this license's status in that new gaming regulation. This is a change of ownership for restricted gaming, and we're looking at an ordinance today about restricted gaming, and just, I don't know whether we have that discussion during that ordinance or as part of this approval. I don't have a problem with the approval, I just want to make sure it's clear how they'll be affected under the new ordinance.
Well, why don't we wait until we get to that item? All right, thank you so much. Okay, so I have no other items that would be pulled. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item E5, which will be continued to a later date, and with the exception of E1C1, which will be considered at the end of this meeting. Does that capture what you were hoping
I
for?
think just the effect. I don't have a problem with the approval of it. It's just that I want to make sure that it's clear how, if the new ordinance is enacted, how that effect will be on this change of ownership. Whether it's a existing license that fits
Okay.
under the ordinance, or if it's a new license.
Okay, so I guess I'll just,
Yes, right.
oh, okay.
Let's just
Okay, so I'm,
approve it.
okay.
And then when we get there, then we can address it.
Okay, I'll move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of E5 that's moved to a later date.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Secretary, any public comment on this item?
None at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Now we are going to skip through the agenda to item J2 and J3, correct?
Need a quick break.
We lost our quorum.
Okay.
So we were going to take a 5-minute recess. We lost our quorum. Oh, never mind. We're going to come right back.
Oh, wait. There goes Jenny.
Exactly. Thanks, you guys. All right, let's bring this meeting back to order. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to make a disclosure, fellow city council members and Madam Clerk. This is for item J2, J3. Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sferraza on this matter. I've sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. Currently, she is neither my employee nor my campaign manager. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. The public policy of the state favors the right to perform the duties for which the public officer was elected or appointed, and to vote or otherwise act upon a matter, provided the public officer has properly disclosed the potential conflict. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record. Moving on.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. These projects that are the subject of J2 and J3 are in my ward, and I requested that these items be placed on the agenda due to the time-sensitive nature. My understanding is that J2, sub 2, could be pulled off this agenda because this council does not have jurisdiction over that item, in that wastewater would be provided to this development by the county, not the city. But I think the other items are things that need to come before us. There was a request to add additional affordable units into the Sierra Summit LLC Summit Club apartment project by 38 to a total of 155. And they, I guess, discussed this with the state of Nevada, who recommended a $1 million loan to the organization to facilitate that. And at the same time, my understanding is that the company in return requested, just to give full disclosure, requested that the sewer fees be deferred until the last unit was constructed. We're not going to talk about the deferral of the sewer fees. Again, that's in the purview of the county. But I do want to let the council know that I would support adding the additional affordable units and amending the development approval, which was passed some time ago, as well as supporting this acquisition of this loan from the state. So I think we should hear from the applicant, but I just want to explain why I put this or requested that this go on the agenda.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Two, I would like to say that, We adopted the Planning Commission's recommendation of incentives to promote infill development. And while this is not what I would deem infill development, I do believe that there is a discussion that we have discussed, a conversation to be had about what role these fees and the timing of fees would have on that sort of development. And maybe affordable housing could be part of that mix if we went that way in a policy framework. And I think we certainly have enough policy basis to do that for affordable housing in addition to the infill housing. So I would like to see this conversation fast forwarded. I'm always uncomfortable when a discussion comes up about an incentive or a subsidy for one operator or development rather than the groundwork being done for a broad policy. And while I understand this is the county sewer treatment plant, and so the item's not going to be discussed, I'd like to encourage staff to move in a timely fashion to lay that groundwork so that if someone else comes forward, we're not looking like we're just working a project and incentive for one party, but rather we're laying the framework for a broad public policy that all could avail themselves to who have developments that meet those policy objectives.
And if I may respond, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar.
I think that's an excellent point, and there's always got to be a first. Somebody, it has to start somewhere, and we rarely have all policies in place at all times ready to take on all things. So there's always going to be a first or a second before we get our policy framework together. I know that Madam Mayor and our Vice Mayor have jointly proposed an item to, in fact, provide some kind of incentives for infill and affordable units. And so I think that policy discussion is coming right up very shortly. So it's, in fact, probably being agendized, for something this summer. So I think those are great points, Councilwoman Breckus, that, we need to have that policy discussion. But we have so many things on the table. A lot of times we don't take those things up until there's something in front of us that's saying, hey, time to have that conversation. So I think we're kind of here now. And we've received this request. So I think that we need that very vigorous debate. I don't know that I totally agreed with the applicants about the timing of when or what, they're not asking to defer the sewer fees forever. They proposed a certain concept. I think if that had been in front of us, we would have bounced around a lot of different ideas about what might be best appropriate. And I hadn't made up my mind totally, but I do think we need to move forward with the policy discussion, and I do think we should hear from the applicants about the need and the timing for this at this moment,
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. I would agree with you, but I also would like to urge this council when it comes to affordable housing and workforce housing. This is an initiative that this whole council wants to see expedited, and this is an issue that we continuously see. So, so I just wanted to make everyone aware that we need to really pay close attention and to help these houses come to fruition.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So, any more questions? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I do have a question. What is the construction schedule on this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. The construction schedule for Sierra Summit, we should be breaking ground probably in August, September is what we're looking at on grading. First units to drop lumber probably the first quarter of next year, and occupancy in 2017.
So occupancy, how many multi-unit structures will you have with this project?
I believe there's 32 structures, if my memory serves me, and we'll be building them in phases. But we want to have continuous occupancy all the way through the end of the project.
You mean from the first time the first unit?
From the first unit moves in, we shouldn't have any gaps and stopping, starting. So it'd be a continuous building after building after building.
So do you have any estimated completion date?
We're probably looking at 2.5 to 3 years is what we're looking at total from the day we start grading.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions?
I would just like to hear from the applicant about, the
yeah,
timing,
I will.
the need.
No further questions? All right. Why don't you come back up? And I think you have brought someone from the state?
Yes, I have. Colleen Platt is the attorney for the State Housing Division, and she's here today to assist in any explanations and questions.
Okay, thank you very
So,
much.
you bet. Thank you. And I will say this is completely unfair to have to follow the Girl Scouts.
I know, right?
Yeah.
By design, we do that too.
If they would have brought cookies out, I would have walked out the door. So thank you again, Madam Mayor, City Council members, for letting us come and I think share some exciting news for you. It's probably a little awkward sometimes when somebody says, hey, we have approved projects and now we want to do more affordable housing, or I should say workforce housing is what we call it. So I think it's an exciting announcement to make. I wouldn't want to follow the Girl Scouts with any kind of negative news. So I can tell you today, since we had our approvals granted by the Planning Commission and the support of the City Council on this project, our phone has pretty much gone nonstop from the city of people calling the city of how do I get on a list to get one of these workforce housing units. And it started weighing on us a little. I think that the council members and the mayor came to us and said, can you guys do workforce housing? We need it. We need it. We need it. We need it. We started out with 498 units of market rate housing when we started this project. And hence, after some looking at what we were doing, looking at what the city's needs are, we needed workforce housing. We're a huge proponent of doing workforce housing in different levels, whether it's 30%, 50%, and these new units would be at 60% of AMI. I think that that's a huge step. So in doing that, I went down and spoke with C.J. Manente, Michael Holliday, and others with the state housing and said, what if we came up with additional workforce housing? We're currently at 117 units, or 20% workforce housing, and we said, what if we threw another 38 units in there, taking the total to 155 workforce housing units? And no surprise, they said, we love it. We said, to do this, we need some help. And that's what we're here to talk about today. We talked about doing with them about figuring out how to get us another $1 million loan. Through their efforts, they came up with a way to, I believe, grant, I don't want to say the wrong thing here, grant the money to the city of Reno, and the city of Reno would loan the money to us under terms to be worked out with staff, I believe is where we're at. So basically, we're adding another 38 units to the project. We also recognize that we want these units to be more for families. And so these are going to be all two-bedroom units to encourage families. We think it's great that we have a great school district, a great A location down at South Reno at the Summit Club. Let's see. They brought up the sewer fees. That's the other part of the Oreo that we're working on. Is that I think Des Craig even said, how do you do this with $1 million? And you know, we have talked to Bill Thomas and the assistant city attorney of figuring out a way to not subsidize right now. We're not talking about subsidizing sewer fees or fees in general to affordable applicants. Actually, Des Craig came to us, I think directed by the city council, to figure out how do you incentivize more affordable housing, more workforce housing for the city of Reno. We've come up with several ideas, and it's hence brought on this right now, a deferral of the sewer fee, which is a big fee, really needs to be looked at. For a 500 square foot unit or a 5,000 square foot house, it's the same fee. So I won't get on my soapbox and talk about that right now. I think it's being addressed. But our financing, how we do these projects, it's very integral of how we can provide more. And that's what we are trying to do. And so if we can get a deferral, not a subsidy on this project right now, unless things change, but if we can get a deferral to the end of the project, then, and we put the $1 million with it, we can bring you 38 more workforce housing units. You know, I ask you today to support this. I think it's a great thing for Reno. As you know, besides schools, workforce housing is at the top of our list for Sierra Summit. And I would like to thank Des Craig for working with us, CJ Menente, Michael Holliday, Fred Off, Bruce Breslow, Bill Thomas, and his staff. And we hope that you support that. I'd like to ask, if you don't have any more questions of me, or I'm happy to come back up, to ask Claudia Platt, the counsel for the Nevada State Housing Authority, to address what we have put together. You may have questions, you know, for her. And again, we believe in Reno. We appreciate everything and the support that we get from the City Council, our ward council person, and staff, Claudia Hansen, their group. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
All right. Any questions, council members? Councilwoman Breckus.
You know, I do hope the county, which is under the same Nevada revised statute obligation to, you know, provide affordable housing, will be receptive to your sewer requests. My understanding, the limited bit I know about building affordable housing is the deferral would help you go through the construction loan period, and then those costs would be able to be rolled into the permanent loan, right? So that's the, mechanically, it's kind of helpful that way in the lending environment, right?
Yeah, that is correct. That's a good question, too, because that's what Des Craig was saying. How does this work? You know,
Yeah.
Why would you want to do this? Well, we want to do it because it's the right thing to do. And two, we have the ability to do it with different financing mechanisms. And so deferring the $5,600, I can't remember the exact number, for the sewer fee is basically just equity. It's equity that comes out of our pocket up front for doing the affordable units. We're not asking for a deferral on the market rate units. We're asking for the deferral on the affordable units. And so if you can do the math, you know, 155 times $5,600, it's money that we can get stabilized and stabilize rents. And then when the permanent financing kicks in, it reduces our equity requirement, allowing us to do this.
Yeah, I think it's something we would definitely, if the enterprise fund laws allow us to do it, I think that for affordable housing would be a very good approach for us to take. So I thank you for bringing that idea to us. I may have some other questions about the low-income trust fund as after Madam Attorney addresses us, so thank you.
One other thing that I might want to address is that I think that a lot of the questions always come up is, what happens if the sky falls, okay? How do we get our money, right? And so we worked with the assistant city manager, and we pledged that we would put up a performance bond that would be in the city's name. I don't know, Bill, if I have that correct, but that it would guarantee that on that last building that those fees would get paid. So we're putting our money where our mouth is, and we'll back it with a bond.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, on that point, I mean, I think the point is, what if you didn't build all 34 or 32 structures? What if you only built 15? You know, what if something happened with the company? How does that get paid if you haven't paid it up front? And I think that's what you're speaking to.
That is what I'm speaking to.
Presuming if they all get built, you're going to pay it. But if something happened and you were unable to financially, there would be a guarantee, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there would be a guarantee. I hadn't really thought about it, you know, stopping in the middle of the project, but I'm sure we can work that out with the assistant city attorney, and assistant city manager. We're happy to address that.
And I had one question for Mr. Thomas, if I may. And that question is on J2, where we say incorporate an additional 38 affordable units into the project. Do we have to do something with the permit that's already been issued, or the planning approval to actually incorporate them?
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. No, your entitlement doesn't change in any way because it's based on the number of units.
Okay.
What you'll be seeing coming forward is ultimately, and I think maybe Colleen will talk to that if you have her talk, we will need an agreement between the city and the state, and ultimately Chip's group, on the extra $1 million.
Right, so
that'll
that's
be coming
item
to you at a later
J3.
date.
That's,
Right.
item J3 is to
But
potentially
there's
do that.
nothing on
agreement.
J2 that we need in terms of
Okay,
action.
well, just to incorporate, I mean, I think it's more information for us.
That's correct.
More than a change to approval that's already happened.
That's correct. Yes.
Because I think what you're saying is in the approval, we didn't specify that there must be 117 affordable units? Or did we specify an actual number? I don't think so, but.
So in our entitlement, we would not typically do that.
Right.
We would do it under the home. Anytime there's money involved, then there would be the commitment.
Right.
So our home funds would be tied to a specific project. And so we'll go back and revisit whether that needs to be adjusted. I would think it doesn't.
Okay.
Certainly it would be nice, but it's not required because we already committed the money for the number they have right now.
Right, so that kind of stands alone, and then this is a new unit.
That's correct.
Under a new development or a new agreement. Okay, thanks.
Madam Mayor, Chip Bowlby for the record. One clarification is that these aren't 38 additional units. We are converting the market rate units into affordable workforce housing units. So I just wanted to clarify that. Also, I wanted to clarify, I said Claudia Platt, it's Colleen Platt from the state. I apologize for that. I'm pretty good at messing up names lately, aren't I, Jeff? So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
No? Oh, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. Maybe staff can answer this for me as well. So at this point, what we're doing is we're giving direction to staff to move forward with coming back with parameters of this potential delay of collection of the sewer fees. Is that?
No.
You're not in this case because Washoe County is the only one who can grant that request. So if Washoe County enters into an agreement with Sierra Summit LLC, then we would honor that in terms of our permitting. But there's nothing required by the council at this point related to the sewer.
So on item J3, though, we would need to, and I'll make a motion separate on that, to pass through this grant award that's being offered by the state, would come to the city. We would be directing staff to develop an agreement with Sierra Summit LLC and to negotiate the terms. And that's what that's the action that we would be taking under item J3. I think under J2, since there was a determination we don't need to take an action, we won't be taking an action.
Okay. So then
We're
maybe
just
my
discussing.
questions are for J3 then.
Yeah, let's close out J2.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that would be a good idea.
Show
Since we don't have to, I mean, we kept
We
J.
opened them together.
What's that?
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we
Oh,
did.
okay.
But just to, again, to confirm, we don't need to take an action to change an entitlement or to change any other agreement
That's
under
correct.
J2.
That's correct.
Okay. So focusing on J3, maybe we could hear from Colleen.
Good afternoon, members. Is it on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm happy to answer any questions, but the impetus is a grant from the Division of Low-Income Housing Trust Funds to the city, and then the city would then enter into negotiations with the developer for the terms of that grant. Likely, it would be a 3% interest loan, which would be repaid back at the end of the paid developer fee, and then there's another financing called the GAP loan that the division is also extending to the borrower at this time. And then at that point, when all of those two loans are paid, the repayment of this particular loan would then commence.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Ms. Platt, thank you. Why don't you explain to us what the low-income housing trust funds are, the source of the origin of the money, and let us know if this is a new project or program that the State Housing Division has, adopted.
I'm going to have to get back to you on the trust fund source
Okay.
of
Okay.
the funding source from there.
Okay.
I deal mainly with what happens to the money
Okay.
afterwards.
What I understand is that low-income housing trust funds, I don't know if they come to the state from real estate transfer funds or something. There's a pot of money, and the state is now looking at it in a new and different way. I had a discussion with CJ Manathi about maybe 6-9 months ago, just really quick conversation, and she said she was starting to use the low-income housing trust funds in a new way down south. And I said, hey, we want some action up here. So I would be interested maybe at a later date for for us to understand more about the eligibility of those funds to blend with the other funds that the state and that we administer that are federal in origin, to understand how those can help be a layered subsidy in the projects that we want, and also to understand if there's a way, one of our big project priorities is housing the coming out of homeless, the transitioning from homeless with the social services needs and all. Although this is a big priority too, because a mixed income project is something that's also been lacking in the portfolio of affordable subsidized projects here. But I would like to have us understand a little bit more information, and maybe, when we get the term sheet, understand that too. Thanks.
Yeah, so I have a draft of the term sheet right at this moment that the division was able to email me this morning. But I can speak to CJ Manthe and Michael Holliday to come back to the council to present some information regarding the trust funds.
Okay, thanks.
So can you tell us about the terms?
Sure.
The big
So
question
this-
I have is if you give us a grant, the city,
Yes.
and we give them a loan, who are they paying back? The city or the state?
We are going to be working with the city to negotiate those particular terms. But ideally, I think what would happen is that the loan would be repaid. The city acts as a pass-through, so the city's going to be a beneficiary as well as the division. And so to replenish those trust funds, you would likely have to make payments when these payments start to come in to that
We
grant.
would forward the money back to you?
Yes.
Including the 3% interest, I guess, or whatever you were mentioning?
Yeah, so the terms these are just draft at this point. So there's a 3% interest will accrue. There's an annual payment date, and then the payment would begin upon repayment of the deferred developer fee, as well as the what's called the GAP loan.
Madam Mayor. So J3 is about negotiating that agreement, so I think we're getting ahead. We're asking staff to go ahead and negotiate that agreement, so we're getting way ahead of the 8 ball on that. A question I got for you, Bill, if you can, real quick. If the county was not to grant the deferral of the sewer fees, is there another way we could address that issue as we move forward, so that they can move forward with the project and they don't have to figure out another financial model? Is there another alternative if the county doesn't grant those fees?
There are certainly
deferrals?
alternatives, but I'd be hesitant to say what they might be before we talk to the county.
Okay, so
The bond, the letter of credit is, for example, is an option that maybe the county would consider if we were the ones holding it and we backed it up. I don't know. I just, rather than speculate on what those might be, I can simply tell you that we would pursue other avenues.
And then one other thing I want to make sure is clarified on the record. This is not a subsidy. This is a loan. And I know that this is a loan that's got a lower interest rate attached to it than maybe market because of what it's being used for, but it is not a subsidy. It is a loan. So I want to make sure that's clear on the record, because I've heard subsidy said several times today, and there's a total different model here if it's a subsidy as to the fact that this is a loan that the developer will repay, and however the model comes out under J3 that repayment is done, it's still going to be a loan that's repaid. So thank you.
Backed by pass-through grant.
The person who's ultimately responsible is nodding his head that it's a loan, so.
I guess just to get our terminology clear, it is a subsidized housing project. Okay, so whether or not this is grant is a subsidy, and that's what housing is when you have government money in. It's subsidized. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. So anyway, the pro forma, because this has already been underwritten for tax credits, did it show the developer fee permanently deferred, or when does the developer fee kick in the affordability period?
So the developer fee is usually paid starting when there is what's called excess cash flow.
Yeah.
And believe at this point, we're still under certain negotiations.
Okay.
Because there's, the division is providing what's called a gap loan. You spoke to different policies that this division is taking forward, and this happens to be one of them to bridge the gap
Okay.
between conventional financing to just kind of fill in some of the holes that are there. And so the division is putting in a $3 million loan that we will negotiate with how that is repaid. And so generally what it has been in the past, and again, I'm just talking about, this is hypotheticals, is that when there's excess cash flow, 50% of that excess cash flow will go towards the developer fee, and then 50% will go towards that gap loan. But that's still in the negotiation phase
Okay.
at this time.
Okay. I guess in general, and this is my big concern, and I think it should be a concern of this council, and I am very optimistic and hopeful that this project goes. I really am. But we have committed, I think, $1 million in home funds. And excuse me, Mr. Attorney, could you rise and tell me?
Greg Salter, Deputy City Attorney, $1,305,000.
Okay, $1,305,000 for which year allocation? 16?
There's a $1,060,000 that is from previous allocations, and then we've got another $245,000 out of the next year's allocation.
So there's a forward commitment for next year's.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so under the terms of the home program, does that money, if the project doesn't hit certain viability thresholds, how long does that, is it like CDBG? We struggle with CDBG money here that I don't even want to know how old it is, but I know HUD's not happy about it. Does home fund money, if the project doesn't progress, get to be reallocated? What are the home regulations?
You mean if we don't advance all of the money?
Well, if the project doesn't break ground in this time frame he's talking about, say it's delayed a year, is it just tied up then? And then other housing developers who want to meet some of our other objectives, like building the transitional housing from homeless, housing project, are sitting there looking at $1.2 million hanging out for 2-3 years. And that would be, to me, not me advancing our goals. So I'm just wondering.
We do have drop dead dates in our agreements, and we have one with Summit, but I can't remember what it is right now, but we've taken that into account, that the funds revert back if they're not advanced within a certain period of time.
Okay, and those are home regs, or those are City of Reno?
It's it's a home consortium.
Okay, under the federal home guidelines?
Yes.
Okay. And tax credit works the same way? If a project does not advance, then there can be a reallocation back?
Yeah, so these are 4% tax credits, so they act a little bit differently than the 9%. So there is a little bit different, but I believe there's a 2-year placed in service date on this one. So that could result in a recapture of tax credits.
Okay, and my understanding is that if the project doesn't advance, then the money reallocates on a statewide basis, not back to a Northern Nevada basis. Is that correct also?
So again, we're talking about the 4% tax credit. So that's a statewide program. And so those aren't, the 9% are the ones that are geographically isolated based on the QAP.
Okay.
So the 4% act a little bit differently. They're kind of statewide. We have a bigger pot of money there because it's a 4% tax credit as opposed to a 9%.
Okay. Those are my concerns. I don't want to be belittling this project. I don't want to be against it, but I want to make sure that money is not held in reserve for this project for a period of time. It sounds like a lot is in flux, and if it doesn't go, then we're not getting the homes out that we need out into the community. So anyway, I'd like to see if we've advanced with term sheets to make sure that we are very clear about what the timeframes are. Thank you.
And it sounds like the city and the state, both the city and the state, have put in good safeguards so that the money is used for purpose. And if it doesn't get under construction, those have reversionary clauses. And I like that. I mean, that is an impetus to get going.
Yeah, and those are found in what's called the QAP. And so there's certain guidelines that have to be met statutorily.
So whenever you're ready, Madam Mayor, I'd be ready to make a motion.
I'm ready.
I'm saying whenever.
Madam Mayor, if I can, maybe
if there's other questions.
The motion, just quickly, given the council's interest in this issue and some of the items you've said in the past, we are tentatively set, I think, for August 3rd to do a workshop with you on affordable housing. So that will be your opportunity to look at it absent a project to look at all these issues that are being raised today in terms of what are the funding sources and how do they work.
Mr. McKenzie, did you have no more comment? Okay, well, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move item J3, acceptance of a pass-through grant award from the Nevada Housing Division Low-Income Housing Trust Fund to provide a loan to the Summit Club Apartments and the Sierra Summit LLC in the amount of $1 million and potential and direction to staff to negotiate all terms of the loan with the Sierra Summit LLC and the Nevada Low-Income Housing Trust Fund to include interest and amortization period with final approval by the Nevada Housing Division of the loan.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any discussion? No discussion? All right, motion carries, passes unanimously.
All right. Great.
All right.
Good work. Thanks for bringing this to us.
All right, at this time, we are going to take a lunch recess. So we will be back in 45 minutes.
Oh.
All right, Mr. City Manager.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we are going to go to our public hearings. First item is item F1.
All right, thank you. We will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, and no correspondence was received on this.
All right, thank you very much. Any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment on this.
That being said, I am going to hand it over to our city attorney. Do you have to read it?
Yeah, I don't need to read this item,
No?
Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right. Council desire staff presentation?
I wouldn't mind seeing a presentation of what is being abandoned on the aerial photo. Ms. Monzo?
Good afternoon, Mayor Shivi and council members. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. So you want the ortho?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, do you mind?
I'll throw that down in case we need it. Excuse me one moment. Okay, wonderful. So the general area of abandonment, I apologize, I don't have the display that has
Yeah,
the
okay,
area, but
okay.
the general area of abandonment starts at the northern property line at University Terrace, extends 10 feet toward Nevada Street, and then 110 feet south to just about the edge of the carport that's currently located on the property. And so that's the area. It's a 10-foot wide by 110-foot long area.
Have sidewalk in place on Nevada Street on that side of those properties? Is there sidewalk there?
Not on this side of the street. On the west side, as you can see with this aerial photo, there is a landscape strip or parkway strip and sidewalk existing. As a part of the request, the applicant had originally requested a 20-foot wide area to be abandoned. And in evaluating the request, we determined that in the future, if this property does develop, it would be consistent with the surrounding areas to maintain the public right-of-way to allow for the parkway strips and sidewalk to be maintained in the public right-of-way area.
So the property line will be back of curb now, or how far back from back of curb will the property line be? Are we reserving sidewalk area on this east side of the street?
Yes, we would be reserving the 10-foot for from back of curb for sidewalk and landscaping.
Okay, and what about the portion over on University Terrace? Are we reserving any of that? Do we have sidewalk? We don't have sidewalk on that side, do we?
There's not any sidewalk, and the point of abandonment ends at the property line on University Terrace.
Oh,
so-
okay, okay. You know, and the property owner is what? Because did one person buy these two properties?
Currently, the 3 parcels that are depicted on the site plan are owned by the same person.
Okay. You know, I feel like it's a big privilege to give away right-of-way back to people, and sometimes we should be requiring something in return. And I don't think it unreasonable for the council to say, time to put sidewalk in, or time to plant some trees. So I don't know. I mean, and I'm also concerned that we keep getting these abandonments, and then we see parallel development processes going through. And so what has been told to you about what is going to go on with this property? Because the third parcel is undeveloped, right?
That's correct. It is undeveloped. We, at the same time that we're evaluating the abandonment, we have received a request for a boundary line adjustment to eliminate the parcel line that separates the house from the existing deck. So this would end up being one parcel. and the vacant property would be contained within this area identified here.
Yeah, and then maybe we'd see apartments being built and a site plan review or something coming forward, right?
It's possible. The vacant property has a pretty good grade change to
Yeah.
it. So
Yeah.
if a developer does find that it's beneficial to develop, we may see an application come in for that.
Is the applicant here to discuss the plans for the property?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, well, let's hear what the plans for the property are. I feel like we're seeing a lot of abandonments, and we're seeing them in a vacuum with other plans for development, and we're not understanding the full scope of the properties as they build out and what we're saying. Hi.
Hi there. Presently, 760 Nevada Street is a fraternity house. It's called AE Pi, and they have a long-term lease. We don't anticipate developing the top 2 parcels. The house on the corner was built, it's the old Semenza house, and it was built in 1917. And then the one next to it, Mr. Semenza built that for his family. It's the old Semenza mansion. And we've remodeled it. We've put $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 in it to make it really nice. We put $9,000 in a deck. In fact, we put a lot of nice lawns and sprinkler systems and drip systems all on your property.
Oh,
because we
okay.
didn't know at that time that it was all on your property.
Because
So-
the aerial didn't show any of the landscaping.
Well, can you see where the little dots are up there? And you see where the property line actually lies? The property line actually lies you actually own a portion of the step on that 764
Okay,
Nevada
okay,
Street.
okay.
So we had asked for the 20 feet to take it out
Okay.
to the curb
Okay.
because we thought that was logical, and that is now planted and has sprinkler systems and all that sort of thing. But we get the idea that you want to reserve that in case. I can't imagine anybody tearing those beautiful homes down, but
Yeah, well, we could.
yeah, probably.
So I'm glad to know that we're not doing an abandonment that is associated with someone's plans to demolish some
Oh, no, no.
19.
No, the abandonment, you can see where the concrete walks were. I put in $1,800 worth of concrete
Okay.
walkways. Quite a bit of that's also on your, I'm
Okay.
improving your property. You should
Okay.
be very pleased.
Yes, that's a good fullness of the story, because it would concern me if there was maybe a demolition permit upstairs at
Oh,
the
no,
same
no,
time.
no.
So
Not
okay,
even.
thank you. Thanks. Good luck with
Okay.
the project.
All right. Any more questions? from
Madam Mayor,
council?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. Go right ahead.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. City Manager.
Item F2, Madam Mayor, North Valley Estates zone change.
All right, thank you very much. I will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
All right, thank you very much. Any public comment on this item?
None at this time.
All right,
Ordinance introduction, Bill number 6973, case number LDC 16-00056, North Valley Estate Zone Change. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.0 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning 2 contiguous parcels totaling 20.12 acres west of the intersection of Pan American Way and Terra Court, 9325 and 9355 Pan American Way, from medium-density suburban to single-family residential, minus 4,000 square feet, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
all right, thank you very much. Council, do you wish to have a staff presentation? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. City Manager.
Madam Mayor, we're on item F3.
All right, thank you very much. We will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
All right, thank you. Any public comment?
None at this time.
All right.
Case number ABN 16-00005, Long Meadows Drive at Flying Horse Road, abandonment, resolution number 8210, determining that pursuant to NRS 268.050, reconveyance of a portion of a street easement known as Flying Horse Road, offered for dedication to the city of Reno on track map 4802, rejected by the city of Reno on track map 4802, but the offer deemed to remain open pursuant to NRS 278.390, located on a portion of a parcel 165-112-26, is in the best interest of the city of Reno and its residents, and directing the mayor to offer the reconveyance and execute a deed if the offer is accepted.
All right, thank you very much. Does council like a staff presentation? None? May I get a motion, please? Ward 3. That would be, sorry, David, or Councilman Bobzian. Goes to at large. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item F4, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Thank you very much. Any public comment?
None at this time.
All right. Staff presentation.
Good afternoon. Robert Chisel, Director of Finance and Administration for the record. Before you today is the tentative labor agreement with the Reno Fire Department Administrators Association, also known as RFDAA. This tentative agreement has been approved by their membership and is being presented for consideration and possible approval by council. This is a 3-year agreement that will cover the period from July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2019. The proposed contract agreement helps address the city's long-term future liabilities. In regards to the public employees retirement system, this proposal splits future PERS increases and decreases between the city and the association and the employee. The contract does contain a 2% pay rate increase effective July 2016. The prior rate increase for this group was in 2008. There are no additional increases in the 3-year contract. In addition, it establishes a total of 4 steps for which each step has a 3% differential. It's noted most contracts have a 5% differential, and this is only a 3% differential. Other changes include the cash out provision for sick leave at 90%. The IAFF, the other association associated with firefighters, is at 100% cash out. In addition, these employees are currently allowed to do holiday pay at the scheduled shift, and military leave will comply with state and federal laws. The prior contract that was approved last year split the OPEB and for future employees. In the spirit of cooperation and the substantial past concessions during the recession, the leadership has shown helped the city in its long-term funding liabilities, and I would like to personally thank Chief Layton and the members of the RFDAA for what I thought was a very good negotiation and helpful and productive. And I'd be here for your presentation or for your questions or your consideration.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, quick question. You said that they went to the 4 steps. What was it before?
1 step.
Okay. 1 step?
One step. There was only 1 step.
You were like a
One.
battalion chief,
Yep.
junior or senior or
Just
something?
1 step.
Okay. Oh, there was no.
No, there was battalion chiefs, division chiefs, and fire marshal.
Got it. No steps. It was 0 steps.
Yeah.
Okay. So now they have an opportunity as they get more experience under their belt.
And they will evolve and increase, yes.
Okay. And
which is
just
fairly common in the government operation.
right. So I'm sure others want to speak to this as well, but I just want to do a shout out that I really appreciate the leadership of our chief and the senior staff. And I mean, to not have a pay raise since 2008, what are we, 7 years? You know, I think, and this is a very reasonable one at 2%.
Yep.
This is not 10% or 8% or any number like that. So, and splitting the PERS, I think all of these are great things. So I'm sure others want to comment too, but I'm glad to see this get put to bed so easily.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
And I want to give a big shout out to our bargaining team. I'm always amazed when I see Mr. Chisel up here 1 month,
presenting the whole budget, doing all his financial administrative duties, and then, sewing up bargaining group, like superhero. So great job. Thank you. And the team that backs you up. Yes, you always give credit to them. The steps. What I remember, one of the bargaining groups we had where the steps were going to be at the discretion of the city manager because we threw in some extra steps or something.
You're probably referring to REPG Pro has a couple steps that are at the discretion of the city manager.
Yeah, what was the thinking on that? Why did
the alignment of the salary was out of kilter with what the pay for that position would be according to the salary schedules we have done with the comparable other government entities in the private sector.
So we wanted to put an extra lock into the steps because we felt but
it was for new, not existing. It was
for new people coming up. Now these 4 steps, how is the step award given or contemplated through either the contract or other personnel?
They would have to have a positive review.
Annual review
saying that they have been meeting standard or above and performing. So it's a merit. So based on merit.
But is it automatic then?
No, they would need to get to review.
Get to review, but upon review, is it automatic? It is.
Yes.
So
if they have a positive review, they will automatically get that step increase.
Okay, so in 4 years,
they would be topped out.
They're topped out. And and the top is how much above the top range that we have now?
Well, it's 3% for each step, so you're looking at 9%.
So we're looking at increasing the top range 9%.
Correct.
But that 9% would not be reached till
year 4.
Year 4. Okay.
Based on your anniversary date of promotion.
Effective date of the contract.
Yeah. So for instance, if my anniversary date was August 1st, where I got hired in, it would be August 1st of each year.
Uh-huh.
So.
That first year would come the first step?
The first year or whenever future years are going. Yeah.
So if it goes into effect August 1st, it's not like that step kicks in August 2nd. That person would have to wait for a review. For a year.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Any other questions?
If you want one.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve item F4.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. City Manager.
Madam Mayor, we're on ordinance adoption, item G1.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do you have any public comment on this item?
Do not, Madam Mayor.
All right, I will send it to City Attorney Carl Hall.
Thank you. Ordinance adoption, bill number 6403, case number LDC 16-00051, South Meadows, Phase 3, PUD Amendment Planning, Unit K1, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Section 18.08.102B.1337 to change the text in the PUD design standards to South Meadows Phase 3 Plan Unit Development Design Guidelines to replace the development standards for a plus or minus 7.1 acre portion of the Planning Unit K1 to allow for a mix of residential and non-residential uses and maximum 55-foot tall buildings located plus or minus 250 feet east of Double R Boulevard, plus or minus 575 feet south of the intersection with Sand Hill Road, and adjacent to the west side of Lake South Meadows in a PUD zone, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from council?
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve this ordinance adoption for this South Meadows Phase 3 PUD.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I also wanted to give a shout out because I do think, I made this comment last time, but I think this is a really improved kind of zoning and plan for this area. So if you can pass that along, Mr. Durling.
All right. There's City Manager.
Madam Mayor, we're on resolutions, item H1.
All right, thank you very much. I will hand it over to our city attorney.
Resolution number 8211, resolution accepting streets, Regency Park Phase 1A, portions of Bloomsburg Drive, Bloomsburg Court, Fredonia Drive, Laurentian Drive, and Marmara Drive, LDC 06-00390.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Secretary?
We do, Madam Mayor. Kenneth Hendricks would like to speak on this item, please.
Okay. Come on up.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thanks for having me today. My name is Kenneth Hendricks. I am a City of Reno resident and proud owner of a small business in the City of Reno, which we build homes and develop land. We started our company in the midst of the downturn, and my wife and I luckily have made it to this point. I wanted to give you a little history of the project. 8 years ago, these streets were built by a Ryan and Bartis community by Q&D Construction. At that time, the streets were inspected and done in accordance with the codes required at the time. We came along a year and a half ago, bought the project. We went to staff, asked them what we needed to do to get these streets accepted by the city. They said, come up with a game plan. We came up with a game plan. We executed the game plan. We had the streets inspected not only once, not only twice, but 3 different times. And we still sit here today wanting to know, how do we get our streets accepted by the city? We have 10 CFOs on houses out there, and by the end of the year, we'll have another 50. So we have about 60 houses with people living in them by the end of the year. I just ask that we get an up or down vote on this, or at least some direction, because we need some resolution to what we're going to do with the streets. We have built them. Everything that we have done to this point has been acceptable to city staff and their members, and have done everything that we have been required of us. And that's all I really have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have no further public comment, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Any discussions or questions from council? Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I can sympathize with the situation that the developers in on this particular project. But when we accept a street with no deficiencies in it, my expectation is, and I think the majority of taxpayers in this city's expectation is, that if we're accepting a street with no deficiencies, there's no deficiencies. And it's pretty evident by the streets out there that there are deficiencies in the streets. So we'd, besides the fact that you're constructing on those buildings on those streets and running heavy equipment on them, and the existing deficiencies on the street, that heavy equipment's going to make worse through the construction period. So my concern as the Ward 4 representative, and the rest of the council can do what they want, but my concern as Ward 4 representative is, I don't believe we should accept a street that has deficiencies as a city street and put the burden of upkeep of that street on the taxpayers. We expect a 20-year life out of a street when we accept it, and if the street's already got deficiencies and that life is cut in half, then we're burdening the taxpayers with the need for repair. And we don't have the revenue coming in currently to address street problems within the city and to keep up with the issues we have with streets, and to accept streets that have already existing deficiencies, to me, I don't think is a good choice for me to make. Again, I don't know what anybody else's opinion on that is, but I've gone out and looked at the streets. There's streets out there that have got cracks in them that they've been crack sealed, but there's cracks in between 1/2 inch and 3/4 inch in the streets already. And we're accepting those as a non-deficient street, and I can't support that action as a representative of the taxpayers.
All right, thank you. With that being said, Councilwoman Burkus.
Okay, staff, question for you. Does either the design manual or code state the age of the streets?
Or does it have a performance standard upon acceptance?
Per the design manual and code, and for the record, Bill Gall, senior engineer, it doesn't state the age of the streets. It states basically that what our criteria is for construction of streets, what our standards are, minimum standards for thickness of pavement, that kind of stuff, and inspection standards. The streets were constructed per our code, per the standards in place. As Mr. Hendricks stated, they came back in late 2014, asked us what we would like. These streets were constructed at that point, what would be necessary to get these streets completed and in place. And staff, in concurrence with our community development director at the time, said, go back, make sure that the core of the streets, ensure that the street sections are in place. If there's any deficiencies, identify those, provide a mitigation plan. There was one area that was sunk around a DI that they needed to do some reconstruction, complete a little bit of additional paving in one area. There was some curb gutter issues that needed to be addressed, and some sidewalk needed to be completed. They put all this together in a mitigation permit, and with that, they raised manholes, re-videoed the sewers, sanitary sewers and storm drains, redid ball mandrels on those to verify that that infrastructure was in place and acceptable. They had one lateral that they needed to go back in and mitigate. They did that. They completed that mitigation permit. It was inspected by their EOR and certified that the final improvements were completed. As Councilman McKenzie mentioned, yes, the streets were 6 years old when they were inspected. And for their mitigation permit, there were some cracks. We did some crack sealing, and then did the slurry seal with that as well.
Okay. This is a really difficult one, and it's bothered me for a long time. I think that staff was at a point where they had discretion, and possibly that discretion was maybe a little too lenient, a little too favorable to, and I understand it because we want to absorb everything that we had during the downturn. We want to be building these neighborhoods again that stopped. But I think that at the point in time, maybe the discretion that was utilized was not favorable to the city and the financial condition and issues that we have on our infrastructure deficiencies. And so I am very sympathetic to my colleagues' comments on that. And I would hope that, staff has been watching and hearing us talk about how, and the master plan work we're doing, looking at the cost of taking on new growth. And I feel like through this process, we haven't received a lot of help from staff to kind of find a solution. So I also have a secondary issue with the way that staff has been, and I don't mean you, and by any means, but when staff hears council struggling with an issue, I feel like instead of digging heels in, here's an option for you to go out, a different way. So, and I haven't seen that through this process, and I just want to call this out, Mr. Manager. But I feel like that the developer has gone through in good faith following what staff has put out there before as a path for him to find resolution. And so at this point, I think that I am willing to go ahead with staff's recommendation to accept the streets at this time. I'm not happy about it. I hope that staff will be, we can all learn from this. Maybe it's an isolated incident of the fact that, we are not going to be taking in some of these zombie subdivisions any longer. Maybe we've cleared through them all. But I think that, as the mayor likes to say, it is a new day at City Hall, and we are looking at things a lot differently, and that a lot of that work is being done in our master plan, looking at the costs of new growth and development. And so if all that Appendix F, which is an half-inch thick, is not resonating with people, they need to go back and read that. So I'm willing to accept these, but I don't make the motion because it's are my colleagues.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan, did you want to?
Yeah, I would agree with Councilmember Breckus that if there's deficiencies that we need to, I know that, right? That we need to look at in a more global way through the master plan, then maybe that's something that we do need to do. But I also have great sympathy for you, sir, for the delays in the process and you kind of following the process and hitting some glitches. Seems to be a theme of the day that instead of clearing barriers to business creation and job creation, we're kind of throwing barriers in the way, and I apologize for that. So I think under the circumstances, I don't know how when you followed the rules, did what you did, staff is saying with their parameters, it's a street worthy of accepting. At this point, I don't know how we completely change course without looking at it on a more global scale. So I'm supportive of accepting the street.
Madam Mayor, if I might, for the record.
Go right ahead.
Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. Just want to clarify something. The issue here is 8 years. It's not that the staff did anything improper or wrong. This is the way we do development. We have 8 years that lapse from the time this road was built to the time they're going to accept it. We could certainly say to the developer, go back and build it brand new, but that would be an atypical solution to a situation like this. What the staff did is what the staff typically does is look at a road that exists and bring it up to a standard that's acceptable for the situation in. So I just wanted to make sure that it's clear on the record that the staff was not doing anything atypical or unusual. This is an 8-year-old road. We don't typically get 8-year-old roads. We have no way that we can tell you, short of having them rebuild the whole road, to get it back to brand new. So there's a struggle here, but the struggle is about an 8-year-old road. If we could turn the time clock and make it back to a brand new road, we would do that. But I just want to make sure it's clear. I don't think there's anything the staff did wrong here in terms of this process.
I guess, Madam Mayor, to respond to that, I disagree. I think there was substantial discretion with staff, and staff could have said, we take new roads. We take new roads because we do take new roads. And they went to a more middle accommodating ground, and I wasn't there at that time as that council member or staff person to know if that was the wrong decision or not. But I think that they could have said, we take new roads. And you know, I'm not going to prejudge that, but I would wish today, if we had another situation, we take new roads.
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Councilman.
And I would also disagree with your reflection that staff didn't do anything wrong, because we spent several months on some roads down south that ended up coming up with a new plan for engineer record and quality control because we didn't have quality assurance on roads. And we came up with a new plan, and the idea was that the roads that were built under that old plan, we would accept them and take the burden of they may not be done right. But those are roads that when you drove across them, there weren't defects in them. These roads are evident from the time you enter the subdivision. Every side street you turn down, there's evidence that there are defects in the streets. And what they were caused by, we've got no idea. Whether it was the fact that the streets sat there idle for 8 years, the fact that the underground wasn't properly done because of the majority of the cracks are on where underground was put in, or whether it was because the paving was done wrong. We've got no idea what caused it, and we don't have any idea how much worse it's going to get in the future, because once cracks form, they don't shrink up and get better. They continue to grow, and they get worse. And it doesn't matter how much crack seal you put into them, they're going to continue to get worse. And those roads have been crack sealed recently, and we've already got cracks opened up in them again. So I would disagree that staff didn't do anything wrong, because we've already gone down this road that we want to make sure the citizens of this city are getting a quality product when we accept the streets. And I believe that they let the ball drop on these. So.
All right. Councilman Bobzian.
Madam Mayor, inching toward a motion here. You know, I think this has been a very healthy discussion, and my main takeaway is that this could be a discussion that we could prevent from happening 10, 15 years into the future. And so I think, to echo some of the comments that my other colleagues have made about the need to look at this, this possibility of a recurrence in the future in the context of the master plan and what it is we're looking at the front end, I think is the prudent thing to do. But I think in this particular situation, acknowledging where the developer is with this and the fact that, we do have to move forward, I would make the motion to accept the staff recommendation.
All right, thank you very much. So I have a motion, to have a second?
Second for discussion.
All right.
Under
Councilwoman.
discussion, I'd like to put on the record that would support at some point, if the need is risen, a special assessment district for this subdivision. And obviously, the city, there's protestabilities, but we can always throw in a project and get around that. And I would absolutely support a special assessment district. And so, I don't know, with this on the record, this might be a housing disclosure note that I would probably be making on house sales to people.
All right. Any further discussion?
One question. I'm sorry.
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I missed part of the conversation, and so I apologize if this is redundant. But I had been thinking, and we had mentioned it maybe before caucus, is there a possibility of, and I apologize again if this was already discussed, doing some kind of a warranty or bond for a period of time? I think this was one idea that had been posed.
For the record, Bill Gall, with the acceptance of streets, there's an automatic 1-year warranty from the time of that.
I think we had talked about, could it be
we
longer?
will continue to look during that 1-year warranty period. Our staff will go out there on a regular basis, and near the end of that, we'll do what we typically do, a 10-month walk, identify anything that's happened during that course of the year, and identify and mitigations that may be required.
So here's one of the challenges. Most of them are accepted earlier, as we've discussed, and I just wondered if there could be a longer, usually when they would be accepted earlier, the 1 year might be perfectly fine. But now we're 7 years in, and I didn't know if there was any precedent ever of doing something longer, or if that was even a possibility.
I'm going to turn to the attorneys. I'm not aware of any change to that. That's what's per our agreement with the developer.
Or it's something to think about in our policy discussion, if this kind of situation crops up again in the future.
Madam Mayor.
All right. Councilman Bobson.
Yeah, if I could just respond to my colleague. Again, I think trying to change things on the fly to deal with things on the back end is just not going to lead us to a better place. But I think what this whole discussion points us to is the need to, in the context of the master plan, re-examine how it is that we're setting those standards, what the expectations are on the front end. And so, I mean, I'm, some assurance knowing that there's the 1-year warranty, and clearly staff understands that we're going to be watching this and looking to see how that period plays out. But again, I think this cries out for making sure that we're looking to the future and the next round of developments, so that we, again, save a future council 15 years down the road from having this sort of conversation.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I would disagree that we don't have a standard already. The standard is that there's no deficiencies. And a 1-year warranty doesn't mean anything when you accept a street that's already deficient, because if that was at an existing deficiency when you accepted the street, or is that a new deficiency? Is that an exaggeration of an existing deficiency, or is it a new deficiency? At what point does a 1-year warranty mean anything on the whole project? Because it's very clear there's already deficiencies on it, in contradiction to our rule that we accept streets with no deficiencies. And again, it's the taxpayers that pay in the end.
All right. Councilman Breckus?
No, I'm just waiting for the vote.
All right. All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 4-1. 5-1. 5-1.
Madam Mayor, next item is item H2.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Manager. At this time, I will send it to our city attorney.
Thank you. Resolution number 8212, resolution accepting streets, Regency Park, 1B, portions of Alma Way, Durham Drive, Leiden Drive, Loyola Drive, Marymount Drive, and Murdoch Drive.
All right. Does council wish to have a staff presentation? None? Madam Secretary, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
Any more discussions or questions? Seeing that there are none, may I have a motion, please?
Move the staff recommendation.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 5-1.
So we are on item
Mr.
Madam
City
Mayor, we are
Manager.
actually on item, because we have to wait till 3 o'clock to hear item J1, so we're going to move on to item L1. Identification of mayor and council items for future agendas.
Right. Hold on 1 second. All right, do any council members have any liaison reports? Councilwoman Breckus, Councilwoman Bob,
have one.
Councilmember Bobstein?
I do have one. I have one. I would like an understanding of what the city's sewer credit policy is for existing development that is not utilizing currently sewer capacity. And I understand there's a policy of reserved capacity, which allows then, when a property is redeveloped, for the connections that were there formerly to be credited to that, so that connection fees do not have to be paid. I'm trying to understand what that policy is.
Councilwoman, would it be possible to answer that with a memo and not necessarily go through the L item process, bring it back, approval? I mean,
an
we
L
could
item,
just respond
a
to
memo
it.
would be great,
Okay.
because then it can help me decide if I am not comfortable with that policy, or,
Okay.
you know, and what like changes. And I did ask last time for an something about the audit, and I saw a memo came, what are?
Two memos, yeah.
Or no, you and I talked about that.
We did, and then there were 2 memos that you
Yeah,
should have received
okay,
today. Yep.
okay.
And Madam Mayor,
That on as an L item, yeah.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, any L items today will actually not show up until July 20th because we've already posted for next week.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobstein, nothing? Councilwoman Jordan?
Thank you very much. Couple things, and this one can just be a memo, is the suggestion of having a bike rack inside the interior doors. I thought was actually a good one to kind of get them out of the weather, and yeah, somewhere a little more safe. Clearly, that's disappointing that the individual had his bike stolen. And then the other is, I think we've witnessed an increase in a lot of activity with regards to crime in our community. And I'm sure Chief Soto will be giving us a presentation on the most recent findings that came out recently, so we can drill down on some of those subsets and what the causations are and how we can improve those. But one of the ones that I would like to ask staff to do a little bit of research into, which I've certainly seen an increase in and affects a number of individuals, is a ban on panhandling. Currently, panhandling is only restricted illegal if it is done in an aggressive manner, if it's near an ATM, or if it blocks the flow of traffic. And I would like to explore the possibility of a complete ban on panhandling.
And then I will let the council know that Chief Soto said that he will be coming to make a presentation to council to see what the parameters are, because it can be a little bit difficult because it's private property and so forth. But it's certainly on the rise. So, all right. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
I would like to just get a memo, it would be helpful, on how we handle disturbing the peace complaints. We heard, some public comment on that today. The way I've handled it in my own neighborhood is to get very personally involved, and when they start making a lot of noise at 4 or 5, get in my car and actually go out and visit those people, because they've woken me up, and they're surprised to see me, but they don't always realize that they are disturbing the peace. I don't know if the case is with the Home Depot or other instances, but I know it's a nuisance. And in my case, I handled it after it was been going on for a year. It wasn't the first day that they were disturbing the peace. It sounds like some people have problems with it going on for quite some time. So I just want to understand our protocol, and is there, having our staff get up at 4 in the morning and go visit is a little tough, I would think. So is it something that people are already up at 4 in the morning, like the police get involved in, or how do we handle it?
I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
I'm assuming in this case they had to get up probably earlier to do that, but they do that because, there's code is different for different times of the day, and
Right.
the complaints might come in at different times of the day. So,
I
but-
just
but
want
we
to
can
know
get a
what the
memo on that.
protocol is for the reporting and how we generally follow up, is all I want to know.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You've been nice today. Go ahead.
And given the earlier discussions that we had about the weed control in in the city, and I know Public Works is going to be working on a plan here. I would urge that they look at a couple of the things that were brought up, the mowing instead of spraying, or pulling the weeds. But one of the big things that controls noxious weeds is revegetation with native species or with manageable species, and there's different types of grass that we can plant that are more manageable or fire retardant and stuff and easier to maintain than the weeds, the cheatgrass and stuff that we get in there. More than an L item, I'd just ask that when Public Works gets their plan finalized, that they bring it, or a draft, that they bring it to us so we can discuss it and maybe look at some alternatives to add into it, and make sure that we've got something that works for the community and as well as our limited labor force to do it. So some of the stuff may cost us in the front end in the purchase of equipment to do, but in the long run, it may be cheaper than what we're doing now. So.
All right, Councilman Bobzien.
If I could, to just sort of jump onto my colleagues' comments, it struck me that when we were having the conversation earlier, it's not just a pesticide issue. Quite frankly, it's a resiliency issue, and it's a fire resiliency issue. I mean, I don't know about you, but the shift that I saw from green to red this year with the cheatgrass is really making me nervous. I mean, I'm very concerned as we go into the summer months that we're going to have some pretty aggressive wildland fire events, and I'm looking to see if the chief is still here or not. But this all comes into it, right? I mean, the Public Works efforts, it really is, a revegetation issue, and it's ultimately a resiliency issue that, we are in a different changing high desert landscape, and we've got some risks that we need to manage.
And Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman.
Not on that issue, but I was going back to Councilwoman McKenzie's earlier issue about the roads. And I know the answer was maybe long-term policies or the master plan is what I heard. I just wondered, is it possible to maybe consider expediting just what is our policy on accepting roads, as a standalone item instead of waiting for a whole planning process, or is that not the right way to proceed? I mean, I'm looking to you. I would just like to know what it is and then just, kind of put it down on paper. It's a policy. It's not a rule. It's not an ordinance, and then maybe incorporate that into the master plan when it comes along.
We can send what our current policies are on that.
That'd be
Is
good.
that what you're asking for?
I am. I would like to know them, and then we can kind of go from there.
All right. Next, moving along, do any council members have any liaison reports? Councilman Breckus.
Yeah. Last night, the Parks Commission had a very involved meeting. So there's a group that is asking for a plaque to be placed at the Old Moana Springs site. I think this will come forward to us. They're using the memorial policies that we have in place now, and it would go there, and it is in honor of the fight. Was that John? What was his name? Jeffries?
Yeah.
Yeah.
John.
So I guess there's 2 sites already of where there are plaques on private property signifying the event, or maybe the other one is on public property, but they are going to be asking for one there. That was one. The RYSA contract, the big global contract that we have with Reno Youth Soccer Association about management of fields, both the Washoe County School District ones and ours, has been renegotiated, and terms and points were brought up and discussed, and that'll be coming to us. And then we were given more or less the discussion on the terms about the Sky Tavern leases, the multiple leases, but in particular the one that's expiring in 2016. And that term sheet, I think, will be coming to us also. And then lastly, they had quite an involved discussion about Rosewood Golf. You all saw the memo maybe that was written from First Tee and about the deficiencies on that lease agreement. I think that's coming to us in August, but some of The Parks Commission focused on the Rosewood Golf impacts of the Southeast Connector for, well, 2 years in advance of the road being built, and was very concerned about, what's the impact going to be in that park environment down there, and now is looking at, obviously we have problems on the golf course there, but looking at what's the bigger recreation component on city properties in that part of the valley that is going under a very changed condition. So they want to continue and focus on that area, both the park and then how the recreational opportunities are going to be, or what are those going to be when the road is in place. So those were all issues that the Parks Commission addressed last night, and most of these will be coming up to us at a later date too.
Madam Mayor, if I may, real quickly, the Johnson Jeffries plaque is, the Moana Springs was one of the training sites. They've got a plaque at the site that the match was held, and they've got agreement from a private property owner to let them put a plaque at the other training site. The person that has supported this, I've known Battle and George Nelson for about 28 years, and George has put his life into this match because of some things that happened surrounding it. And he's been diagnosed with terminal cancer. And I would ask if staff could please expedite that process as much as possible. See if we could beat the timeline that he's got left. The last I heard, he had about 90 days left to live. So.
Are we on liaison still? Are we on still liaison? Or?
Yes, did Councilwoman?
Just a quick one. Just wanted to alert you guys from our neighborhood advisory board that we are moving forward with our traffic workshop with RTC and city staff this coming Monday. It'll be 5:30 to 7:30. It's actually going to be held here at City Hall instead of at our usual NAB location, just to accommodate a potentially larger audience. So just wanted to get it on everybody's radar in case you're interested. It's going to focus on the area near the Kitsky-Neal intersection, the circle, all the streets that come in there, Kitsky, Neal, Del Monte, and adjacent streets. So you're welcome to attend. Just wanted to let you know it was moving forward.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One additional, and this is something that Councilwoman Doer's also been a part of, and in different ways, other members of the council have also been supportive of this. The One Truckee River effort had their open house last night for their draft plan unveiling, and the great thing was that there was a lot of public comment that was submitted. So it was over 100 yellow comment cards were submitted to the review team to make some additional refinements. So we can expect here at council to receive that plan sometime in August. So I just want to thank everybody for their ongoing support, particularly the staff. I mean, it's city staff from many different departments have been involved in this on a sustained level, and I know it's appreciated by many of the people involved in the effort, and it's really going to make for a better plan.
All right. Okay. Item L3, unless council has any more reports, liaison, conferences, nothing like that. Okay. Let's move on. We are item L5. So I'm going to hand it over to our city attorney, and that would be Councilmember McKenzie.
Move to approve.
All right.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Again, back to Mr. McKenzie, item L6.
Resolution number 8213, resolution donating council donation funds to the Wolfpack Veterans Club at the University of Nevada, Reno, which provides an educational and social environment for student veterans in the amount of $5,000 general fund.
All right. Have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L7, Councilmember McKenzie, it's your day.
Resolution
Go
number
ahead.
8214, resolution donating council donation funds to the Alzheimer's Association of Northern Nevada to offset community outreach and awareness efforts in the region in the amount of $500 general fund.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L8, Councilwoman Breckus.
I've been hesitant to add any to the queue of needed amendments to Title 18. I think the thing needs to just get overhaul. And I think some of the issues even raised today, like the signs for the West 4th Street people, the subdivision, streets, are really part of this, what should be a continuous work program underway already on amending Title 18. But one has come to my attention that I think we need to fast track in terms of the procedures, and that is when the Planning Commission has final authority on some sort of approvals. Generally, those are variances, subdivisions, and special use permits. I think it should be this body, any individual possibly, the privilege to say, you know what, I look at that approval the Planning Commission did, and they didn't get it right. I want to add a condition here that means that the bar closes at midnight, not 2 a.m. And I've seen just a few since I've been on subdivision that I think should have had private streets. Bar in Midtown that probably should have had a few more conditions on. My understanding is an early version of the code used to allow the council to bring up upon review items for review and add, conditions. But in the practice of the last city attorney, it was always a council member who saw action down at the Planning Commission would become an appellant. And then the city attorney felt the council member could sit as both the appellant and the appealing, part of the appealing deciding body, which, raises to this new city attorney, and I agree with this city attorney, due process considerations. So we have a mechanism of review that this body, I think, should have, but we don't have it in place right now. And so I'd like to consider giving staff, this direction to work on this for 2 hours. And I just add that the title was a little off. I'm not looking for the council to take on any administrative duties. It's more of our procedural authority in terms of these sort of, as our governing body, at the top of the kind of the chain on the entitlement process, where we sit quasi-judicial. So that's my motion.
All right. Did you understand the motion? Okay.
Well, is she asking for a process?
Yeah,
does it
for 2
seem-
hours, yeah,
Right.
to work on this.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Could
All right.
we move the thing along?
Councilwoman Breckus, looks like item L9?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Item L9.
Yeah, this is, I have some of my council discretionary funds that I would like to dedicate at the request of the VFW. I can't remember what troop number they are. We have somewhat of a joint ownership with the California building, and they have been asking for a plaque down there that is somewhat of an interpretive plaque of the history of the California building. And so I'd like for 2 hours to work with that and then be able to use some of the funds that I have to go toward whatever historical research is going to be needed to do that interpretive plaque. And might also add that this troop is going to be hosting Flag Day on the 14th. I think it's at 5:30. And it'd be great if you all could attend. I went last year. It's a real fun event.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item L10, Councilwoman
Okay, the other
Breckus.
one is I still have some funds left over, and I think just the statement is that we're kind of struggling with that. Communities get to a point where they really want to realize what is worth and not worth commemorating of their own indigenous, if you will, architecture. And my job before on the my assignment on the $2 surcharge committee got me in the bowling alley quite a bit, where I learned to appreciate and admire the interior design in that building. And realizing that that design is run through a number of some of our more interesting buildings in town, a lot of our casinos, and realized it all tracked back to this one architect named Peter Wilday, who I had lunch with last summer, and just fascinating man. And I think that he's one of our most interesting. His fingerprints are on a lot of buildings here, and I'd like to recommend that we use 2 hours of time in concert with the Arts and Culture Commission to think about using these funds to do a retrospective of his architecture work here in the city of Reno. And he has agreed to do that. And I also think that some of his work is in some of our gaming establishments, and it might be an opportunity for even a tourism tie-in too. So I'm pretty excited about this, and I want to kick it off with some of my discretionary funds. Motion.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item L11, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is to have a presentation from the state water engineer to come before council and tell us about their process with regards to development consideration and approvals. They were absent from a neighborhood meeting in Verdi, and they were a critical component of that discussion, which had multi-agencies talking about developments and issues of great concern in many neighborhoods in our community. So I would like to have them here to give us an update of what process is and where they fall in the approval process with regards to water.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we will come back, okay?
Yep.
All right. Let's call this meeting back to order. Item J1, Mr. City Manager. Before we move on, I would like council to address and read any disclosures that they might have. So I will start with you, Councilman Bobzien.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk. Before we go any further on on this agenda, NRS 281A .420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting on item J1, direction for possible amendments to the restricted gaming license ordinance. In the interests of full transparency, I am disclosing the fact that my wife, Julie Bobzien, is the Executive Director of Volunteer Attorneys for Rural Nevadans, VARN, a nonprofit organization providing pro bono legal services to victims of domestic violence and low-income residents of rural northern Nevada. My wife reports to the VARN Board of Directors. Severin Carlson serves on the VARN Board of Directors, and Mr. Carlson also represents and lobbies on behalf of interested parties in this case. I've consulted with the City Attorney's Office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the significant pecuniary interest. And because this is a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting in this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. I will step out of the room. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman. All right, at this time, I would like to read a disclosure, and I also like to disclose that I have met with Nevada Resort Association and Dottie's Gaming Establishment. At this time, fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sfraza. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I understand she has been retained by the applicant as a consultant on the project. Currently, she is neither my employee nor my campaign manager. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. The public policy of the state favors the right to perform the duties for which the public officer was elected or appointed and to vote or otherwise act upon a matter, provided the public officer has properly disclosed the potential conflict. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record. All right, any other disclosures that this council would like to? I'll start with you, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've met with opponents and proponents to the issue.
All right, thank you, Councilman. What about you, Councilman?
Yes, I also have met with a variety of parties that support the draft ordinance and those that are opposed and those that are in between. That includes the Nevada Resort Association representatives, Dottie's representatives, and other gaming establishment representatives.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to disclose that I did meet with the applicant's representatives.
And,
All right.
well,
Councilwoman Durr?
well, we don't really have an applicant, right? Or the proponents, maybe, or the, what would we say?
That's
Proponents and opponents.
That's why I just named the organizations. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, since we're at such a general level, not sitting quasi-judicial, I'll just disclose that I've talked to interested parties about this.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, with that being said, moving forward, Madam Secretary, at this time, do you have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do. First person to speak is Andrew Diss, followed by Michael Pagne.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. For the record, my name is Andrew Diss. I'm here today on behalf of the Grand Sierra Resort and our 2,200 employees. I just wanted to say that we support the draft language that's before you today. I know that staff has spent a lot of time working on this, and I would just like to thank them and the Nevada Resort Association for the work that they have done. And like I said, we are in support. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Michael Pagne, followed by Seb Carlson.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Michael Pagne from McDonald, Carano, Wilson. On behalf of Bonanza Casino, Bonanza Casino is also in support of the May 16th draft ordinance as it's written, with one clarification. We do understand the purpose of the ordinance is to bring city code more closely into conformance with state gaming law by clarifying what constitutes incidental restricted gaming uses and we support that clarification. The one amendment that we would request is to sections 5.11.020, and I think you have a letter in your packet, an email from Bud Hicks in our firm, and basically this applies to the procedures when you apply for a gaming license under the language as proposed in subsection B. You would have to have a state gaming license already in hand in order to file your application with the city, and because of the delay with that, we would prefer that those processes occur concurrently. So you could apply to the city at any time. Obviously, you could not be granted a license unless the state license were approved as well. But just from a timing perspective, we'd like those to be able to occur simultaneously.
I don't believe we
yeah.
have that.
Yeah.
We don't have the letter from Mr. Hicks.
I'm going to ask staff to bring both the draft copy of the ordinance down here for us, because that was not with our packets, and that letter, if it has been, how did it get to us?
My understanding is the draft ordinance was circulated as part of the workshops. And I do understand you're not actually taking action on the ordinance today. We just wanted to put our general statement of support on the record and indicate that if, to the extent you consider one, that's one clarification we would like to see.
And Madam Mayor, we did email the draft ordinance, but we can certainly
Bring down
hard copies.
Okay,
if that would
I
help.
would like a hard copy because I'd like to make notes as we're going. And the letter you said was sent this week?
There was an email from Bud Hicks that I understand is included in the record.
And may I ask a question?
Councilwoman.
Who are you representing, Mr. Piney? I didn't hear that.
The Bonanza Casino.
Bonanza. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Bev Carlson, followed by Joe Lawrence.
A letter from Bud.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Michael Hilderby. Seb Carlson and I both represent Nevada Resort Service, Restaurant Services, or DOTI's. I'll take Seb's place. We'll be brief. We know the agenda does not include specifically a discussion of the details of the ordinance, so we won't go into that, but we do want to let you know, as most of you are already aware, on behalf of DOTI's, we do oppose the ordinance in its current form, the draft that you will be considering as soon as next week, particularly the segments on retroactivity. As you know, it goes back 10 years and would focus particularly on 6 of DOTI's 11 locations in Reno. With that, we would happily answer any questions. We'll participate in the discussion today as necessary, and we'll be in front of you with more details when the actual ordinance is on the agenda at a future meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment is from Joe Lawrence.
Madam Mayor, council members, originally I was going to make a comment in opposition, but after speaking with Mike and Greg before the meeting, they cleared some things up for me. I own Silver Blue Signs and Media in Reno. I used to be in the industry. I started Legends Sports Bar and Grill, which is on your consent agenda this week. I owned that for 10 years. I misunderstood exactly what's going on. Now I understand it. I would be in favor of it as long as this ordinance would not affect bars and grills with bar gaming. If this were to affect a bar and grill type of establishment with bar top gaming in a bar, that I would be very much against. Otherwise, I would be for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment.
All right, thank you. At this time, I would ask for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Reno. First and foremost, I want to clarify that what you have before you today is a presentation and oversight and overview of an ordinance that's coming to you in the future. The number one main reason why it's occurring this way is because staff met with the city manager and we conversed with him that this is going to be a significant ordinance before you, and we asked him his thoughts on whether or not we should probably give you a presentation so that way when you receive the ordinance, the draft ordinance next week, that at least you have some idea of what it is and where it's coming from and how we got to where we are today, or how we will be next week on the 15th. So that's the intent of today. We're not going to go through the specifics of the ordinance. That was intentional. It's just to give you an overview so you know what it is that we're talking about and what it is that this ordinance is attempting to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so with that being said, let me get straight into the gaming. Here in the state of Nevada, we have 2 types of gaming. We have unrestricted and restricted. I know there's different ways that we refer to it, whether it's restricted license, restricted operation, et cetera, we will just stick to restricted gaming and unrestricted gaming. The ordinance that you will have before you is specific to restricted gaming. Restricted gaming has to do with the operation of gaming of 15 slots or less. That is the big difference between the two. As you know, unrestricted gaming typically is referred to as casinos, where you have unlimited amount of gaming, and that in and of itself has certain requirements, such as the 200 rooms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What we're talking about today is 15 slot machines or less, very specific to slot machines. That's what it entails with regards to restricted gaming. So as you can see here, we have 3 areas with definitions in the NRS and within Title 18. Restricted gaming right now as it exists for the city of Reno in our ordinance, as far as our administrative ordinance, the majority of gaming is discussed in our land development code, but in our business license code, chapter 5.11, it primarily consists of 2 definitions, game and gaming. In the past, prior to this new ordinance, the city of Reno, similar to many other cities within the state and counties, have always relied on the gaming, Department of Gaming, the State Department of Gaming, to regulate and to ensure what is incidental and what is primary business. The rules with regards to restricted gaming is that you can have restricted gaming, once again, 15 slot machines or less, as long as you have a primary business. So you must have a primary business, and along with that business, you can have up to 15 slot machines. So with that being said, as you can see here in the slide, in the past, we relied primarily on the regulations of State Gaming Control Board. In past years, they've made some changes, once again, to try to address, to differentiate, to delineate, and to identify what the requirements are and what the definitions are for incidental and primary. I'll go into the next bullet here. For several years, years ago myself, we dealt with this many years ago in the city of Reno, so has other cities and agencies within the state. There's been some concerns expressed, and there's been some issues with some businesses that are supposed to be primary businesses with gaming as their incidental part of their business. Those said businesses appearing to be what some may refer to as mini casinos or slot machine parlors, having the appearance of a mini casino or slot machine parlor, but not having the appearance of a primary business, whether it was a convenience store, liquor store, bar, or restaurant, but rather just looking like a casino, a mini casino. The proposed ordinance that we will have before you next week, the intent is to provide explicit regulations to ensure that primary and incidental roles are maintained regarding specifically to restricted gaming. Now, this ordinance, we didn't try to reinvent the wheel. What we did was we did research. Primarily, we tried to mirror as much as possible or assimilate. I think the attorneys would like me to use a more generic term. But Clark County's ordinance, because there's many ordinances we do, we try to avoid reinventing the wheel, and we'd like to work with something that already exists to try to resolve the issues that we have through that process. So the proposed ordinance changes, these are the main issues that we have in there that facilitate. Number one being definitions related to gaming. The ordinance itself will have 5 pages, 3 of which are dedicated to definitions. So that right there gives you an idea. So 2 pages, the remaining 2 pages are specific to the regulations. The second bullet, as you can see here, is the bar top requirement for bars or bar restaurants with more than 7 slot machines. Or the other requirement is proof of gaming revenue not exceeding 50% of all revenue generated. Now, once again, what that goes to is identifying what is the principal and incidental, with the idea being that if your gaming is in fact incidental, then your revenue should not be more than 50% of all revenue. It does have grandfathering provisions specific to whether the license was acquired prior to the Nevada Clean Indoor Air Act. I believe that was in 2006, December of 2006. And then also if 50% or more of existing slot machines are already bar top. So that provides a grandfathering for those. Under those grandfathering provisions, they are considered by definition to be have a primary use, with the gaming being secondary. We also have this ordinance. It provides for annual revenue audits from the city to ensure compliance. Once again, we have that 51-49% ratio in the revenue. And then also, last but not least, we have the enforcement process for lack of compliance. This is standard in any ordinance that we create or have to ensure that they are complied with. There were some regulations that we did not include, whether they were recommended by certain parties or specifically within the Clark County ordinance. For example, in the Clark County ordinance, they required a diagram drawing of the business on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, which would require us to file it and maintain it. It also had a requirement in there that any changes a business owner made to their business would require them to come back into the city and be approved for their new layout of their business, once again on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. We didn't think that that would be really necessary, nor did we think that it would be conducive to how we conduct business in the city of Reno. Another requirement was the physical requirement on kitchens. We did take into consideration the impacts that these changes may have with regard to the bar tops to the businesses, and also the impacts that could have with the requirements of requiring the installation of a grease trap. Those of you have some knowledge of construction and businesses, you know how expensive that can be, hoods, grills, etc. We do have the requirement of a restaurant, if you are a restaurant, to meet the definition of a restaurant, but we didn't feel that it was necessary for us to determine that you must acquire a grease trap, a kitchen, etc. Through the process of building your kitchen, we already have a procedure in place through the fire department, environmental control, etc. We also had, there was a requirement regarding a separate employee dedicated to the kitchen. And there was also a requirement for the kitchens to operate no less than 16 hours per day. And our ordinance states 12 hours per day instead of 16. We didn't feel that it was necessary to go that far out for 16 hours. And then also there was a recommendation that it should be limited to 5 slot machines. And what we have is a standing start off of 7 slot machines. If you have 7 or more, you must meet these requirements, which are 12 machines on a bar top structure on the property. And these are the proposed past steps and the proposed next steps, as I stated before. On the 8th, I guess we don't have it on there. I apologize for that. Our first reading is on, I'm sorry, I stand corrected, today's 8th. June 15th is our first reading, with the second reading and adoption hopefully on July 20th of 2016.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, sending it back to council. Any questions, Councilwoman Breckus?
So you can go, I guess this is something I maybe missed in my earlier discussions with people, is you can go up to 49% of revenue and still call that incidental?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's higher than I would have thought, but then I wouldn't have gone with the way I view the world is not, for land use activities, is not necessarily on a revenue side. It's revenue could be one component of it, but it's the totality of activity and operation. That's just from my background looking at land uses. But that 49% is a high threshold to call incidental. But that's okay.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan, any questions? None? All right, Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And going back to our consent agenda item that we approved on that change of ownership on a gaming license, and that ownership, which we heard from the previous owner, that gaming was established prior to the Clean Air Act. So is that would that, because it's got to change ownership, would that be considered one that's grandfathered, or is that going to fall under the new regulation if this the new ordinance?
Yes, sir. My understanding is that they are already in compliance, and you do have that fact of being grandfathered. But the biggest change in here is the requirement of the bar top machines, which my understanding is that that's what they already have. So they are in compliance.
And I understand, I understand that they may be in compliance with other portions of it, but they're going to have to meet those, are they going to have to meet the other thresholds, or are they going to meet the automatic compliance because that bar was established before the Clean Air Act?
The other thresholds is either or. So as long as they meet one, I don't know the date of their. So that's why I don't want to answer you to tell you that it was before 2006 because I don't know it for a fact. We're not sure, so I don't want to stand up here and tell you based on their being grandfathered. I know for a fact that they are good to go because they meet the requirements of either the 51% or the bar top. They definitely have the bar top, so we know they qualify there. So they're good to go.
Then let me rephrase my question. If you have a person that was established, and it clearly was established as a bar with restricted gaming prior to the Clean Air Act passing, they didn't have bar top slots, and they don't meet the 49% requirement, are they grandfathered in if they change ownership? Or does the new owner have to comply with the ordinance?
The new owner after 2006 has to comply with the ordinance.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
you're not selling the compliance, when they sell that license to somebody and we do a change of ownership of the license, we're not selling, he isn't able to sell the fact that I'm in compliance under the ordinance because I was grandfathered. So he wouldn't be able to sell his grandfathering.
That's
They would
correct.
have to meet the requirements. Okay.
That is correct. Yes,
That
sir.
was the clarification I was trying to get to.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually do have a question.
And then where's the relevance of the Nevada Clean Air Act as a cutoff?
So what we did, sir, I was trying to get a hold of Clark County. I haven't been able to make contact with them. But what we did primarily was, and I think, I don't know if Michael has that information, but we tried to copy as much as we could with theirs, but we weren't able to get that question answered. I don't know if you know, Chomp? No, sir.
Okay.
But that's primarily what we did was this was an ordinance that was tried and true and has been through the approval process and has been challenged and withstood the challenge, and that's why we figured we would try to keep as close as we could with their ordinance.
Okay. And I've compared the memo you sent us June 3rd. I've compared the language that is being proposed in the ordinance with the state code, and I see that the definitions are in line with each other and everything else. And it just amazes me that the state doesn't maintain control to assure somebody they issue a license to doesn't stay in compliance with the conditions that they issued the license under. It just amazes me that they would issue the license and then not care whether they complied with the minimum requirements or not. And it troubles me that the state gaming would decide to pass that on to local community government to enforce a regulation that's clearly their responsibility. But somebody has to enforce it, because when we issue these licenses, we have an expectation that they're going to meet the minimum standards of the law, and there has to be a mechanism in place to do that. And a highway patrolman will write a speeding ticket on a city street if he sees a violation in front of him, and vice versa. A city police officer will write one on a freeway if he sees a violation. So somewhere, if the violation is there, somebody has to enforce that. And if it falls to us, then we need to make sure that some way or another we can make sure they're in compliance.
Yes, sir.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions. Let's assume we move forward with this ordinance. What is the enforcement mechanism? I mean, how are we determining, how are we determining the revenue balance?
Okay, so right now, ma'am, when the ordinance comes before, I believe we have a 1 year for the implementation, right, Michael? It'll be a 1 year implementation. So there's one of two options. There's the bar top physical requirement or the revenue audit. So the bar top will be pretty easy. So within that 1 year, we're going to be in contact with the businesses, and at the same time, we're also going to be looking at our auditing process. We already have an auditing process that we do for gross receipts, and we will be looking at it, tailoring it to that auditing process to ensure the 51% is met.
So they have to produce itemized
That is cor-
receipts in essence?
That is correct, ma'am. The ordinance requires an annual reporting of their revenue.
Okay. And then the other question I have, when this was enacted in Las Vegas, what was the impact on the facilities there with regards to, did any of them close down? Were there layoffs?
My understanding is that they did not close down. I know there's representatives here that may know, but my understanding was that they did not close down.
Okay.
Mr. Woodley, just really quickly, it would be identical to that ordinance?
Pretty much, ma'am.
Mhm.
Yes, pretty much. I would venture to say 90%.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right.
Question?
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, following up on Councilwoman Jordan's question, I wanted to take it just a little further. So we would now require, going forward, all restaurants that have these restricted, or restaurants or bars that have these restricted licenses to do this audit, or only if there was a complaint, or how do you envision this working?
Okay, so what it would do, ma'am, is you are correct. All bars and restaurants that have 7 or more slot machines, they would have the 2 options. They would have the option of creating the bar top environment with the bar top machines, or pursuing the reporting process through the audit. Whereas they say that we've earned 51% or more of our revenue
But
through
are
the
you
primary
saying
business.
If they have the bar top, that's where it ends? And I mean, could someone request that this audit be done? I mean, how would that work?
If the bar top is done and all the changes are made to provide us because once again, it goes back to also the appearance of the primary and incidental use, then that will satisfy. So pretty much they have 2 options, either or. So which tends to be a lot better than just giving them, you have to change, this is the one thing, the one option you have, and that's it. This is actually a little bit more helpful for businesses. So they have the ability to choose either or to see which one
Okay,
works
they
for them.
choose.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's an either or, it's not a both.
Correct. That is
Okay.
correct. Yes, ma'am.
And then, because I was going to ask the next question, which is what happens if they exceed, 50%? What would happen then?
Oh, we do have that. It does have some requirements in the actual code that there are some enforcement actions to be taken.
Like,
Yes, ma'am.
what's an I mean, would they have to get licensed as a regular
I
unrestricted?
believe they have to remove the machines, if I remember correctly. I apologize. I can't.
Drop down to 7.
They would have to reduce to 7 machines. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Or I guess, or alternatively, go get full unrestricted licensing.
Another question.
That would be another option.
Go a different
Yes, ma'am.
direction. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Get a new business model.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Another question I have is this really for our attorneys. So I just really want to understand, in that there is a state law on this, can we be more restrictive, less restrictive? What are our options as a local government? Where there's a law in place, a state law that speaks to
Carl,
the
go ahead,
issue.
Julie.
Julie Taller, Deputy City Attorney for the record. There is a Nevada Supreme Court case that allows municipalities, and I'm going to read directly from the case. It says the power to license, regulate, and prohibit gambling is within the discretion of the municipal agency empowered to govern gambling, and such agency has a wide margin of discretion. And that is from a Nevada Supreme Court case in 1990. The case is Clark County Liquor and Gaming Licensing Board versus Simon and Tucker, Inc.
Okay. So up to then, it wasn't clear. Someone went to court, this group, and that was the decision that even though there is a state law, wide discretion, meaning could we do something less than what the state requires? Sounds like no, because that's a state requirement.
That is my understanding, correct? That we can take discretion more narrowly tailored than what the state already requires.
Okay. Okay, and then another question I had was really back to Alex was, since there is a state law, and presumably they have people that enforce this law, do they? First of
Yes,
all, I
ma'am.
guess I should ask
Yes,
that.
they do. That is
Okay.
correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right. But if we enact virtually a similar law to Clark County, and I assume it's fairly similar to the state with some changes that are, make it relative to Reno. Is it possible could have two code enforcers, with differing opinions? I guess they would be enforcing the state law. We would be enforcing our city law. I'm sure they aren't looking for more work, it sounds like.
That is correct. My understanding from previous discussions with gaming, when I worked closer with the code officers, and we would visit the gaming establishments, is that gaming is primarily looking at the actual gaming activity. What we are looking at primarily is the business model.
I got you.
So what business do you have in Reno? And if you say that you're that business, we want to make sure that you have that appearance of that business, and that you are conducting yourself as that primary
So
business.
it seems like it's like business licensing.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is exactly correct. Yes.
Okay. So one more question or two. So the business impact statement, you will be presenting this to us next time, but you must have done it by now.
Yes,
and I'm
ma'am.
just wondering, how would it affect our staff, or will we have to add a person to enforce this?
At this point in time, we don't anticipate that, because especially when you consider, I'll let Michael come up if you can, Michael, just to give us some numbers on the amount of licenses, et cetera. But when you consider that you have the two options, one of which is the physical, that's pretty easy. The more labor intensive would definitely be the auditing process. Once you have the actual structures there and then the bar top, it's very easy. You're in compliance. You're good to go. But with regards to the actual amount of licenses we have and how many, and to the staffing, I'll defer to Michael.
Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager. So we do anticipate there would be some additional workload. The council did approve an additional business license compliance officer beginning July 1st. That person primarily purpose will be doing audits. So we anticipate that with that addition, we'll have some minimal cost for the auditing, especially up front. Once we get this ordinance, if it does pass and it's up and effective, we would probably see some initial increase in workload.
So I guess the question is, I mean, we have, for example, with another kind of privilege license was liquor license. And so they have to, I think, get an annual renewal.
All liquor and gaming is quarterly renewals. They do have an
Quarterly?
annual business license in addition to the quarterly license. So the annual license obviously is renewed once a year. The quarterlies are renewed at the end of every quarter.
Okay, every quarter. So
Four times, yeah, 4 times
which
a year.
kind would this be? Is this a
This
new
is quarterly.
license category?
This is a quarterly license. Yeah.
And is it a new category that
No,
we
it's
have?
the same category.
It's the same one
existing
that we have, unrestricted license.
And the proposal is just a tool to measure incidental versus primary.
Okay. So if we pass this, would you start a series of inspections? I mean, what's your thought here? Like all these groups are coming in now the next quarter after we pass this.
We anticipate meeting with the industry again, and we would do an audit. We would do an audit of existing that may or may not over time meet the requirements, but we would have to go and do site visits to determine, like Alex just said, that if you, and we know most of them are 15 slot machines in a bar top, that's going to be a pretty quick inspection. And we've been through most of them. I do go, when you see any new gaming application, I have done a site visit. My staff has also done a site visit there just to verify how many machines are in site. Now we'll determine where they're located if this does pass.
Okay. So, but they'd be given the 1 year.
Correct.
To come into
A
compliance.
phase-in period of 12 months from the adoption of the ordinance.
Okay. So one more question. I know that it strikes me that some places that have this, I'm thinking, I hate to call them out, but it's right on your first page here, Flowing Tide. I've been in there. So they're licensed, and just an education piece, which I think is the purpose of this workshop.
Yep.
They're licensed, what, as a restaurant and a bar?
Restaurant, bar, and a gaming license.
And
That's
so they
correct.
get 3?
Correct.
Okay, so what about smoking? I mean, in these, you've tied this to smoking, so I just want to understand.
In Flowing Tide, they do not allow smoking. It is my understanding that state law, and I'll double check, but state law now allows smoking. When the Clean Air Act did come out, you could not smoke when you were in a restaurant or selling food. But what they have done, my understanding is a couple of sessions or last session, they changed the law so that if you restrict it to 21 and over, you can have food, gaming, and smoking. And one
So if-
example would be Lucky Beaver on South Virginia. They do have smoking allowed in there, but you have to be
Which place?
21
I'm
or
sorry, I
over.
didn't hear you.
Lucky Beaver,
Okay.
across from Atlantis.
They have what?
They do have smoking inside. but
Even
you
though they
can't-
have a restaurant?
Correct, but you're restricted to 21 and over.
So if this Flowing Tide was a restaurant, had a restaurant license, a bar license, a restricted gaming license, but they restricted it to 21, they could smoke in there.
That's my understanding, yes.
Is that other nods? Yes.
Yes.
But since they don't restrict it, they're looking for families to come and eat, I assume.
Course, right.
Then they can't have smoking in there.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, because I'm a little looking at some of the unrestricted licenses we have issued in our town. It looks like some are licensed as bars, some are restaurants, some are combos.
But if it's licensed a restaurant,
Yeah.
then how could you have smoking?
Well, that's what I'm just trying to understand myself.
Still, that,
You can be licensed as a restaurant and a bar. If it's restricted to 21 and over only, you can allow smoking in there.
What if you're like just have like we had earlier discussion, I think on Mayberry Landing, they're a restaurant, but they serve alcohol at lunch or whatever.
Right.
Is that different than being a bar?
I'd have
Like
to
if
check
you
on
have-
what type of license. I do think they have a bar license. That was a restriction on ours based on the
It was just the
location.
last one that came right in front of
Yeah,
us I was
yeah.
thinking about. But, I mean, would they be also licensed as a bar also?
They could be. I'd have to check, but they could be. The options are on-premise alcohol, which is a bar license, obviously off-premise, which is packaged liquor, dining alcohol and dining wine and beer. Those are both on-premise in conjunction with the restaurant.
So if you had like a restaurant dining, you said with wine
Dining
and beer,
alcohol, let's say.
alcohol or margaritas or whatever, could you have smoking?
Again,
So
it would be
that's-
restricted to 21 over. I guess the operator could do that. Obviously, they're trying to get families in there, so they're not doing that.
Okay. Well, it would be good for me when you bring back this ordinance to clarify the issue about, like, if you're a dining room and you're serving alcohol, are you also a bar, or do you also get that bar license? And that's what triggers you being able to, restrict the age and allow potentially smoking? I'd just like to get clarification before the next.
Do you want to add something? No, and we appreciate, that's the purpose here, is to get those questions so we can get your
Out on the
clarity.
table?
Yep.
Okay.
So, if I may, and just for the record, just to clarify, so when after the law came out with the smoking not allowed in restaurants, et cetera, there was a lot of, you can imagine, opposition and business owners,
Right,
and so that reacted to that. So what the legislature did was they said, okay, we're going to give you another option, which is if you choose to be 21 and over only, then you can have your smoking.
but that would
But-
be considered a bar, right?
With food and bar.
Correct. That is correct.
But if
With
you're
food and
only a
bar.
restaurant, no?
But
No.
then if you were a
No,
restaurant,
not
if
if
you were
you're just
licensed
a
as a
restaurant. If you're a
restaurant, you
pure
couldn't.
restaurant, no.
So wouldn't that be violating our city code?
If it's just a restaurant with smoking, that is
Mhm.
correct.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Good to know.
All right, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you. A question I have, let's assume this goes forward and someone chooses to do the receipts side, not the putting the bar top in with the slots. And they are giving out comps to their patrons. Is the comp value, because you don't know if the patron is going to use that comp for food or drink or not use it at all, is that counted on the gaming side, or is that counted on whatever the type of comp side?
Currently, as it is written in draft form, we've exempted comp. So the owner would not include comps, the value of the comped drink.
So wouldn't be counted anywhere?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm glad you asked that because I was wondering that myself. Is
Mhm.
that what if you were a bar but you gave it away free? But you're saying it doesn't count in these
Now,
calculations.
taxation might have a different answer, but for
Okay.
us,
Right.
we don't count it.
Well, we know a lot of free alcohol is given away at
And I
lots of
think
places.
the way the code is now is confusing, so this would be
Yeah.
very helpful. Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And getting to the discussion about the bars and the restaurants, do we have any restricted we've got a definition of restaurant in the state law, but do we have any restaurants that are restaurants that have the restricted gaming license that are? I mean, I don't see how restricted gaming fits in a restaurant, because a restaurant is to serve people food, not to, or are they all bar restaurants?
I think the purpose is bar restaurant. I know where you're going with that. You don't generally see just a restaurant with no alcohol and gaming.
Right.
I don't think I have any that I have licensed that way currently that I'm aware of.
Okay, so.
But I think I know where you're going with that, yeah.
Yeah, because had the discussion here about the difference between the restaurants and the smoking and everything else, and I just,
Yeah.
I mean, the majority of, so if you are a bar restaurant and you can still be a bar restaurant and restrict to over 21, so they can have the smoking.
That's correct.
Okay. Right. And then I go to quite a few of these places. Why do we not have the grill and stuff in the kitchen? Because I don't think I go to eat at any of those that they don't have a grill. I mean, almost all of them have a grill. They already got a hood, so that they've got a functioning kitchen that they cook in. And a functioning kitchen to me isn't a mini wine cooler and a microwave. It's a kitchen that's got a stove and most of them depend on cooking on the grill rather than an oven. And so why are we not including the grill and stuff?
We
in there?
tried to mirror existing code Title 18 and what Gaming Control Board had in their ordinance on a kitchen. We've got a lot of discussion about what is a kitchen, what isn't a kitchen.
Right.
We contacted the health department. I've talked to them about how do you permit a kitchen. They do it by risk level, risk level 1, 2, and 3. 3 would be the higher risk, the casinos that are making potentially hazardous type foods. Risk 1, which is your delis that are low risk. And so we're just trying to, what we proposed in the ordinance is kind of a conglomeration of keeping it as streamlined as we can without having a bunch of little, like Alex had talked about in that other slide, of a grease interceptor. You may not always need a grease interceptor, but you could still qualify as a kitchen and still serve hot meals. So we looked at all that, and we didn't put everything in there that we initially started with, just so that we could streamline it and meet some of the existing code. So when planning and zoning is reviewing it, it's consistent with Title 18.
So when you brought up a deli, I bears to ask is, so Subway could get a restricted gaming license?
They may be able to if they're zoned properly. Yeah.
So question.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, you talk about a deli and when what you're looking for, a low-risk kitchen.
Right.
I mean, they may have a bakery stand to bake bread in, and they've got a sink to wash, and they're open for preparation and service of food. So
Yeah, and we could, again, the purpose of this is to get those questions, and then we bring, answers back on the 15th.
All right, thank you very much.
Question 2.
Did you have something?
Councilwoman?
Yeah, I just wondered how many of these restricted gaming licenses we have issued. Like, what's the population, so to speak?
I'm sorry, say that one more
I
time.
was wondering how many people are licensed as restricted gaming now in Reno?
We have about 285.
285? And that would include all these types that you've listed here, from a convenience store to a drugstore to a grocery store. So they all have their different levels, numbers that they can have.
And we license by slot machines. So we have about 285 licenses out there. Various number of slot machines for each type of license.
And
for
I
each
feel like I
license.
should know this already, but we've just gotten this, we're just delving into it. On the ones that are like the grocery store, they don't have to have a bar top? Or is there a different, I know they have fewer, right? Fewer machines. Grocery store?
Grocery store can, I believe, have up to 15.
Oh, they can?
Yeah, they have specific regulations for the grocery stores as
So
well.
would they have to have the bar top too then? And the machines in
This
the
would
bar?
not affect the grocery store.
So who, does it affect the convenience store, the drugstore?
If it's 7 or less machines, it would not.
Okay, so the grocery store has the 15?
And this is the,
Yes, ma'am. So just to keep it a little bit more simple, primarily it's the bar and bar restaurant because that is the one, and that is the situation, that is the business model that we've received concerns about with regards to not appearing to be a different business, primary business.
I got you. Okay, so what, okay, I understand. So you're really trying to define the incidental.
Yes, ma'am.
We're really trying to hone in on that, and you're saying you can see a grocery store is a grocery store, drugstore is drugstore, liquor store, et cetera, but it gets more difficult with the bar, tavern, saloon, and you're looking for the defining moment.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
exactly it. Yes.
And I know that we've raised that issue when you came for approval for those licenses several times, and I know that that's what led you guys to start working on it.
Yes.
Because we keep asking you, how do we define?
Right.
How do we figure out? And I know that that's been a question that's been asked a number of times of you, and I appreciate your getting involved in getting this to us.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus?
So, first of all, I recognize the complexity working even within our organization in a kind of a layered regulatory environment of the land use and our business licensing. And then the add-on of the gaming, you know, it is a complex, just even the terminology, not to mention the policy and the intent. So I guess question number one is, you're going to have a number of whereases on the ordinance or that state out the policy goals we're trying to get to and the problems that we see, right? Because I don't see any whereases on the draft ordinance. So that's because you just have the ordinance, you don't have the whole bill wrapped in together, right?
I believe so, ma'am. Within the ordinance itself, we have the declaration of policy.
Oh, a declaration.
does
Oh,
exactly
okay.
that.
The declaration of policy right there. Okay, the first three. Okay.
We wanted to have it on the record.
Okay. I see that. And then the revenue, tell me this, how do we license all both non-restricted and restricted on their quarterly gaming? Is it per device?
that's correct. Yeah, it's per
So
device.
even for the non-restricted unit?
That's correct.
Non-restricted, okay. So
Per
because,
device, per table.
okay.
game.
So because we are doing a whole overview, very comprehensive of our business license fees, if we project that there is a cost associated with this administration, the audits, we can pass that on to the business sector that is, putting that cost would be filtered in and into that, could be plugged into that. Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
It could be, yes.
Yeah, both the restricted and non-restricted users. So that's good to know, and we have that process going on right now. So we'll pass it on. Sorry.
So what
know,
is the fee? I mean,
I think it's 2.5 a device.
It's in my binder, which is in my seat over there. It's $26.25 per slot.
Oh, is it?
$26
25 cents, I think, per slot.
per
I'm close to
slot,
that. Let me
per
grab it.
quarter.
Per quarter. Yes,
Per
ma'am.
quarter,
Per
26
quarter, per machine.
per machine, 26,
Tables
20.
are a little different.
Okay,
It's
okay.
per table, per seats.
And then, okay, and then on the bar heights, I'm thinking about a tenant space. Say you have a tenant space that is maybe, I don't know, 4,500 to 5,000 square feet, and a lease is signed. We're in there, and then we decide to go the option of the retroactivity with the bar tops. It seems like that's a big space reduction that tenant holder would have to would be, putting in. And so, what did you go down to Vegas and see any of these? Are there then these tenant spaces that just have all this big empty floor space?
No, I do know that there's a requirement within the state law of 2,500 square feet that has to be dedicated to an area other than the gaming.
Oh,
That's
okay.
already in the state law, that
Okay.
requirement. So they would still have that. And then keep in mind that when you have the bar top, they may do the horseshoe or depending.
Oh, the
once
bar
again-
shoe. Okay,
Exactly.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That
If
takes
you-
up a significant area.
You know what would be useful to me for the
Mm-hmm.
second reading would be to maybe take one and show me, the conceptual layout, how it would be now, how it would be in the future, just so I can get my head around this tenant space.
Okay.
And then,
keep in mind, ma'am, that it would be, we would assume, because we don't
Yeah,
know how
yeah,
the
yeah.
owner may have complete different idea.
Yeah.
Someone might be an artist and
Yeah.
want to do an S-shaped bar. I don't know.
no, or maybe, actually maybe not put it on staff, put it on other people who may be providing testimony. And then loopholes, I'm always thinking of loopholes. So say I'm a person who this is subject to, and maybe I throw in a kitchen on the back. There's always users wanting common interest shared kitchen space. Could I just say, hey, I'm going to have a second operator in here running the kitchen space, selling, croissants. It's the great croissant maker in Reno. We finally have one. They're selling croissants out the back. Under a separate business license, for catering or wherever. Could that be a loophole then that could get beyond the 50% that's used, or does it have to be that one operator?
I would have to defer to zoning planning for that.
Yeah,
That
okay.
we can even have that.
Okay, because it's
scenario.
not uncommon for us to have multiple tenants in one tenant space doing something, right? So anyway, I was just wondering about how that might play out.
But a question there, I mean, they could even be selling the croissants out front, but my question, my question is though, is that a restaurant? I mean, is that a bakery? Is that a different kind of license? I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
No, and once again, we would definitely have to go through the zoning process to see what type of business that would be. Regardless, they're specific primary businesses.
This is pretty
that
interesting.
state
The
law,
bakery, bar,
yeah,
gaming.
the state law. I actually have it right here. It says there's a list of 5. Convenience store, grocery store, drugstore, and liquor store. That's the first 4. And the last one being bar, tavern, saloon, or other similar location licensed to sell alcoholic beverages for on-premises consumption other than just beer and wine by the drink.
So just to get back to my question, it contemplates one licensed tenant in the space. Because I have I did a lot of licensing, and I've seen tenant spaces with 5 licensees.
And
in
keep in mind
spaces.
that
Okay.
we require, at this point in time, unless council decides to change it, we require them to acquire their gaming license from the state, get all their approvals there first before they come and apply at the city.
Yeah, and the state gaming license might have some
Exactly.
restrictions about who else is on the premises. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan, may I have a motion?
Thank you very much. I think we're at the point where we can move forward on this one. So I would make a motion to move to approve staff recommendation with regards to the draft ordinance.
All right, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Which means they'll be bringing this back for a first reading on. Yeah.
Communicate on, you could have gone on for another hour and a half, 2 hours.
But you can't be just a restaurant and have gaming.
See, that's the thing, the difference between the code that they're proposing and state law. The state law says you can't be just a restaurant. You have to
Be
be a
bar.
bar, tavern, or saloon.
Right, and
So
they
you can only
changed
be
it
a
in
bar, right?
2013, my understanding was, to add in restaurant. That's what,
Are we recessing? I just want her to say she's recessing. Madam Mayor, are we going to recess?
I apologize. We will be in recess till 6 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Just text me after. Okay. No!
There is no text, tweet, or call that's worth a life.
One pedestrian death is one too many.
Look up.
And look out for each other.
To welcome you to the Lemelson STEM Academy to talk about some of the pedestrian safety improvements that the city of Reno has made. And we also want to take some time just talking about pedestrian safety in general this morning.
With regards to pedestrian safety, we've been working on at the city of Reno a lot of not only infrastructure projects, but Reno Police has been key in driving up awareness to pedestrian safety. We did our PSA about look up and look out for each other, and this is just another arm in all of the efforts we're doing at the city of Reno to make our city and our children safe.
What we're asking is for drivers to put their cell phones away when they're driving their cars, and we're asking for pedestrians to put their cell phones away when they're crossing the street.
The importance of getting kids to school safe and have parents that are delivering their kids to school understand that there's kids around you that are walking to school that you need to watch out for.
There's a lot of crosswalks, a lot of flashing lights, some new laws that have been put into place to where you can't pass vehicles in a school zone, you can't do U-turns in a school zone. And what that does is it just provides safety to the children.
This isn't just an issue that's, of one area of town or of one demographic or of one age. It's affecting everybody. So it's a collaborative effort that is from the state level with some new laws that went into effect. It's with some efforts at the city to do things that we can work collaboratively to improve this situation of pedestrian safety.
We just have to keep beating that drum, keep reminding people that no text message is so important that you can't wait until you're at your destination before you send it or receive it.
About 1,000 people die annually in home fires caused by cigarettes. Hot ashes or matches tossed before they are out can cause a large fire in seconds. Putting out a cigarette the right way only takes seconds. To learn more, go to reno.gov/public safety.
Hi, my name is Eden Weishahn, and I'm a fire weather forecaster here at the National Weather Service in Reno. Today, we're going to talk about red flag warnings, what they are, and what you can do. Red flag warnings alert fire agencies and the public of weather conditions that have the potential for wildland fires to grow rapidly in size and intensity before first responders can contain them. Red flag warnings are only issued for those areas where the grass, bushes, or trees are dry enough for large fire growth. We issue red flag warnings when strong gusty winds combine with very dry conditions or when we are expecting thunderstorms with little to no rainfall. Red flag warnings are issued when these weather conditions are expected to be met in the next 1 to 2 days. So, what can you do? There are a few things you can do to prepare your home and family for wildfire. You can create defensible space around your home by reducing vegetation near your house. This allows firefighters to safely defend your home during a wildfire. During red flag days, you should avoid any outdoor activity that could spark new wildfires. This definitely includes things like using fireworks or not properly attending or extinguishing outdoor fires. There are a few other activities you should avoid on a red flag day that you may not have realized. These include target shooting, mowing or trimming of dry grass, using chainsaws, grinders, or even welding outdoors. Even driving vehicles over dry grass or improperly stowed trailer chains dragging on a highway can be dangerous during red flag warning days. Basically, you want to avoid any activity that could potentially spark a wildfire. Also remember, it's very important to create a family emergency plan for safely and effectively evacuating. For more information on what you can do to prepare for wildfires, go to livingwithfire.info. Thank you for listening.
We're looking for neighbors, visionaries that love their city and believe that collaboration creates positive change. Are you a neighborhood leader who asks yourself, how can I improve my city? Are you interested in development, public safety, or reducing blight? Then attend a neighborhood advisory board meeting and make an impact. Visit reno.gov/NAB and get involved with your Neighborhood Advisory Board, a place for neighbors to serve their neighborhood.
I believe in love.
Equal opportunity.
Una comunidad unida.
I believe in family.
There's a lot of things in life to believe in.
I believe in leprechauns.
I believe I'll have another.
There's nothing more important than believing in yourself. And you can make a change happen.
Attend a neighborhood advisory board meeting. Connect with your council person and make your voice heard. It's how change happens in Reno. It starts with you.
All you gotta do is, well, you get the idea.
My big little is big opportunities and little challenges.
Big art, little traffic.
Big events, little city.
Big seasons, little adventures.
Big commute, little time.
Big voice in the little city.
Big, beautiful college, little college town feel.
The people of Reno are at the precipice of a bold new future with Tesla moving in, large opportunities, the economy's come roaring back. Big future, little hesitation.
My big is education. My little is going to TMCC Community College to further my education.
Big bike travel and little fear in doing so.
Big opportunity, little hassle.
My big little is big service, little barriers.
Big experience, little regret.
Big opportunity and little cost.
Big support, little experience.
Big scholar, little program.
Big music, small town.
My big is involvement, my little is fear.
In the biggest little city, we have the high density of a big city, but we all know each other like a little city. Big connections, little neighborhoods.
From dairyman to city councilman, the Chisholm family has made a variety of contributions to the city of Reno for more than 130 years. After 5 generations and counting, they tell their story.
This Chisholm house was built in the 1880s, and there's been Chisholms here ever since.
The Chisholm Ranch went all the way up to Keystone Avenue. It was a very large ranch, and the streets were named not just Chisholm, but there were other family names on there. It was like Arletta and Gardner. My brother's middle name is Gardner.
This was an apple orchard. The whole area out here is 115 acres. That's essentially everything from Keystone west and north of the river. And they had cider by the barrel and apples by the bushel. And his oldest son was born in 1878, and that would be John H. Chisholm, and he started a dairy here. And by 10 years later, they had the largest number of dairy cows in the state of Nevada. Edward started to go in with his brother because of the dairy, and he started a Chisholm ice cream thing that was actually started in about 1905. And they would actually have a water wheel, and the ice cream factory used the water wheel as the mechanical end of churning ice cream. And in those days, there was no such thing as refrigeration, so all the ice cream you made was the old thing of ice and salt, and you mixed it, and then they daily would take it out in horse-drawn carriages around the town and sell their ice creams. And by another 10 years, it was going pretty strong.
My father graduated from the University of Nevada as an electrical engineer and married the president's daughter of the university, and rather than go off and be an engineer, he had this chunk of property that belonged to his mother. They managed to turn half the property into trailer park and the rest of it into this.
It was an auto camp, a stopover on your way to the coast before you enlisted or were sent off to war in 1927.
We used to live in the river when we were kids.
Actually, the river, the bend in the river across from Idlewild Park was actually an Indian camp by the turn of the century, and it still had teepees and things like this. When this house was remodeled in the late 40s, we'd come over here and scrounge around when they were pushing dirt around, and we could fill coffee cans up with arrowheads.
My grandfather himself became a city councilman in the 60s and was actually the mayor in the late 60s, early 70s, and I always thought that was extremely cool.
My father was a very striking, commanding person, gentle, but he was very good at what he did.
My mother's side of the family was, her father came out in 1917 to be president of the university for 20 years. So we had a lot of family involvement at the University of Nevada, so it was just a given. You know, you weren't going to go away to school. You were going to go to the University of Nevada.
My grandparents were here, my parents were here, I'm here, my kids are here, they're going to go to school here. In a weird way, it's a source of pride. Everybody asks, and I say, I can't leave. I have to stay. It's not up to me. You just sort of woven into the local culture. You know, you're part of it, not just passing through.
I think right now it truly is a game changer. I think you're seeing so many exciting things happen, especially in the business community and the entrepreneurial community. I think technology is playing a huge part of what we do and how we're moving forward. I'm proud of being a part of a lot of the things that are happening with startups and companies that, you know, are literally starting things on a shoestring. And if you can get them a couple parking spaces in front of their business, or you can help them with the business license process. I think innovation and technology and arts are extremely important in our city. I think it keeps us relevant. It keeps, people energized. I truly believe that those things are going to be what set us apart from other cities. My name is Hillary Sheevy, and I represent the at-large position.
Are you studying tonight? We can meet up and study together. Text me after. Okay. No!
There is no text, tweet, or call that's worth a life.
One pedestrian death is one too many.
Look up.
And look out for each other.
To me, the small town atmosphere is working within our geography and realizing where we as a city invest our public services, where we want to send those, or our infrastructure to maintain that small town atmosphere. I think every generation is looking for the new place. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to be a young person, graduate from college, and move to Brooklyn or the Mission. So I do think there's, particularly as American cities get more expensive, their cost of living increases, there are cities that will pop up. I think we are a city that will pop up because of our geographic location, but we really need to work on some things. This will be a council that will work on basics: graffiti, loitering downtown, getting a parking system that works. Those are sort of basics. They're not rock star jewel projects. It's really core competencies, but those are the ingredients that add up to a successful city. Jenny Breckus, I'm the Reno City Council member representing Ward 1.
Doing things in a divided manner is one, it's not efficient. And two, as we've seen with the Smarter Cities study, it's not what's going to be what is presented to the rest of the United States or the rest of the world. We need to come up with a regional image. And the only way we're going to get there is if we do things together. You know, the Big United, Little Divided, I think the campaign for the biggest little city is a wonderful one. And it really was one of those things when it was presented to the city council. A few times in life do you get that feeling that this is important, this feels right, this feels big. And that's what my reaction certainly was to it, and that's why it got a standing ovation. And out of that, I felt like, what can we as governments, how can we promote this campaign, as well as maybe do some other things, mending some relationships and moving forward together. And so I did have 30 t-shirts printed up that said Big United, Little Divided. And I took them to the joint meeting with Washoe County and Sparks, not knowing if everybody would put them on, but having faith and hope that they would, and they did. And to me, while it was t-shirts and might be a small gesture, it appeared to set a tone of unity. And that was incredibly important. And I think continuing down that path, while we may not agree on all things, we can certainly be respectful. And the things we can agree on, let's move forward together. My name is Neoma Jordan, and I represent Reno City Council in Ward 5.
I'm very humbled to know that I'm a voice for the community, but with a job. You know, our job is to make sure that safety is a priority to the community, that people feel safe when they go to bed at night, when they wake up, and they go to work. Our priorities are to make sure that our parks are up and going, or to make sure that there's an equality of life in the community that allows for people to want to come in and invest. Our job is to make sure to make it easy for businesses to be successful, in the sense of making sure that we have an environment for them to do that. So it's multifaceted, but in more cases than not, we're support leg for a lot of people to make sure that they're able to do what they need to on a day-to-day basis. My name is Oscar Delgado, and I represent Ward 3.
We're looking for neighborhood leaders, difference makers, visionaries, people that love their city and believe that collaboration creates positive change. Are you a neighborhood leader who asks yourself, how can I improve my city? Are you interested in development, public safety, or reducing blight? Then join a neighborhood advisory board and help us make an impact. Visit reno.gov/NAB and engage with your neighborhood advisory board. Together, we can build better neighborhoods.
Students at Roger Corbett Elementary School get to know real-life heroes through a Reno Fire Department mentoring program.
Recess, we started to play, but one chose to act like a bully that day. His words were hurtful, his temper was flaring. I knew I would have to say something quite daring.
Firefighter Jason Eastman put his firefighting expertise aside to read a book on how to stop bullying.
Stand tall, speak up, and make your voice heard. I remember how cool it was to have firefighters and police officers and all the other people visit when I was a kid, so it's just a way to give back.
Other times the firefighters hang out and talk about homework or sports with the kids.
These children have so little contact with individuals outside of their immediate family and their school, and this presents to them role models as well as people who care about reading.
It's just helpful for those kids and to make goals for themselves. They can see these people that have gone through college and all of this training to be a firefighter.
Once the students got past questions like, how tall are you, Jason? What size shoe do you wear? They questioned him about his job as a firefighter.
We're looked up to nationwide and worldwide, just firefighters and police in general. Kids always have a respect for, and the hero idea, so it's kind of using that to encourage them to better themselves and improve themselves. I guess in a sense show them what they can become if they work hard and stay in school, that kind of thing.
The Reno Fire Department partners with the Education Alliance of Washoe County's Partners in Education program in their efforts to help children succeed. To find out more information about the Reno City Fire Department, go to reno.gov/fire.
Home means Nevada to me because we have some of the best hospitality in the world and incredible landscapes and incredible businesses. It's an opportunity that's endless here in Nevada. Happy birthday, Nevada.
We've been involved in cases that, because of the intervention techniques, because of the intervention that we took, we feel that we really prevented a major tragedy from occurring.
The Mobile Outreach Safety Team identifies a crisis before it happens. Officer Travis Warren and social workers make sure that individuals with suspected mental illness do not harm themselves and others around them.
The thing is, you'll never know. I'm happier never knowing than knowing that something bad happened.
The Reno Police Department is one of the few agencies in the country that has a program like this, where social workers are able to ride along with officers to assist them with calls that have mental health components. The team eliminates the need to send these individuals to jail and provides them with support to prevent future problems.
Stabilized, they are happier, they are more productive, they feel better about themselves, and they're not any kind of a burden upon our community and upon the police force.
Not only are we here for the individuals suffering from mental illness, but we're also here in a support fashion for the family. If families need to reach out for education purposes, find out about mental illness, if they need to know ways of interacting and helping their loved ones who suffer from a mental illness, they can reach out to us with the challenges that they're encountering, and we'll help them.
The Mobile Outreach Safety Team currently covers only Reno and Sparks areas, but they will soon be taking calls from all of Washoe County.
You know, we're on the cutting edge. We're doing something that is very proactive in our community. We're helping people, you know, at the early stages of their illness. We're getting them to the right places. And when the community works together like that, it's a success for everyone. It keeps our community safe, and keeps the people, you know, that are struggling with mental illnesses safe as well.
For more information on the MOST program, visit reno.gov/police.
That core, when it's vibrant and it's thriving, it creates a positive identity for our community as a whole. There's not a lot of opportunity for people to live in the core, in a place that they feel safe and comfortable.
Ryan Egan started working on changing the face of downtown 10 years ago when he took over the family business. Having grown up in an apartment, he wants to make the properties he owns a place his tenants can love.
On the development side, I've got something I'm calling the Hudson Project. It's over a block-wide assemblage right now. That's redevelopment, adaptive reuse.
Michelle Baker was impressed by the remodeling work Egan did on her apartment, and she's excited to see what will happen to the neighborhood once he is done with it.
It's kind of like a scummier area, to be honest. You know, people racing down the streets and things like that, but Brian's bought up basically the whole lot, you know? So like he owns all these buildings. And then he's trying to buy up some more as well and turn it around and make it into more of a community vibe. So I was like pretty into that once he told us about that.
There's also an effort to establish a real sense of community. Caitlin Bryson is working hard to finalize a community garden just in time for the spring. She thinks it will help bring everyone together.
It's going to be a really awesome place, and the summertime is going to be really great. We're going to have barbecues and community gatherings and maybe even music and then fresh produce, and it's going to be a really fun space.
Egan feels he has been a big part of the changes going on in downtown. He wants his mark on Reno to be a positive one.
For me, it's cleaning up the community, and that's what I'm trying to do. And so right now it's a lot of investment without a lot of return, but it's something that I really believe in. And I feel like if you're doing something that you love and you're doing a good thing for the world, then I think that's going to come back to you somehow, someday. And it's what I'm banking on.
I think Reno can improve on its freeway system.
I think Reno can be the next tech hub.
I think Reno can be a thriving creative music scene.
I think Reno can be a great city for entrepreneurs and small business.
I think Reno can be a city that gives back.
I think Reno can be inspiring.
Reno could be the epicenter for nightlife. Oh yeah.
I think Reno could be a year-round art town.
I think Reno can be a major hub for music.
I hope that Reno will be the events capital of the world.
I think Reno can be the next fashion city.
I think Reno can be the most innovative city in the West.
I think Reno needs more small local businesses like ours.
I believe Reno can become more cultural. I think Reno can be a place where my children want to raise their children.
I think Reno can be more.
I think Reno can be exactly how it is because it's awesome.
Today is amazing because we are kicking off the Virginia Lake Water Quality Solution. This is the first step. We are looking at improving water quality by circulating the water within the lake.
As we have water coming in and as we're able to get the full mixture along the whole lake, when we do have drought conditions, our water quality will start from a better condition than it is today. Right now the water enters from the north and it exits the northeast, and basically it short circuits and the majority of the lake isn't getting the benefit of the water flow in and out.
And the flange adapter, the backing ring, you could bolt to the wall.
If you have some dirty water, one way to fix it is to mix it with cleaner water and it will be less dirty. It's kind of intuitive. That's really what we're doing here with this project. The whole idea is that if we make a better lake, when the drought does come, it'll be better able to withstand the drought effects. People are really excited about this project because while we do have 86 parks in Reno, what we found is that people have a certain place in their heart for Virginia Lake. It's been here a long time. A lot of people have a kind of a historical connection to it.
The TripAdvisor talks about this being one of the top 10 amenities in the city of Reno for people to come visit, and they love the lake, and everybody comes here and wants a good experience. So this project will allow for the water quality to be better. If the water quality is better, they're going to have a better experience.
What has been key to this project and getting it to this point has been the tremendous public support for Virginia Lake. Not only do people love it, but they want it to be part of their neighborhood and a destination both.
But we're also looking forward to the next steps and the future projects that we're going to have as we continue looking at what we can do to improve the water quality and improve the experience for the users of the lake.
I believe in love.
Equal opportunity.
Una comunidad unida.
I believe in family.
I believe in magic.
There's a lot of things in life to believe in.
I believe in sprinkles.
There's nothing more important than believing in yourself. And you can make a change happen.
Attend a neighborhood advisory board meeting. Connect with your council person and make your voice heard. It's how change happens in Reno. It starts with you.
All you gotta do is, well, you get the idea.
Home means Nevada to me because it is our state song. That's the school children still learn, and the imagery in that song is something that speaks to me and attracted me to Nevada. It's where the mountains meet the desert and the gray hills and the landscape. And so happy birthday, Nevada, and let's celebrate the simple time and the pioneers who helped make our state great and worked on teaching that song to generations.
81 years young, Neil Brooks is the grandson of model dairy founder C.W. Brooks. Today, Neil has kids and grandkids of his own, a fantastic family history to share, and even his own street. Yes, Neil Road. Neil's been around to see model dairy and surrounding farms go from cows and silos to airstrips and subdivisions.
It's unbelievable how Neil Road has changed from the time that I knew it. and there's much more commercial business now and a lot of traffic that takes that road. In the late 1930s and 1940s, the ranch, there was a panoramic view that you could see of the full dairy and the silos. And in the background, you could see Rattlesnake Mountain, and there are no other buildings around that area. At that time, it was just the ranch, and farms surrounded that area. But most of it's on the eastern side of the ranch. It was made airspace because it would have interfered with the airport. The silos had to come down. And I think back to my grandfather, C.W. Brooks, that he started on somebody else's ranch, the Clow Ranch, with some Holstein cows and 2 milkers. And if I were there at that time and had to give him any advice, my first thought would be, what the heck are you thinking to start off with 2 milkers and cows and no customers and build from that? That's pioneering as far as I'm concerned.
Harriet Peckham and C.W. Brooks, Nevada pioneers indeed, married in 1904 and opened Model Dairy in 1906. By 1914, the dairy began home delivery services, first by horse and wagon and eventually by truck. The company remained in local hands for 90 years and makes home deliveries to this day. The dairy's roots and longevity make it an important part of Nevada's past and present.
Well, I found, because of attending the Western organization in Reno, and they were doing consistent programs about history of Reno, and somebody mentioned my name as being one of the members of the Model Dairy family, and thought that I ought to do a program on Model Dairy.
With a little encouragement from the local Westerners Club, Neil gave his first presentation on Model Dairy history and has been hooked on heritage ever since. He and his wife collect old milk cans, bottles, and whatever Model Dairy artifacts they can get their hands on.
This is a 3-gallon milk can that was used in the very early days. It was not for house use, but it was for commercial use. And we have it nickeled by a plating company, and it produces this beautiful, beautiful can, better than the original looked like. I wish I would have started collecting these at a much earlier date when I know that all of this existed. I'm assuming that these bottles represent a period of time of about 1914. Just a number of people that were so encouraged and came up to me after programs and said, well, my dad worked at the dairy, or I remember they'd come in and leave the milk in the refrigerator on the back porch of my house. You know, it was just amazing.
Home means Nevada to me because it truly is the land where anything is possible, including where a girl from a small town raised on a farm on the banks of the Truckee River can make it to the halls of city government in the biggest little city in the world. Happy birthday, Nevada.
Home means Nevada to me because it's all about family and friends. Nevada's about family, fresh air, and freedom. Happy birthday, Nevada.
Reno Rodeo celebrated its 95th anniversary in June 2014. What began in 1909 as a small 3-day rodeo has become a huge 10-day extravaganza. It is now one of the largest, one of the greatest, one of the most exciting rodeos in the country. All of us, the City of Reno, the Reno Rodeo Association, the sponsors, the contestants, the wranglers, volunteers, and fans We all owe a great debt of gratitude to a giant of a man who helped make all of this possible. Cotton Rosser, one of the country's greatest longtime rodeo producers and stock contractors. Cotton has been, and now in his mid-80s still is, at the center of the Reno Rodeo. He was the bronc riding champion in Reno way back in the 1950s. Cotton bought the Flying U Rodeo Company in 1956. He's been providing rodeo stock and entertainment all over America as a family business since 1958. Wanting to provide a lasting tribute to this venerable king of the cowboys, in April, the past presidents of the Reno Rodeo Association held its first annual legacy dinner honoring Cotton Rosser. At that dinner, they unveiled a clay replica of a bronze statue of Cotton on his favorite horse. That bronze was presented to Cotton for the rodeo world to see at the June Rodeo. The black marble base supporting the bronze statue says it all simply, but very eloquently, and I quote, "Cotton Rosser, King of the Cowboys." So that future generations may learn about our Western heritage, our heroes and honorable men like Cotton Rosser, this monument stands today. You can read the rest of this tribute inscription anytime you come to the Reno Rodeo, which is held in the last week of June annually. Reno Senior Discovery TV caught up with Cotton at the rodeo, just as he was getting ready to mount his horse for an evening show. He was graciously accommodating, just as stated on the black marble base of his bronze, for future rodeo fans to see and remember.
Not from Reno, are you?
No, I was born in Long Beach, California, before World War II. Yeah, I was born and raised in Long Beach, California, and raised on Catalina Island. And then I went to Cal Poly at San Luis Obispo, and then went off to Northern California and rodeoed professionally, and have lived in Marysville for the last 60 years. And I rodeoed in all these rodeos, riding broncs and roping and riding bulls, and Reno, Las Vegas, Houston, all in Madison Square Garden, all the big rodeos, until I broke both my legs, and then I got out of professional rodeo in 1955, and I became a livestock contractor in 1956. Well, I tell you what motivates me is the little kids in rodeo. I was a kid myself once, and I love to go around and shake all the little kids' hands, and especially all the senior citizens. When I see all those senior citizens come out here at the rodeo and their daughters and sons bringing their grandkids, that's what motivates me is the fans. And I love the national anthem and the American flag and the cowboy. I wanted to be a cowboy when I was a little kid, and I've been doing that for 60-some years now, maybe even longer than that, 65, 68. And that's my thing. When I was a kid, there was Roy Rogers, Gene Autry, and Lone Ranger and all them, and I've just tried to keep up the same image for these kids, something to think about. Well, of course, being a senior citizen, you got to just get up in the morning and get out and do things. You know, it's easy to sit back and take it easy, and I hurt a little bit once in a while. Senior citizens have got to get out and see a rodeo, see the Western entertainment, and bring the kids and the grandkids and see what's really going on. We have something in rodeo. We have something for the older people, the bucking horses and the bull riding and all those things. Then we got mutton busting for the kids, and we got barrel racing for the women who like to see the women in competition. But senior citizens love rodeos. We try to do a discount price if we can for senior citizens. And we like the show to be fast, a good 2-hour, 2.5-hour production. Get them in and get them back out and get them home and let them rest up. But you got to get out, get up, and do things. Don't just lay around the house and watch television. Anybody can do that. And I'm guilty of it as anybody, but so I need to do more walking. It hurts a little bit, but you need to walk and talk to people.
Some of our seniors still remember the movie The Misfits, which was filmed here in Reno in the 1960s.
Were the horses you provided in that movie actually Mustangs or not?
Well, they were Mustangs. They were Mustangs. And for the ones they used out at La Hunting Dam on that desert scene, yes, they were mares and colts. And they were Mustangs. And of course, Wild Horse Annie right here in Reno stopped a lot of that.
Yeah.
But that was a great movie with Clark Gable and Marilyn Monroe and Montgomery Clift. It was their last movie. And my hard partner, Dick Pasco, who was my partner then, we did the rodeo scenes, the bucking horse, and my partner doubled Clark Gable, and it was a great production. I didn't have spent much time on it. He spent all summer in there. They all stayed at the Mapes, Charles Mapes and the Mapes Hotel. And it was a great summer I flew in a couple times in my airplane, but they're sitting out there in La Hunting Dam waiting for the sun to go behind the cloud and stuff. And I said, this is just a little too slow, this show for me. So I jumped my airplane, went back to a rodeo.
Do you have any parting comments on the Cotton Rosser Legacy celebration here Sunday night?
Well, I've been pretty fortunate in my lifetime. The people I've met, the friends I've met, and the halls and the awards I've gotten. I'm in the Rodeo Hall of Fame and the Cowboy Hall of Fame in Oklahoma City. And I thought that bronze rodeo producer, I call him, and to me, be the first one that's been honored that way at a rodeo. It's one of the best things going to be my legacy for history to look back at. I think it's a wonderful thing with all that rodeo committee, what they put together. And that ceremony they had the other night with the cowboys all lined up halfway around the arena, and with all the past presidents, directors lined up, it was one of the greatest tear jerkers to me. It's a good thing they didn't give me the microphone because I couldn't talk.
Well, thank you very much, Cotton.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
It's a
Nelson.
pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, Nelson.
I believe in love.
Equal opportunity.
Una comunidad unida.
I believe in family.
I believe in magic.
There's a lot of things in life to believe in.
I believe in sprinkles.
There's nothing more important than believing in yourself. And you can make a change happen.
Attend a neighborhood advisory board meeting. Connect with your council person and make your voice heard. It's how change happens in Reno. It starts with you.
All you gotta do is, well, you get the idea.
Welcome once again. It's kind of interesting to talk about an event that is called the Spring Swing Fling on a day when it's snowing like crazy in downtown Reno. I'm sure we don't kid you. We pre-record these shows, and it is snowing, and we hope we will have spring, and we hope we will have a spring fling. And we're going to find out about that because my guest today on the program is a gentleman by the name of Andrew Ivanoff. Andrew, welcome to our show. Nice to have you here. Are you optimistic that we're going to see some spring here in Reno fairly soon?
I think so, definitely, because it's has been sort of a very cold few months just now, you know, with the storm we had last week and so forth. Yeah, I just hope that'll be a change.
Tell us about the Spring Fling. What is that?
Well, it is an annual fair, usually for May of month. All the Americans are being celebrated, as well as our Lifescapes writing program. And this is a fair is sponsored by the City of Reno, as well as by the Los Angeles County Libraries, as well as OLLI. And we are all in the Lifescapes writing program. So we're having this sort of a annual event at Roberto Miguel Ribeiro Park. It'll be at the Neal Recreation Center. And we'll have a ice cream social. It's free. And as well as the big band, dance band, that'll be dancing as well.
Who's appearing? Do you know for the
Brass Knuckles. It's a big band, Brass Knuckles, and so they'll be playing for us. And of course, there'll be dancers in there, I think, from the dancing classes and so forth, but most of the people will be represented by Lifescapes members from different libraries.
This writing project about Lifescapes, I know it's phenomenal, and I know you mentioned
this is the 11th year.
that the senior programs from the university, through that university program that they have, are very involved in that. And I know you get some great life stories. Now, do you do this on video, or is it a written life story? Are you able to catalog and keep these life stories?
Yes, it's being published. We have now some 500 people written some of their memoirs, and we have published it in books as well as it's on the website. It's the website is www.washingtoncountylibrary.us. And you can get to the website and read those books as well. There's over 300 books published, and they are available for free on the website.
Is the Washoe County Library your major sponsor of this, or are they taking part in it? They're the major sponsor.
Yes, it's in conjunction with the UNR. This program started and so on. And they're the main. So we use the library facilities for our classes as well.
Now, on the date you have the Spring Fling, will people during that day be repeating some of their Lifescapes?
No, it'll be just social event.
Just to call attention
Just to call attention to it. That's right. And usually we sell some of the anthology books that have been written by the groups and so on. That'll be available there for sale and so on.
Now the books you sell, that's not just limited, I wouldn't think, to just the local people, but other states as well? Or?
No, this is strictly for a local area.
All right, so these are the local stories.
Right.
How are these books get published? There must be some kind of a charge for actually publishing, printing the books. How does that all work, and who does the publishing?
Usually each person who publishes a book, I published 5 books already. And
of your life story?
Life story. It's called autopoemography, I call it. And it's published and also recorded on the website as well. And usually you have 5 books for free, and then the rest of them you have to pay yourself, which is, approximately.
Ivan, I detect some kind of an accent there. What is your background and your nationality?
On nationality, my parents were Russian.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was born in China.
Tell us something about your Lifescape experiences. some of the things that you'd written about. Was it correlated with any of the wars or anything like that?
Yes, it's mostly correlated with the World War II, since I was more in China during that particular time. You know, we were all sequestered in that area.
Were you in that war?
No, I was just a kid.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I was just living at that time. My parents were living in business at first, and then, of course, it was tough times during the wartime.
Because Japan was involved in coming into China.
Starting way back with the Manchuria in 1929 and so forth, and then, of course, they invaded China and so forth. But yes, it was under Japanese control.
As a child, were you under the control of the Japanese at any time?
Yes, we were.
And you write about this, I would assume, in your lifescapes?
Yes, I did, yes. Going to Japanese schools and going to, of course, at that time also French schools, since I was more or less involved in Shanghai. And it was a colonial area.
But you never felt threatened or anything during that time?
No. We had at the latter part of the war, because bombing was constant, but outside of that wasn't that much.
And how did you, as a Russian, how did you happen to end up in China?
Well, my parents, after the revolution, it's more or less emigrated to, because there are a lot of white Russians immigrated to China, and there's a whole bunch. There was close to some 9,000 immigrants who came in escaping the communist rule. And so that's how they end up.
Right now, you're a child in China. You grow up. When do you first come to the United States?
Oh, I came to the United States in 1950, and shortly I got married and was drafted.
Into the American Army?
In the American Army, and was sent to Germany.
Okay, now wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You're a Russian who grew up in China. You come to the United States, you get in our army, and then you go to Germany. Yeah. You must have written 5,000 or 6,000 pages about your life. Huh?
See, I took the tests in languages, and I took tests in 12 languages, and so they decided instead of sending me to Korea, I'll be more effective in Europe. So they sent me to Germany, G2 section.
Ivan, how could someone who may be listening or watching this interview right now, how could they become involved in doing their own lifescapes?
They just come to any library, and just ask for lifescapes, and that will direct them right to some of the leaders who are running the classes.
And you can see these at any library in Washoe County?
Library in Washoe County.
Okay, so if I want to go in and say, hey, I want to find out all about Ivan, I just talked to him this morning, I'm going to find, 4 or 5 of your lifescape stories at the library?
Each library has books in there of each one, because they're distributed all throughout the library, and all those accumulate in special section, and where you can read them or even borrow them.
You can take them out.
Or you take them out, right. And also you can go on the website and read them that way. That's even easier.
Tell us again about the Spring Fling Day. Tell us the date, tell us the times, tell us the participants.
It'll be on May 8, and it'll be from 2 to 5 at the Neil's Sports Center.
The Neil Road.
Neil Road, yes. And it's right, it's called the Miguel Ribeiro Park area.
Very familiar with it.
Yeah. And like I said, we have a raffle. It's usually considered a dance in the ice cream social, so anybody is welcome.
And you'll have a little dance band there, and they'll actually be dancing that day.
The Bruce Eccles band will be playing.
What time does it start? What time does the event get underway?
At 2 o'clock and 2 to 5.
Well, it sounds great, and it's not just necessarily limited to people our age. You might want to talk about lifescapes, but you can bring the grandchildren who may want to find out about something like this, or the general public can come in.
People, anybody, just we wish to come in and enjoy the music as well, you know.
I think this is fantastic, and I think that it helps keep seniors particularly active and alert into what they're doing with regard to their past experiences. And it also leaves a good legacy for people to read about those past experiences.
Yes, those memoirs are really for the progeny, you know, mainly for the ulcers want to leave something to their children, grandchildren especially, who they were, what they were doing, and so forth.
Ivan, thank you very much for being our guest. You're a very interesting gentleman, and I've enjoyed having a conversation with you. And let's remind everybody again that this is coming up one final time.
May 8th.
May the 8th.
At the
2 o'clock to 5 o'clock.
2 to 5 at
the
Riviera
Park and
right.
On Neal Road there.
Right.
And you'll be right there. You'll be one of the
Oh yes,
participants
one of the
one of the
greeters
stars.
in there will be there welcoming people.
Well, thank you very much for being here, and please join us again next time when we have another very interesting guest to talk about some things we all need to know about. Thanks for watching. Once again, welcome and thank you for being here. Lots of folks needing more caregivers these days as our population ages. And we have a lady that's going to talk about a big event that is coming up in the middle of June. Her name is Laura Koger, and Laura is the program manager with the Consumer Direct Personal Care Division, right?
That's right.
What is that all about, Laura? Tell us about that organization.
Consumer Direct Personal Care, we specialize in helping people with disabilities and seniors who need some help at home, choosing someone they know to be their caregiver, and then we do the supports for them. We help the caregiver get some training, and we help them to get the services that they need.
Is the caregiver usually a family member?
It can be, or it can be a friend of theirs, someone they know from church, and we help people in all the rural places in Nevada where traditional caregivers can't go. So it's really, it makes it more cost effective for the state to help these folks stay out of nursing homes and so forth.
And you're having a big event on the 22nd of June, is that right?
The Nevada Caregiver Coalition is having the event.
Okay.
With Consumer Direct, we're just part of a coalition of companies and providers and nonprofits that want to expand community awareness about caregiver issues and try to do things that support caregivers and help them reduce their stress and make their job a little easier. So we host events during National Caregiver Month. In November, we always put on a luncheon for them. And then usually 1 or 2 other times during the year, we do other events for information and resources for caregivers.
What, yeah, how does a person, you know, who's one day doing something else, maybe retired, and then is thrust immediately into this caregiver role? And I'm going to use myself, I know I shouldn't do this, but use myself as an example. I had a major surgery about 10 months ago, and I'm still on crutches, or canes here. And my wife, who has really never done this, she has, for over a year now, has really become my caregiver, helping me, you know, in the beginning, getting my shoes on and actually getting dressed and that kind of thing. And it's a different situation to one day be doing something and then the next day you're a caregiver. What's the most important thing that a caregiver needs to do in those early days?
One of the main things that a caregiver needs to recognize is that their own health is very important. You can't help someone else when you're not taking care of yourself. And we at the Caregiver Coalition and the various companies, the folks that are involved in the Caregiver Coalition, we focus on that. We try to help them get some education, recognize that they are a caregiver. A lot of times people don't, they hear that word and they go, well, no, I'm just helping out my dad, or I'm helping out my mom or my sister who had a motorcycle accident or whatever it is. you're right, they get thrust into it without the skills. They're not ready to do it. Quite often, someone comes out of the hospital and they don't give you a manual. They just say, oh, make sure they get their meds, make sure they come back to the doctor next week. And so that's where we step in and we try to help them get the information and the resources they need. Because when you're educated and you have the tools you need, that job can be a lot easier.
Is yours a nonprofit organization or is it for-profit?
Consumer Direct is a for-profit company. We are filling a gap where, as I said, traditional services are when a company has caregivers that they send out to somebody to provide care. We are a support service for people who want to do it their way. We're kind of like, self-direction means that the person who's receiving those services wants to choose and manage and schedule and supervise their own people. And so they don't want strangers coming to the house. They want just someone they know. And if they live in a very rural area, they quite often don't have a choice to get traditional caregivers being sent to them anyway. So we can help support that arrangement.
Well, does your organization, do your people actually provide the caregiver, or are they working with a caregiver in a home?
We're working with the caregiver that the person who's getting the services has identified. We also maintain a caregiver candidate list. So if someone doesn't have a caregiver but needs one, we have a lot of caregivers in the state who want to help someone, and maybe they are out of work from another career or another job, and maybe they're already helping their mom and they've done the training with us. So, you know, hey, I'm helping my mom 10 hours a week, but I could be helping someone else. And so we have a list of those people available as well.
Training do you put your caregivers through?
Well, the caregivers receive the exact same training they would get if they were hired by a traditional agency. So because we are a Medicaid provider and we also provide, we can bill insurance companies to pay the caregivers, they usually have requirements. So the caregiver has to meet some basic, TB testing and fingerprint background check, CPR classes and that type of thing.
I see that one of the things will be discussed on the 22nd. By the way, this is going to be at the Continuum, I understand.
Yeah, this is the Caregiver Resource Fair is what we're calling it, and there'll be a number of different providers out there and speakers throughout the day to help caregivers get information about financial planning, what kind of adaptive equipment is out there, what kind of stress reduction they can take advantage of. We'll have a couple of chair massage folks there and some aromatherapy and just lots of really good information for people that need help with financial planning, or hey, I'm moving my mom in with me, what kinds of things will I need to think about?
Yeah, and you know what's great about it, an organization like yours and about caregivers in general, you're keeping the senior, most times it is a senior, in their homes. They don't have to go to some living facility or something, and they say that's very important for the psyche of that person to stay in their own home, their own surrounding.
That is absolutely right. I just attended the National Aging Conference in San Francisco in April, and all the discussion was about self-direction and the aging boomers generation coming up, and we're going to, as you said, we're going to need more and more caregivers because it's been documented in study after study that that's what people want. They want to age in place. They don't want to be moved out of their home and their familiar surroundings. It's healthier for them in the long run to stay in a familiar situation that they're comfortable with and with people that they know and trust.
And thank goodness, because of our medical profession today, we are all living a lot longer. Right. That means really the need for more caregivers, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And with of course, not just Nevada, but lots of states are in budget crisis type situations, and the cost factor, keeping somebody at home and just supporting those few hours a day that someone needs a little bit of help with a family, helping to keep somebody in the community is much less expensive in the long run for everyone, including the individual, the family, the state, the insurance companies, and so forth. So especially with the numbers of people we're talking about, it's really important that we support community services.
Some of these people who require your services, can they use like Medicare or Medicaid or anything like that to help pay for the service?
They can. There are some great programs out there. The Veterans Administration has a program called Aid in Attendance, and they're also supporting caregivers now with a new program that supports the caregivers who are helping vets who've been injured since 9/11. They're now giving them extra training and extra supports, which is really a neat thing coming down with the Veterans Administration. Medicaid does cover personal care services for those who need it. if they meet the income and the eligibility requirements. Lots of long-term care insurance. If someone has long-term care insurance, those insurance companies would rather help support someone in their community as well, rather than pay for them in a facility-based service.
And I see that long-term care will be addressed on the 22nd.
That's another thing. We're going to talk about long-term care options, and we have people from various, you know, everyone has different levels of need, and sometimes, especially things like Alzheimer's, or there are some certain particular chronic illnesses that become really difficult to provide services at home. Amazingly, most things now, you know, we have technology out there where almost everything you can think of, you can adapt it for the homes now.
Do you, that's what I was going to ask you. People, your folks go out into a home and make suggestions and say, hey, you really need a railing here, or in the bathroom you need to do this, those kinds of things?
Continuum can do that. They have a home modification evaluation that they can do, and there are lots of resources within our community where we can find help for people who need shower bars and shower seats, and there's a great organization, the Care Chest of Northern Nevada, does a great job with helping people who need those types of things too.
When should a person who may be you know, trying to avoid this whole situation, an older person, when should they know that, hey, I do need some help? Are there certain signs that happen to them personally? They're living alone now, let's say, and they're not talking to their family about the fact that they can't get the coffee made anymore in the morning or whatever.
Right, and normally people begin to recognize that, and you're right, a lot of folks don't want to admit a vulnerability, and I mean, we can all relate to that. We don't want to let people know that we're anything but strong, especially family, and I think people fear losing their choice and control. They fear somebody saying, oh, you have to leave your home now, and they don't want that. So, but it is important to recognize if they're having frequent falls, if they aren't able to do their activities of daily living, like making meals and eating independently and doing those kinds of things.
I think you have the same list that I have. Why don't you just run down this list of things that are going to be discussed? This is again on June the 22nd, and it is 10 a.m. at the Continuum. They're at 3700 Grant Drive. And take that left-hand column there and give us the points that will be discussed and that caregivers can take advantage of that day.
Right. The caregivers, there'll be information tables and handouts and some speakers that are going to be talking about stress reduction, adaptive equipment, help with managing medications, tips for dealing with sadness or depression. A lot of caregivers have those kinds of issues, can be very overwhelming in that position sometimes. We'll have information about the Veterans Care programs, financial planning, long-term care options, the benefits of massage and aromatherapy, and self-advocacy, which is basically learning to tell people what you need, the kinds of help you might need.
If anybody's interested in your services, your business, how do they contact you? And are you hiring people, looking for people? Do you employ a lot of young people or middle-aged people, older people? What's the mix there?
We are a multi-generational company. The caregivers have to be over age 18 or older, and we have folks who are caregiving all the way up to, we have a 82-year-old caregiver who cares for her daughter. So there are all along, as long as they are healthy enough and capable of doing the service and going through the training, they are more than welcome to give us a call and get on our caregivers candidate list, because we don't directly hire the person who actually is receiving the services. We're kind of a co-employer. They do the hiring and choosing who they want. We do the paperwork, payroll, taxes, and that kind of stuff for them. I'm at Consumer Direct Personal Care, which is at 775-786-4999. And then for the Caregiver Coalition and more information about what we can do for caregivers, there is a great website at nevadacareconnection.org. They can get information about this event on June 22nd from 10 to 2, as you said, over at the Continuum, or about the other things that we have going on. We all year round take nominations from the community about special caregivers. We love to recognize caregivers, and every November we do a special luncheon for them.
Any charge to go to this thing that's coming up? So it's free. So if you're a caregiver, here's a good opportunity to go in, interact with people like yourself, interact with other experts in the field. I'm sure there'll be some legal people there. They'll talk about end-of-life directives and things like that. Should be a great a great event. Let me tell you again that it is on June the 22nd, and it's at the Continuum at 3700 Grant Drive, Suite A, here in Reno. Laura Koger?
Yes.
Thank you very much for being our guest. Interesting discussion, and good luck to you and your organization, and certainly all the caregivers out there in northern Nevada.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you again next time. I'm Bob Carroll. You know, when you get to be 73 years old, senior issues become very important to you, and I always look forward to two very important publications every month at my house. Number one, Playboy, and number two, AARP. Not necessarily in that, I'm kidding. I quit taking Playboy 40 years ago when I was much young. And I keep looking for the centerfolds in AARP, but so far they haven't happened. We're going to talk about AARP today on our program. Welcome, I'm Bob Carroll. And we have Donna Klontz, who is with us, and also, let's see, I got to put my glasses on. Yeah, Anita Ritter from AARP. Ladies, welcome. Nice to have you on the program. You know, we do know a lot about AARP nationally, and pretty much through the publication. And I don't think too much about it in the state of Nevada as to what you are doing, how active. Are there different chapters, Donna, or is there one overall chapter, or what?
Well, there is a Nevada AARP, and over 300,000 Nevadans are members of that large group. And the state group has a website and has an office in Las Vegas and has staffers that do events up here in northern Nevada. And two of us today, Anita and I, are both volunteers for AARP in northern Nevada, and there are quite a few other northern Nevadans that volunteer for various AARP programs. And we have lots of things going on right now for AARP members, and services that are there all year round for Nevadans that are members of AARP, and even the general public who are interested in job issues or health care issues or are taking care of family members. Those resources are there for them.
Don, what would you say the main interest from AARP members? Is it on jobs? Is it on health? Is it on taking care of mom and dad?
Okay. I did research for AARP for a great number of years. The three issues that are consistently the top issues across the board for members of AARP are income security, of which jobs is a portion, affordable health care, and independent living. And those have remained unchanged for 20 years.
You know, not recently, a couple of years ago when I was involved at a radio station, an ownership type of thing, and we play old music. Of course, we play nostalgia music. And I had the occasion to hire seniors, I mean, people my age, because they know the music. And the one thing that really stood out in my mind, that seniors have that great work ethic that you don't find sometimes in a young person 25 years old. You know, they want to know when are their vacations, can they get Friday afternoon off to go on a date? And seniors say, hey, I come to work at 8 o'clock in the morning, I go home at 5 because I've been doing this for 50, 60 years. And I think that seniors become very, very productive in the workforce. Question is, are they in demand here in the state of Nevada? Can they be hired? Donna?
Yes, they can. That is one of the things that we're addressing here in northern Nevada, and that's why Anita and I are here today, so that the watchers and listeners can take part in the, there's a job resources fair and 2 seminars. Anita will be teaching those 2 seminars at Truckee Meadows Community College on July 28th. It'll be at the Red Mountain Building on the Dandini campus. The 2 classes, one of them's at 10 in the morning and one is at 1 in the afternoon, to especially reach out to seniors that are job seeking now in today's marketplace, which has changed a lot. We have that work ethic that you described, but dealing with the internet and dealing with how employers these days are even narrowing down the people that they even choose to call for interviews has changed a lot. And Anita's got some skills.
Anita,
that
do you
she's gonna
teach them the skills of the internet and the fact that they need to have a good resume?
Oh, absolutely. The program talks about branding yourself.
Okay.
And by branding yourself, it means a multitude of different things. One is appearance, one is resume, one is interviewing skills. In fact, one of the things we'll be touching on is the 10 most successful ways to job hunt. There's a wonderful series of research articles by Richard Bowles. He wrote What Color is Your Parachute? A lot of people have read that. And he talks about that. And while the internet plays a significant role in today's job market, it's not the most effective way to job seek. Getting out there, going to employers, providing them with an interview and a resume are the most effective ways to get a job, even in this tough job market.
Are employers, ladies, how do I want to phrase this? Are they a little bit squeamish about saying, hey, we have to handle this right? This guy's, 68 years old or 74 years old, and we don't want to be we don't want to say age discrimination. Does that play into the conversation?
Most employers do not express that as a concern. One can't tell what's in the back of their mind. We do know that age discrimination does exist. But you have to look at the typical older worker, those that are 60 plus. Many of them no longer want to work full time. They want to explore new avenues, such as myself. I'm now a real estate agent here in...
Time to be a real estate agent.
Yes, it is, in fact. But many of them want part-time work, and I think that should appeal to employers because a lot of younger people aren't open to part-time work. They need to feed their families and so forth.
And the employers aren't saddled with certain benefits and that health and that type of thing.
We don't stress that, but that in fact is true.
You talked about the 10 kinds of things that would help a senior get a job. Just give me a couple of examples.
Well, one of the things that Richard Bowles suggests is going through the yellow pages of a phone directory, highlighting those areas where you would like to work. Look under community relations, under healthcare, whatever, and just start calling them, asking them if they can send a resume and so forth.
Do you find that seniors who maybe were in the engineering business for all of their lives, do they necessarily want to stay in that profession, or is it kind of fun and a challenge to say, hey, I want to do something entirely different here?
I think a lot of people are looking for second careers, definitely. Myself, I was a researcher for 31 years at AARP, and research is a very solitary type of activity. I'm very vivacious. I loved research. I love the analytical part. But now that I'm in an age I am, I want more contact with people. And a lot of seniors feel the same way. They're burned out. Knowledge is changing rapidly in every occupation. It used to be you went to school, you went to work, and you retired. That's no longer the model. Knowledge is changing, doubling every 2 years. So you've been in engineering, you still have to go back and get retrained, and retrained, and retrained. And at some point people say, enough is enough. I want more contact. I don't want to invest any more money in getting retrained because it's not going to pay off for me.
In the casino industry, there's probably a lot of opportunities. And when you walk into our casinos here, you do see a lot of seniors that are actively working on the floor, or waitressing, or seating people. Is that the whole true?
I'm not sure about the stats exactly for casino workers. I've seen the same thing. The employers in our state tend to be the big ones in our town. Our entertainment and visitor services, the hotels and restaurants and those kinds of businesses do employ a lot of folks probably at the lower end salary ranges, but also there are many people looking for work in our state, and as you talked about.
So the seniors are competing with those other people, yeah.
On July 28th over at TMCC, though, is introducing folks to other resources besides the seminars that Anita's going to be teaching. We've invited about 15 or so exhibitors to come to TMCC from 11:30 to 3:30 in the afternoon at the main lobby at the Red Mountain building at the Dandini campus. And at that resource fair will be basically programs that work with folks that are either seeking work these days or thinking about becoming entrepreneurs. That's something that seniors think about and go ahead and do after they've had a career, say as an engineer, to start their own business. And so at the resource fair, and this is free for everyone, the classes are free as well as the resource fair is free. At the resource fair, the AARP Foundation will be there, and it has job training. Here in Reno, we have a program for folks to actually go through training and be placed in work situations as interns through AARP. And so folks can come there and find out about how they can become part of that. The main job training programs for open to all folks will also be there. The State of Nevada Job Connect is a statewide job resource and career centers and job trainings will be there. ProNet, that works with professional folks that are out of work or seeking to change employment, will be there. Join is a program as well that does training and teaches folks how to get back in the job market.
How do you get funding
so
for like these job fairs? Through the national AARP?
Yes,
Exactly.
AARP is funding it.
Right, and they've assigned a staff person here in Nevada who works for AARP Nevada to be the coordinator to find folks like Anita and I to be our volunteers to go do that. But they've provided the funding, so they're putting the money toward TMCC to pay for the tables, to set up the exhibits and that kind of thing. So all of these exhibitors that are coming, City of Reno, Washoe County, SCORE, University of Nevada, Reno, TMCC itself, and so on, all of those folks don't have to put any money out, and they can get their information out to job seekers, both people who want to go for training, who are looking for better ways to find out where the jobs are, and people who are out of work who might need services that the state, the county, or the city can provide for them as well, for housing issues or just salary issues and so on while they're not working.
Anita, are there physical AARP locations around the state of Nevada, I mean offices?
The main office is in Las Vegas.
Okay. Is there
We
anything
have-
up in Reno?
Yes, we have the AARP Foundation is here. And I'm not exactly sure of the street address. They will be represented at the job fair. The Senior Community Service Employment Program, which Donna referenced, is actually a program for low-income seniors. And they also have training available. But I'd like to digress just one moment and say I don't want to forget to mention the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. They are our they're our co-sponsor on this, and Mark Tolman of their staff has been working diligently to help us put this together.
Does one become a member of AARP in Nevada? Are there dues or are there dues?
There are dues.
Oh, got to get around to the dues.
Join on the website. You probably, once you reach 50 years old, get mailings
Okay.
all the time. And I believe, is it $12 a year and $18 for 3 years? It's probably the least expensive, most informational kind of organization that anybody can join to get info about everything in the world, from health to jobs to...
How about bargains for seniors?
Oh,
There are.
absolutely.
Bargains, things like
Oh,
that?
absolutely. There
They're
are
on
travel
that
discounts,
website.
there are car discounts. They have a new site that, do you know the name of the site? Where you can go on and get discount coupons for restaurants and so forth. Go to your aarp.org and you can find out about local programs. But yes, AARP is very, very dedicated to service. I mean, our founder, Ethel Porciandris, her motto was to serve, not to be served.
How long has AARP been in existence? Roughly.
About 62 years.
62 years? So if you've got, what did you say, 300,000 in the state of Nevada?
Yeah.
So you must have, I don't know how
We
many
have,
millions in the...
The last count was around 34 million, more or less. You can imagine that with an age group that we have, there is some attrition.
Sure, but it becomes a very important political arm, too, as politicians find out each and every year.
Absolutely.
Because seniors vote. We all know that. Seniors vote, yeah, right.
Right. And in forming, a lot of people ask us about how they form their opinions. It's extensively done through research. For every issue that we undertake, we do extensive preliminary research to find out how our members view the issue.
28th, July the 28th, Bandini, Red Campus. I remember, those are the only things I remember. Red Mountain, okay. Ladies, I'm glad that other people are interested in senior issues too. And Anita and Donna, thank you for being our guest here on Channel 213. We do appreciate it. I'm Bob Carroll. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Once again, welcome to our program. Interesting lady to talk to today, a lady who wears a number of different hats, but she has the same kind of shoes on, so that's good. You didn't get the wrong shoes. Carol Perroy? Perroy.
Yes.
Carol Perroy. And Carol, you are an author,
Yes.
and you have been a teacher, and you're involved in a lot of interviewing about people's memories as they grow older. You and I are both senior citizens. What are the benefits? I'm trying to still find some. What are the benefits of growing older?
Well, growing older in today's society have a whole lot of benefits that did not exist in the past. It's said that today's 70 is yesterday's 50, and I think both of us exemplify that. We're both busy doing things, maybe because of, maybe in spite of our age. But the rules have all changed.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, you know, our grandparents, for instance, if we remember our grandparents, I mean, I have a significant other, and we go riding on a bicycle built for two almost every day. And I don't know about you, but I cannot imagine my grandparents at my age doing something like that, or talking about a significant other even.
My grandfather was retired. He was retired to come home, to sit in his chair, to read his paper. Still would have his vest on and a tie every day because that's how he had dressed as a salesman for 50 years or whatever.
Exactly.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. The whole senior thing, and I think medicine has had a tremendous amount to do with this. You know, people, nothing to be 85 today.
That's right, or even 100. I mean, so many people are reaching 100 now. So just everything has changed, including us. And I mean, when I graduated from high school, for instance, I had no idea that I would be doing the things today that I'm doing. I mean, I've had a television show in the last couple of years. I have, I keep working. I'm writing books and putting out books and teaching classes, and I'm doing a women's retreat in October. I'm leading a group on a cruise in August. And if anybody would like to come, get in touch with me.
You are busy.
I am busy.
Is the women's retreat for seniors mainly, or just all women? For all women. And what will you discuss at something like that?
Well, we're going to just have a whole lot of fun. It's it's kind of like a sleepover for grown-ups.
Okay.
You know.
Pajama party.
A pajama party, yeah. But there is a focus of writing. So we do a lot of creative writing, a lot of memoir writing, and writing from the heart. And I've had a lot of people come to my retreats who were not writers, but discovered that they really love writing. So they sort of awakened their inner writer. And we just have a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, because I know some of the interviews we've done, and they talked about people writing their memoirs and how important that was. Some gentleman who was a pilot in World War II, writing about his experiences and really getting into that. That's helpful to the person or people around him or everybody?
All of the above.
Okay.
Yes. I do a lot of public speaking too, and one of the things I talk about is the health benefits of writing your memoirs. And there's a whole lot of health benefits, both emotionally and physically, to writing your memoirs. One of the things I recently discovered was that in the Journal of the American Medical Association in April of 1996, there's an article about a study that was done. They had a group of people, and then they had a control group. The
sure we don't make the same mistake.
I would agree. I would agree. Where's my clock? It's driving me crazy.
6:10.
Did you notice that too?
They did, and I asked, and I still don't have an answer of what happened
That's
to it.
how I stay on track. There's no
Yeah,
clock.
There is no clock. I know.
That's crazy.
And I never got an answer.
I had no idea I relied on that clock so much.
Right?
I know, right? It was there this morning. It was there this morning.
Don't know what happened to it.
Yes. All right.
No, I got it.
All right. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Maybe.
So I am going to start with you, Madam Secretary. Do we have any public comment on this item? Do I need to actually?
We need to open the public hearing first.
I'm going to open this first. Hold on one second. Or we take public comment. All right, at this time, I actually am going to send it over to our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an appeal on case number LDC 16-00061, the Eddy, located at 16 South Yarra Street. Appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a special use permit to allow 1, a reduction of the floor area ratio from 1.0 to 0.12, and 2, variation from the provisions of the Downtown Riverfront Design Guidelines. The plus or minus 0.48 acre site is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of South Virginia Street and Island Streets within the mixed-use Downtown Reno Regional Center Truckee River District zone. The site is a master plan land use designation of special use planning area downtown Reno Regional Center Truckee River District. Project was appealed by Randy Pease, Sierra Arts Foundation.
All right, thank you very much. I will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given.
All right, thank you very much.
We received 7 letters in opposition from the following constituents: Jim Galloway, Robert and Martha Dolan, Kurt and Katie Nedenreep, Jack McLeod, and Craig Smyers, as well as Tom McLeod. 8 total in opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any council members have any disclosures at this time? I will start with you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Several people did reach out to me to meet with them, but I follow our city attorney's advice that when we are sitting quasi-judicial, we maintain all of our communication through the public record and the building of that record, both at testimony at the meetings, what comes up from the Planning Commission, and written correspondence. So I have no disclosures of any conversations or meetings that I've held with others.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I have also followed the advice on ex parte communications and so have declined offers to discuss this with both the applicant and the appellant. I do have one question for the city attorney, and maybe this will be dealt with during standing. As I understand it, Mr. Pease certainly has an association with the Sierra Arts Foundation, but it is Mr. Pease as an individual who is the appellant. The reason why I ask this is out of my own concern, conversations I've had with you due to my sitting on the board of the Sierra Arts Foundation and how that would impact my ability to engage in this item.
Are you predisposed in any fashion to rule on this one way or another based upon your relationship with the Sierra Arts Foundation?
I'm sorry?
Are you asking a standing question?
Yes, just for clarification for standing, that the applicant is, excuse me, the appellant is an individual that is associated with an organization rather than speaking on behalf of the organization itself. In other words, the organization itself is not the appellant,
right?
Correct?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you for the
I have had
clarification.
an opportunity to speak with Mr. Pease, both on the telephone and earlier today, and I'm going to invite him to the podium to establish standing.
Okay.
And so we can do that now, or we can finish with disclosures.
Certainly up to the mayor. She probably will want to continue with the disclosures, but I'll just flag that for the discussion of standing to clarify my issue that I brought up.
That is on the agenda, and we will address that directly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I will say prior to the appeal, I had a special NAB meeting with regards to this item. I had had meetings with those in favor and opposed to the project. I have been in a loft in the Riverside lofts to experience firsthand noise. I will say since the appeal, I do believe that our city attorney's office has given us instruction to not meet with either side independently at the request of both the appellant and the applicant. They asked for me to meet with them together, which I did do this week, and provided in the public record is a summary of that meeting.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes. Prior to the item being heard by the Planning Commission, I had met with people representing all points of view on this project, including the applicant and their consultant, and people that were concerned about the project. But since the Planning Commission, I've had no contact with anybody. So I've just read the letters that we've received.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I also met with the applicant and several people opposed to the project prior to the Planning Commission meeting, but I have not met with anyone since.
All right. Thank you very much. And I, too, did meet with the applicant. All right. Moving forward, I'm actually going to ask our city attorney, do we have any issues as to standing to bring the appeal?
Your Honor, at this time, I would invite Mr. Pease to make a presentation as to standing to ensure or make a record with respect to being an aggrieved person according to code.
All right. Hi.
I am the president of Sierra Arts Foundation. I'm not here on behalf of Sierra Arts Foundation. I'm here representing the Sierra Artist Lofts LLP, which is the limited partnership that owns the building, and we're owned 40% by an LLC that's held by Sierra Arts and 60% that's held by Art Space Incorporated out of Minnesota.
All right.
Madam Mayor, based upon that representation, it would be my opinion that Mr. Pease does meet the standing requirement pursuant to code.
Am I up?
Do we vote on that, or what?
We do. So we're gonna motion for a standing.
All right, I'll make a motion that they have standing in this case.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, you may go
All right.
ahead.
Madam Mayor, City Council, I'm representing the ownership, as I just mentioned. I want to start by saying that the developers have been great to work with. They've changed a lot of their plans to try to mitigate our concerns. They've bent in ways I know they're not comfortable with. We've worked together to try to reach agreements that both sides can live with. My fear is that their business model called for daytime family-oriented activities that helped cover their expenses. But according to staff, those are not allowed by city code, and the development will be limited to being a bar. Now, I understand from a conversation earlier that that may not be the situation, and let's hope not. They plan on having food trucks serving all day, which isn't and shouldn't be allowed, and this too will impact their bottom line. They also plan for bars to be open until midnight, and that will without a doubt cause conflict with the resident neighbors. 15 years ago, at the request of the City of Reno, Art Space Incorporated and Sierra Arts Foundation invested over $9 million in saving the Riverside from destruction. For Sierra Arts, it meant selling the building we own free and clear and going all in on the Riverside. We did it because our mission is to serve the community of arts and artists. I also like to believe we did it because the city needed someone to do it. The hours that are being planned for the Eddy will create problems with the residents of the Riverside and the developers. I understand the intent of developers is the Eddy will be different than other bars, but add spirited debates, friendly competition at the bocce ball courts, and friends talking over the top of each other, and it gets loud. I know because I am that guy. Just add beer. Ask any of my friends. People, when they're out with their friends, don't generally get quieter when drinking beer. I walk downtown most evenings, and the noise from the outdoor bars is often loud and boisterous, but 90% of it is also contained within the building. If the eddy weren't being planned for a lot next to the residential building with single pane windows, I'd be asking who I could give my money to in support of the project. As much as we tried to sit down and work through the issues, this is your decision, not ours. So let me address the legal basis for my appeal. The city of Reno has spent the last 15 or 20 years trying to create an infill projects to promote a walking city. In order to be successful at creating a walking city, one needs to promote residential living in the city's core. Part of that process requires some trust that the city won't first encourage residents to move to the city core and then subsequently place those residents in situations that make their residence unlivable. There's a covenant of quiet enjoyment written into nearly every real estate contract and is accepted as right to the extent that there's a litany of city codes dedicated to it. For the basis of my appeal, I'll be citing some of these city codes, but I'm just going to, and I've given you all copies of the codes I'm going to be citing. I'm just going to be reading the parts that I think that are pertinent. City of Reno Land Development Code Title 18.2.103 states in part, the intent of the City Council it is the intent of the City Council that Title 18 serves to encourage quality, non-residential development that preserves and protects the character of the community, including its natural landscape, and minimizes objectionable noise, glare, odor, traffic, and other impacts of such development, especially when adjacent to residential uses. I believe this speaks directly to the importance of the floor area ratio and supports why Commissioner Johnson stated there was no way he could find the variance in the FAR was appropriate given the additional residential adjacency. Excuse me. 18.2.105 defines these standards as minimum standards and states in their interpretation and application, the provisions of Title 18 shall be held to the minimum requirements necessary for the promotion of public health, safety, and general welfare. 18.2.107 requires compliance and reads in part, no building, structure, or land shall be subdivided, used, or occupied contrary to Title 18. These two sections of the code further support the argument that the granting the variance of the FAR is a non-conforming use. Section 18.12.304G defines residential adjacency standards and states, noise at residential property lines shall apply to all development in non-residential mixed use and multifamily zoning districts that abuts any residentially zoned property. Section 2 defines permissible noise levels. Daytime hours, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., noise level not to exceed 65 decibels, and the developers agreed to this amount. And nighttime, 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., noise not to exceed 49 decibels. The Riverside is not in a residentially zoned property. However, it would be normally protected by the land development codes that the Planning Commission voted to ignore. Some of the protection for the residents needs to be preserved, either by upholding the FAR or by allowing residential adjacency standards to apply to the Riverside. 18.6.405 defines requirements for special use permits and states, special use permit applications shall require that all of the following general findings must be met as applicable. I won't read all of them because there's a lot of them, but ones that I think it doesn't, that don't comply are the proposed use is compatible with existing surrounding land uses and development. The project is in substantial conformance with a master plan. And most importantly, F, the project does not create adverse environmental impacts such as smoke, noise, glare, dust, vibrations, fumes that would be detrimental or constitute a nuisance to area properties. So how is nuisance defined? City of Reno Administrative Code 8.22.30, nuisance or nuisance activity includes unreasonably creating, allowing, or engaging in activity, conduct, or use of property that subjects a person or neighborhood to noise which is likely to disturb the peace of persons of reasonable and ordinary sensibilities. We can all say with reasonable certainty that the noise from the eddy is likely to disturb people of the Riverside, and after certain hours, it'll be intolerable. In the Planning Commission meeting, nearly every one of the commissioners stated that one of the reasons they were supporting the project is they wanted to go there and enjoy a beer. My fear is that we're ignoring all the pitfalls because it sounds like a fun place to hang out and have a beer. Mr. Stitzer is about to lay out $300,000 of his own money and borrow another $400,000 or $500,000 to build the project. What happens when there's noise complaints? All the developer can do is not let more people into the venue and try to minimize the crowd. But when they do that, they also minimize their revenue. So they're in a position of deciding whether to make less money or risk more noise complaints. Either one of those paths leads to a failed business and $1 million loss for him. I researched other beer gardens, as did city staff. The only one I can find that has residential adjacency is the beer garden in San Francisco. The hours of the operation are 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the winter and 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. in the summer. Allowing the Eddy to stay open until midnight is unfair to the residents of the Riverside. Forcing the Eddy to close at 8 o'clock is unfair to the developers. So one has to question, is there a solution that'll work for both parties, or is the location just unfit for this purpose? About 6 years ago, the city of Reno had a similar idea, and I thought that was a brilliant idea too. It shows you how much I know. They leased some property a couple blocks away from where the Eddy is planned and built the West Street Market. There was live entertainment outside, plans for farmers markets and outdoor bars, but the residents of the condos across the street complained about the noise, and the outdoor activities were quashed. The city's still paying that lease, and they'll be paying it for a few more years. Developers have submitted a lot of conditions, a list of conditions for the SUP approval. These are really concessions at the request of Riverside Ownership, Wild River Grill, Councilwoman Jardin, and to some extent, I believe, the residents of the Palladio and Riverside Riverwalk Merchants Association. We appreciate everything they've done. In fact, if they can comply with the conditions of approval, many of our concerns are addressed. I do not believe it's possible for them to comply with the noise limits, and I'm afraid for them. I've been in the position where I wanted to do something and got so far into it that I started making bad decisions. I feel like that's where they are now. I'm not comfortable gambling with Mr. Stitzer and Mr. Buckhart's money, and I don't think the city should be comfortable with that either. We all know if the Eddy project moves forward as planned on this lot for the proposed hours, that it will disturb the residents and that the residents will complain. There's no question about that. I don't want to see these two guys paying a lease on land they can't be using and losing their investment and paying back borrowed money because good business practices and some city codes were ignored. So in closing, speaking on behalf of the ownership of the Riverside Artist Lofts, we don't want to kill the Eddy project. We do want to help them find an appropriate location for it, but if the city council believes this is the right location, then we'll try to minimize the complaints for the residents and minimize the risk for the developers. I did have one comment. There was a new version of the special use permit modifications that they made. And at the end of it, it says it's defining how decibels are measured. I know a little bit about this. I was a professional audio engineer for 35 years. So I know my way around a dB meter. The measurements say with following characteristics, A-weighted, which is standard in this kind of a situation. And for you who don't know, A-weighting means that it's cutting off low frequencies. Slow response rate, that's an ANSI standard. Average and average based on a 1 hour period. This is kind of ridiculous. I could yell at the top of my lungs for 30 minutes straight and then be quiet for the next 30 minutes, and nothing's going to register as out of the ordinary. So having a 1 hour average is ludicrous. An average of 30 seconds would be more appropriate. That's my only comment to that. I'll take any questions, or I'll sit down and shut up.
All right.
I'm at
Thank
your
you.
wish.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'm actually going to call up our staff, Mr. Gilbert.
Good evening, council members. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. At their May 4th public hearing, the Planning Commission approved a special use permit to enable a reduction in floor area ratio and variation from riverfront design standards on a 6-to-1 vote, subject to 8 conditions of approval. As we've heard from the appellant, Randy Pease. The proposal is located on a 0.48 acre vacant lot in the downtown regional center, Truckee River District. The proposal would locate 8 repurposed shipping containers generally placed along the project perimeter to facilitate outdoor community space with open turf areas, beer garden seating, food truck parking, a bocce ball court, and plumbed bathrooms. 3 bars are proposed, subject to approval of a privilege license from the City Council. Bar and cabaret license requests will be heard by the City Council at a separate hearing and can be approved with conditions such as hours of operation or denied. The Planning Commission made 2 modifications to recommended conditions of approval by restricting hours of operation to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and any live music that may be approved through a subsequent privileged license or special activity permit to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. They also added condition 8 to expand the open view wrought iron fencing along the Esplanade and portions of Sierra Street. With that, I can take any questions at the appropriate time.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I actually would like to hear from the applicant, and then I'll have questions.
Madam Mayor, hello. For the record, Garrett Gordon on behalf of the applicant. We're going to kind of break this up in 2 pieces, if that's all right. I'm going to make sure everyone's on the same page with these new conditions, read through them, and then have the applicant come up and give a nuts and bolts presentation on the project, if that seems appropriate. So this week, we sat down with the appellant, with Chuck Shapiro, who owns Wild River Grill. On the phone was a representative from ArtSpace, and Councilwoman Jordan, as she disclosed, was present. And we tried to come up with some conditions that would mitigate each of the concerns that Randy mentioned. Of course, we kept in mind from a starting point that this is a 24-hour mixed-use zone. But we can all agree that it's appropriate to mitigate the activities of this business given the residential adjacency issue. So let me read through these to give some context before Kurt comes up here of how we plan to operate. Number 1, and this all falls under number 9 as far as a new condition in the staff report, and that these items would not be conditions of the use permit, but be conditions of the business license. As you all know, this liquor license is a privilege license, can be lost at any time in the event we don't comply with the condition, and we'd have to follow Reno Municipal Code procedure in the event of a complaint, code enforcement, hearing, etc. So there's certainly a remedy for Mr. Peace, Mr. Shapiro, or any individual in the event we're not complying. So number 1, there was some concern about noise, as was mentioned, fighting, beer drinking. So prior to the issuance of a business license, a security plan for daily and special activities shall be prepared and submitted to and approved by Reno Code Enforcement and the Reno Police Department. That condition goes on to read, prior to the issuance of any special activity permit, which we're limiting ourselves, and it's in code to only 2 a month at the most, the applicant shall submit a detailed event plan to Reno Code Enforcement and the Reno Police Department for approval. No special activity permit shall be issued until a plan has been approved. The plan shall include information on security for the event, as well as monitoring and mitigation methods used to limit noise from the event. The event plan shall be reviewed prior to issuance, again by Code Enforcement and Reno Police Department. So their input will be critical. 2, the noise. As I mentioned before, we're in a mixed-use zone. Residential adjacency noise standards don't apply. We're agreeing to self-impose that on ourselves, 65 decibels. So noise level shall not exceed 65 decibels on a reoccurring basis at the easterly property line. Applicant shall install, and I mean, note, this is not a cheap endeavor, sound monitoring equipment on the property line so that 1, the decibel levels are monitored during all hours of operation. 2, In the event the noise levels are exceeding 65 decibels during operation, the on-site eddy manager will, as we kind of put it, will get a ping, either a text or an email, something that says, hey, you're exceeding and we need to do something about it. Number 3, the decibel levels can be monitored in real time. So what we would do is share our computer with 2 people. Number 1, a representative of River Artist Lofts, and number 2, the owner of Wild River Grill. They'd be able to go on their computer screen and say, what's currently going on this site? What's happening here? And they can get real-time decibel level reading. And 4, the monitoring equipment has data logging capability for reporting requirements. In the event that there's ever a complaint, we'd have some data that code enforcement could rely upon of whether or not we're complying. Occupancy. Currently, we're allowed under code over 500 people there. We're limiting that now to 350 people for the first year. And I say the first year is because the next condition will be coming back to this body for a public hearing, and maybe that could be increased, decreased, but 350 for the first year. And that leads into the next condition, a written report of the status of the project's operations shall be submitted to staff with the anniversary renewal. The renewal year is 1 period of the business license. And in connection with that, the City Council shall review the written report at a public hearing for compliance with conditions of the license. I think we've committed, and I think these operators have, that they're going to do it right. They're going to comply as some security as far as the neighbors. We have to come back in a year and prove we're doing it right, or certainly know a privileged license can be revoked, modified, etc. The next and the last one, this again was kind of a catch-all, knowing something may happen in between now and a year. In the event there are operational concerns by the appellant or any interested party prior to this public hearing that would occur in a year, applicant agrees to participate in a meeting with city officials and these individuals who complain to discuss solutions to the concerns. So again, between now and then, if there's a complaint, either formal or informal, to one of you, we're on call to come meet with any of you, sit down with you and try to resolve the issue, knowing we have to comply with these, knowing we have a privileged business license, and frankly, that we want to be a good neighbor and think this is going to add to this area. We're going to be an asset and work hand in hand with Mr. Shapiro and the Artist Lofts. So that, from a technical standpoint, is where we are. Certainly, we can get up and give a little site plan review of the project or answer any questions, however you like us to use the rest of our time, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from council? If none, I'm going to actually send it to Madam Secretary for public comment.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, you want to come up?
I wouldn't mind saying the site plan review.
Oh,
the site
go
plan.
right ahead.
Kurt Stitzer, I'm the developer and owner of the Eddy, for the record. Good evening and thanks for your time. I'm going to just kind of scroll through a couple of these slides that were used in previous meetings. The first one I kind of wanted to touch on here was the amount of community outreach that we've done. You know, throughout this process, we've been in touch with Reno Alliance for Downtown in numerous meetings, who elected not to take an official position on this. Truckee River Merchants Association, who did write a letter of support on behalf of the Eddy for this project. Obviously been in close communication with the Riverside Artist Lofts, both residents and Chuck Shapiro from the Wild River Grill. I too have been inside the units of the Artist Lofts to evaluate the situation from their perspective and do recognize what we are dealing with here. Obviously, Sierra Arts Foundation worked with the Palladio, had a open meeting forum at their HOA meeting, and also met with many other business owners. Compo, Old Bridge, talked about how we would integrate with their business operations and garnish their support as well. Met with Reno Police Department on numerous occasions, including on-site, went through our operations and security plan, the design, the layout, everything like that. And their general consensus was that, you know, they don't see this as being any more of an issue or risk than any of the other bars or restaurants in the area as well. And then obviously, or not obviously, but we did put out a petition polling support, which in less than a week garnered over 400 signatures from community leaders within our community that really recognize the positive impact it'll have on Reno as a whole, that, you know, outweighs some of the challenges and possible issues that would be arised from this venue. So as far as the layout itself goes, I know this is 4 different isometric drawings here. The easiest one to recognize is the gray one in the bottom right-hand corner, because that's looking at the site from the corner of the Riverwalk and Sierra. What you're looking at there is the front entry. There's a front entry courtyard, which is part of public space that will have art installed in it, as well as seating and stuff like that to just kind of integrate well with the Riverwalk. The 2 containers, that red and lower left green container, are bar containers, and the one that spans over the top is long-term storage and is really just more so for an architectural massing perspective. The blue container to the left there along the Riverwalk is also a bar container, which creates a couple little seating areas that we'd worked out with Planning Commission during that meeting on how we were going to open that up to actual patrons walking by, both through the use of operable fencing, or gates rather, and visual, what am I trying to say here? Wrought iron fencing that you can visually see through, and so it kind of integrates more with the artist lofts rather than a wood fence. The other 2 containers that you're seeing, the red container and the green container, are booth seating and vending, which we are opening up to local merchants, artisans, artists, etc., to use to sell, whatever their craft or their wares are. And then the blue container along the back property line there is the restroom container, which has 4 water closets for both men and women in there. That's plumbed, piped, air conditioned, filtered on the vents to mitigate any smell, things like that. And then just below that, to the left of that blue container, is the bike storage. So we're going to have bike racks that's really kind of condoning people that are traveling on bike or on foot, whatever, to come down and use the space and interact with the venue. And that actually is adjacent to the patio at the Wild River Grill, which will help create both a visual and sound barrier from the patio out there to our space. This is just an overview floor plan that kind of shows each of those buildings or containers that I just discussed with you. The layout was really designed to maximize the space for open space for people to congregate and mingle and socially interact, as well as provide a couple bocce ball courts for general entertainment. The other thing that we didn't talk about previously is on the bottom of that, where the access easement is, that's where the food truck parking would be. It's fully screened, enclosed within the fence. So they'd pull in there, have permanent power so they're not running generators, creating noise and fumes and things like that, and then pull on right back out of there. So there is no hindrance or obstruction in the access easement. And that's kind of just a general overview of that. Obviously, I'm available to answer any specific questions and communicate with you about any issues you guys have, but I'll turn it over from there.
Just really quickly, when would you start this project?
I would like to try and get it started as soon as we can. It is a challenge because we are running towards the end of our operating season, being that, winter's 4 months off, and it's going to take me 2 months or so to build this. But my lease does kind of require me to get going on that, and my intent is to get it open as soon as possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask council, do you have any questions for?
We want to take public comment first?
I actually would like to take public comment first, if you guys don't mind.
But Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
before we take public comment, I just want to make sure I understand, just so that the public comment is properly directed. The project's changed a lot over time since we very first heard of it, when I went to the Planning Commission, went after, and then even up to today. So I wondered, would it be, I know staff made a brief presentation, but I have just some key questions. I just want to understand what is the proposed hours? What is their amplified music? Just the basics of what
Sure.
the project is today.
All right.
And it might help with the public comment as well.
Sure.
Sure, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Well,
Mr.
speaking to the
Gordon.
2 things I picked up on right there, amplified music will not be heard outside the property line. So we don't have ambient music throughout the entire space. will likely have just some small, amplified music within the container. But once you're away from the container, you won't be able to hear it. And that was part of the engineering report, the sound study that we did that said, hey, if you have amplified music, you're not going to be able to, conform to the noise criteria, the 65 decibel limit. So that has since been retracted from the project. Any amplified music outside of that would be for special activities, which are issued under a permit. And you'll see that there are criteria for when that would be allowed that was issued by the Planning Commission.
And then the hours?
The hours that we're proposing are from 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday nights, and we'd originally been requesting 11 till midnight on Thursday as well, but we withdrew that as part of the Planning Commission hearing as well. So Sunday through Thursday, 11 a till 10 p, and then Friday and Saturday, 11 a till midnight.
Okay.
Thanks an awful lot. And then are these conditions from the planning commissions would stay in effect, and then the conditions you read, Mr. Garrett, would be in addition then, or replace some, or?
Yeah, thank you for the record. So I think there was originally 5 conditions,
Right.
went to the Planning Commission. They added 3 more, including the wrought iron fencing and limiting the time we can have live music, and also limiting hours to 10 p.m. on Thursday. This would be an additional condition, number 9, saying A through, I believe, E would be attached to our business license in the event this was approved today. And let me touch just on your earlier issue real quick. We had originally submitted a use permit for a nightclub, which would have
Right.
allowed amplified music. I think you probably heard about that when we first submitted anytime. And we had our sound consultant look at it, and also heard from the residents that that was a problem. So we withdrew it. The Planning Commission never heard that.
Okay.
So as was described, we cannot have live music on site. The only way we could is filing for a special activity permit, and that would go through the city manager's office, and there'd be conditions, security plans, decibel requirements, et cetera. And as Kurt mentioned, the only thing we would have, it wouldn't be live music, but it would just be in the bar container itself, right, where the bartender's there serving drinks. There might be a little country music playing or what have you, but certainly only if you're really standing there ordering it, you could hear. There would be no intent whatsoever. You could hear it, or it would be entertaining anyone outside by the bocce ball courts or anything like that.
And I just want to clarify live music versus amplified music. Live means a person standing there playing in front of you, and not live is like a recorded something?
Correct. That's my understanding, yes. So it'd be like the radio playing or some other music, not live, no big speakers anywhere. Just as you walk up to the container, you can hear a little ambient music, but besides that, there's no entertainment purposes for the music on the site.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Okay, Madam Secretary, public comment.
Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Ivy Antonowicz, followed by Henry Sosnowski.
Thank you. I'm Ivy Antonowicz. I've spoken to you previously on this subject. No matter what the developers do to insulate outdoor noise, there is no question the Eddy's outdoor 350-person capacity will generate a good amount of it. And because of the building's historical status, we're prevented from making alterations to the windows that normally would help buffer noise. I just don't see how the Eddy can agree to maintain 65 decibels. 65 decibels is a level of noise generated by an average-sized family. Consider 350 intoxicated people contained to one area the size of the proposed Eddy, maintaining that same family discussion volume with steel containers reflecting and bouncing all that noise and sound. It just can't be done, and will thereby violate the city's disturbance of the peace ordinance, as well as others, not to mention a litany of police calls that will never get logged because the police don't log all their calls. As proof, I offer my phone that compared to the RPD's call log for the month of April, I personally made 10 phone calls regarding a disturbance of the peace, RPD logged 0 to 2. So there's a huge discrepancy on how how calls are logged. I also want to mention I was at that planning commission, and the concerns I have is that I'm not seeing the one of the conditions that was placed for approval that required a 36-foot gate, not fence, a gate that would open up to the interior garden. It's come to my understanding that they are 21 and over, so therefore they cannot have an open gated area, that they have to be more of a caged property. The Eddy already presented a caged property environment to the Planning Commission, and it was rejected. It was very important to the commission that the Eddy have at least 36 feet of open gate, not fence, that would lend a feeling of flow and inclusion to the Riverwalk. The Eddy should be sent back to the Planning Commission for resubmission, as the gate is no longer an option for them. And it was such a major consideration by the commission before they got approval. I also noticed that the hours of operation mentioned at the Planning Commission didn't reflect the importance of closing time definition that the way it's described in the meeting. I'm paraphrasing the Planning Commissioner, but it was stated, closing time does not mean they stop serving alcohol. It means everyone is out of the space. Everything's cleaned up and employees are going home. This was mentioned at the end of the meeting very specifically as an important consideration for the residents of the Riverside before their approval. I'm not asking for any kind of concessions. I don't want it there. It's not the right fit for that space, and I'm asking for you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Henry Sosowski, followed by Chuck Shapiro.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and City Council members. I am Professor Henry Sosnowski, and I'm here to speak for the ducks and the red-tailed hawks, the geese and the cormorants and the trout and the crawfish and the mink and the raccoons who thrive along the banks of our beautiful Truckee River alongside the Riverwalk. I'm here for the newlyweds exchanging vows to the rushing river's sound, young mothers gliding along, guiding strollers brimming with new life, senior couples strolling arm in arm on their way to midday matinees, kids splashing in the Truckee instead of being hunched over video game consoles. I'm here for the buskers and the bowlers and the strollers and the tourists and those of us lucky enough to live in the heart of Reno, asking that you vote no on the Eddy project at this particular location. In the 21st century, being pro-business does not mean being anti-aesthetic. 3 shipping container bars at Sierra Street and the river detracts from the natural beauty of the Truckee River, the jewel that is Reno's Riverwalk, the beautiful sky mural that is the backdrop to the lot, and the majestic architecture of the adjacent buildings, the courthouse and the Riverside Artist Lofts. The addition of a potential 350 brand new drunks along the river without traffic, pedestrian, or environmental studies is an interesting concept to me. I don't understand it. The notion of 65 decibels, I have my app here in my pocket, and at any given moment when I'm talking, I'm at somewhere between 45 and 55. Now, it's 11 p.m. on a Saturday night in Reno. People are in a location where 3 outdoor bars exist. You think that will maintain normal conversation levels? Find that hard to believe. Put the Eddy in Midtown. It's a perfect fit. It skews to the right demographic. Better yet, put the Eddy at the old bus station on 4th and Center, adjacent to our National Bowling Stadium, a block away from RTA Transit Hub, and the ballpark, walking distance from UNR. And let's face it, it eliminates some of the blight we see around that particular block and the white elephant that that property has become. Consider the aesthetic. This site in question has a potential to being another jewel in the diadem that is Reno's Riverwalk. Or it can be an open-air bar built out of 5 repurposed shipping containers, 3 bar stations, capacity of 350 drunks, and closed completely for an estimated 3 months of the year. I haven't heard that addressed this evening. The bar generates tax revenues, certainly, but at what cost? The aesthetic beauty of our Riverwalk, such a great source of Reno's civic pride. Thank you.
Chuck Shapiro, followed by Jim Mathewson.
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Chuck Shapiro, and I own the Wild River Grill. Over the last few months, as this project has been discussed, I have voiced a lot of concern, and I've also voiced a lot of support. The parts that I have supported have been the parts related to it being family-friendly, to it being a benefit to the Riverwalk, a place where that would flow and connect aesthetically, and that would be something that Reno could be proud of as a thing. I believe the developers had that same concept when they first started out. They talk about events, art installations, family-friendly, and something that would have a broad appeal to the city and to a broad audience. The developers and I have met on several occasions with ArtSpace and the owners of our building to talk about the concerns related to noise, disruption, and what those impacts might be. And we are very concerned about what those would be. The developers, to their credit, have met with us on several occasions and offered a lot of compromises and things which we greatly appreciate. So all the things that were mentioned, the additional conditions, were things that we had talked about together and had agreed upon. However, I do think the City Council needs to consider very carefully whether this is an appropriate location for that kind of activity, and also to be really clear on what it is that you would be approving if you so decide. As I understand it, presently, there is no mechanism for this to be anything other than an over 21 bar. If perhaps one of the city staff could provide clarification on that tonight, but it's my understanding that they have not yet figured out a way to let anybody under 21 inside the venue. The Planning Commission spent most of that meeting talking about aesthetics and open gates and how the site would flow and connect with the Riverwalk. And it seems, though, as to what is being approved tonight, though, would not even allow that it would have to be completely concealed and fenced, if you will, and that would be a 21 and over crowd exclusively. So if that's what is getting approved, I really don't feel it's appropriate for this site. If there is a regulatory path forward to truly make it family-friendly and function in the daytime in the manner that it has been characterized and sold from the beginning, then that might be a good solution. At this point, it's just a bar, unless there's something that I don't know about. And a late night bar is going to cause problems. It's just sort of unavoidable, in my opinion. So I think the council really needs to consider and understand what it is they may or may not be approving and whether the site is appropriate. And I appreciate your listening to my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Jim Mathewson, followed by Frank Partlow.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jim Mathewson, and I just realized that I may be the elder of all the cast here. I graduated from UNR in '65, and that was a slow graduation, so it should have been '63. So I think I hold that position. I just hope I bring just a drop of wisdom from the added years, and I have confidence that the commission and you as mayor will make a wise decision on this. My take is that in watching this many years of the downtown go through ups and downs, it's made this incredible comeback with the river being the focus, and now the bridge has just opened after years incredible struggle getting that back together, and now it's well done. And it's only odd to me to think that now that the river is at its best ever, that we're going to bring in a container, 3 bars, and 350 people in the pride spot that's yet to be developed. And what I got doubly concerned about, was when there was a meeting with the developers about 2 months ago. And the question was, how long is the lease? And it was for five years, I think, was the lease on this. And it was probably now half year of that is eaten up. And someone asked the question, well, what happens if this doesn't work? I said, well, we'll just leave. We'll just leave, and we're planning other locations around the country, which I admire the entrepreneurial attitude of the two developers and taking on a great spot, that they're chosen a great spot if they could pull it off from their vantage point. But really, the commitment on just a few-year lease with movable containers and an operation that, frankly, I asked the question, is anybody in Reno really looking for 3 more bars, 350 people, center of downtown? Is that what we're really looking for to add to the culture of downtown, to the enjoyment of the river, which we now can, every year it gets better. And some of the events are fantastic there to capture that. And our town is a fantastic month, and we could use more space for that as well. So I would really give the developers plenty of latitude if it weren't for those issues. I don't think there's much experience on either their part with running something. I honestly think a no vote on this is going to save them many hundreds of thousands of dollars, because I don't think it's a viable operation. I was president way back when in the 70s and 80s of the Hungry Tiger restaurant chain, and we had 30 restaurants when I left. The complications of that are way underestimated, of all sorts. And to come in and have this an experimental operation in Reno, in the choice location we have left here, seems like very risky to say. And I would say it will become a blight to Reno if this is what happens. My opinion, but it's got at least a bunch of years with it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Frank Partlow, followed by Kim Elise Lloyd.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Jim Galloway's letter says this project will negatively affect the value of his Palladio property. What's he talking about? His unit is located on the 10th floor, overlooking the Truckee River, about 300 feet from the center of this project. Sound travels exceptionally well over water. I learned that from 30 years in the military. Nor is he the only owner affected. At the current established Palladio comparable price per square foot, there are seven other units and a penthouse in the same general location as Jim Galloway's property. And at the current established Palladio per square foot price of $400 per square foot, that's about $6 million worth of downtown residential property that are directly affected by this project. Keep in mind that these are not people contemplating investing in this town. They already did it, and they're living there. It is the nature of residential association property owners to let others go to meetings for them. Jim Galloway sucked me into it today because he's gone. While most Palladio owners are not affected at this point with any danger to their $400 per square foot value, if you allow this project to be built and you don't accept the noise restriction that Mr. Galloway talked about, you're going to have this place full of residential downtown property owners, especially from the Palladio. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Kim Elise Lloyd, followed by Diana Sion.
Hi, I'm Kim Elise, folk singer, songwriter, painter, live at the Artist Lofts. I remain opposed to the Eddy project at this location for the same issues that I've repeated before, privacy, safety, noise, and odors. I just don't think we need 3 more bars right behind us in our backyard, and not till 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock, 7 days a week for months on end. A lot of places are closed 1 day a week. Wouldn't it be nice if they shut down perhaps on a Monday when it's usually typically a slow day anyway? Because I think it's, looking like it may get approved, and I would like to just say either choose another location or shut down 1 day or make the hours shorter. That's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Diana Cyan, followed by George Foster. Okay, George Foster, followed by Brian Cooper.
Thank you. I guess Diane will miss it. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm speaking, I'm George Foster from 255 North Sierra, speaking from the experience at the Montage that has noise issues, as you may well have heard, and new glasses. The Eddy project has the noise and disturbance potential to devalue Palladio units by hundreds of thousands of dollars. From some experience we have at the Montage, a $100,000 loss is understandable. There are 94 units at the Palladio, so my numbers approach it differently than General Paltrow. If special events on private property don't require public notice, a dozen events could be booked and approved totally unknown to the residents until they get the 2 a.m. disaster. Enforcement from staff, police, and zoning has not been effective for the West 2nd Street and for the One Up bar. They have seriously impacted our building. The One Up, I think, is a well-known name around here. As far as the findings in your report, in A, this use is not compatible with the Palladio and Riverside neighbors that will become apparent tonight. This use on C is not appropriate. F, there is high potential for noise and trash pollution. Further down in the report, the project will not enhance or preserve environmental resources. G, the project will not benefit local residents. Where on earth did this come from? I think you'll hear tonight that the local residents don't feel particularly blessed. And this goes on in 1 and 3 further down. This project is neither consistent nor compatible with the goals of the Downtown Regional Center. In conclusion, this project has the potential to devalue local real estate value by millions of dollars. It's not consistent with the overarching goal of downtown revitalization. The revitalization requires downtown residents. If approved and handed over to the existing process of special event approval on private property, this does not have a hearing. It dumps enforcement over to police and zoning, which have proved ineffectual when applied to the One Up and the West Street bars. Of interest, there are no members of City Council or of certainly higher level staff that actually live downtown. Maybe you should split the duty up and one of you live downtown for a month in rotation.
Hey, I would love to. The only reason I don't is because I have 2 dogs. I've been, honestly, I've been contemplating it and contemplating it. I really want to live downtown. I do.
Rent before you buy. And policy is what you do, not what you say. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Brian
Are there any
Cooper?
vacancies on your floor?
Absolutely. But you want to the west side because you get free music.
One of my favorite constituents, Mr. George Foster. All right, go ahead, sir.
Hi,
how are you?
council members. I'm Brian Cooper, representing my own small business that is a food truck. We have seen a lot of growth in the last year, and a lot of growth comes from these special events. I've recently been trying to put a special event on in Midtown, and I've had a lot of drawback from neighbors. I'm a little insulted, actually, that every person in the bar, all 350, would be drunk and irresponsible, because I know there needs to be designated drivers, right? So I'm just here in support of the Eddy because it gives opportunity to the small businesses, the economic growth that I've really seen you guys all being proponents of. And for myself, I think it takes a little bit of risk to have reward. And I've been in Reno, or my family has, for 17 years, and that's been nothing but a dirt lot. I'd also like to say the one thing I did see there was a chalkboard with a lot of lewd and obscene gestures there a few years ago. So that could be just as unappealing to a family walking down the street and seeing some pretty lewd comments on a chalkboard that was never cleaned, never kept up. It just kind of shows it can be anything. It can be art, it can be a new business venture. But right now, there's really nothing to support these local food vendors, these food trucks, except for one really positive event a week on Friday evenings. And again, I just want to say, you know, these guys, hands down, they're being completely flexible right now without breaking. And I think that shows a lot of integrity in what they're trying to do. And at times, that changes the whole scope of the project because they're trying to meet the needs and demands of everyone else. So again, I just really support this opportunity to have something for these food trucks to come down. Thank you.
Thank you. What food truck do you own? Oh, that's you. What is it?
I'm afraid to say the name,
Oh, no, it's okay. Never mind.
but it does include alcohol.
Never mind.
However, you can eat it, so thank you.
No, and you won, what was it? You won, yes. Very good, very good. Yes, I like what you guys do. It's unique. Good. All right, Madam Secretary.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Craig Smyers, followed by Kyle Hess.
Well, you just can't get enough of us today, huh? Good, I'm glad you're back.
Mayor, council members. Okay, noise is a problem here. The Riverside's west wing juts out right over the Eddy, and the south wing reverberates sound like a desert canyon. I mean, the parking lot down below my window is not a good place for a private conversation. It's a big open air bar. The Eddy serves a lot of people. All the customers are outside. They want to play canned music, all noise, all the time, sometimes loud until midnight. In the Wingfield Park Amphitheater, the most famous musicians in the world have to stop at the citywide noise ordinance of 10. Food trucks, beer, everything. Wingfield Park doesn't pack them in for every show, so we're talking similar numbers of people, mostly similar numbers of crowds next to residential towers, food trucks, and beer. All the patrons are outside. These things are the same but have different rules. City staff has been saying the Eddy is a bar. A bar is a bar and falls under bar codes. Never mind that it's all outdoors. The lot's such and such size, that's 65 people. Code says stay open all night if you like. So like closing at 12 is doing us a favor. What's up with this double standard? It's the same as an outdoor event. It should close at 10. And really, 350 people is a lot of people. I've said this before, and I'll say it now before I hear it outside my window again and again. I can't write to the thousandth time. I've heard it through the grapevine, and I'm just about to lose my mind. Okay, it's like many. My art is all about inner thoughts. These are our studios. We need to think to work. I asked the Eddy, can the can music. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Kyle Hess, followed by Galen Gifford.
Good evening. We've made it here today after a few different meetings. I think we've reiterated a lot of the issues that keep coming up, and the main concern that I keep hearing is noise, and it's understandable. And what was brought up earlier was talked about in kind of a constitutional platform of using quiet enjoyment of one's property. There are a couple things to be said to that. One is that these are subsidized artist lofts that have people that have been there for many, many years, that have a huge waiting list for many other artists who would be very inspired by the downtown community and the setting that it provides. And so what I would hope for you to fall back on when you're making this decision and feeling confident is the reasonable person standard that's used to interpret what is a quiet use enjoyment. And as leaders of our community, I think it's really important to determine what downtown living is really about. And it's dense, it's populated, it's activity all around. There's music, there's bars, there's businesses, there's all kinds of different things. And so the credibility of the opponents is greatly diminished by the fact that they want an unreasonable standard for the type of living situation that they have chosen to go live into. And there are many people that are waiting that would love to live in that area and have that opportunity to create art and could possibly be extremely inspired by the downtown living area with the Eddy Beer Garden. I think Mr. Cooper's point is extremely important with respect to the fact that this is a dirt lot that has been sitting there for many, many years. I'm born and raised Reno, Nevada, and I'm a business owner. I wear many different hats around the community, and I'm in full support of this project. I think that the idea that these developers have risk over their head and they are essentially have been casted as guilty until proven innocent is really bothering me. They've told the opponents and your councilship that they're going to comply with the rules and regulations that are required by law. And in even furtherance, they've decided to take it on their own ambition to make the noise ordinance lower and ask for things based upon the privileges in a much more reasonable standard than they even have to. And so with respect to the blight and the surrounding community, I know Councilwoman Dewar, you're a very strong proponent of the foliage and the development within the downtown area, the committee that was brought in talked about trees along South Virginia Street. Mr. Sitzer is, if you've looked at any of his past projects, he does beautiful work. And I think that the foliage and the landscaping and the improvement of the dirt lot that currently sits there is a tremendous benefit to the community that's going to be used by all of the constituents that live here, not just a small subsect of people that live within the area that have concerns for themselves. But thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Galen Gifford.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. My name is Galen Gifford. I am a local here in Reno, Nevada. I own a business called Big Truck Hats, and my wife is a business owner as well. She owns the largest, I guess it's the largest independent mortgage company here. We have 2 daughters. We're very vested in the community, own a couple properties, and I just want to give a lot of credit. It's been incredible to see the progress that Reno's gone through the last couple years, and so credit to this council for that. I think the Eddy represents progress. Like Mr. Hess said, it's a downtown area. The notion that moms won't be able to push their stroller down the sidewalk there because of the Eddy doesn't make sense to me. I think the progress that will be had from the Eddy, I would like my daughters to go to UNR. I'd love for them to have a wonderful outdoor space where they can congregate with their friends, community members, network. Mr. Stitzer also constructed one of our properties, our home. He was incredibly professional, on time, on budget. It was an amazing experience. I am 100% for progress, like I know the city council here is, because I've seen the amazing progress you guys have done. So thanks for hearing me, and appreciate you considering a yes.
Thank you so much. What business did you say the Big Truck Hats?
Yeah, Big Truck Hats. I
What's
think you have a
that?
Big Truck hat, don't you?
I hope so.
Does
I
anyone up
better.
here know what Big Truck Hats?
Let me with the big brim.
Yeah, they're trucker hats. We
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
we
cute.
manufacture. We have a factory in Truckee, and our headquarters is out of Reno.
Awesome, I love it.
Thank you.
I just need them to go around like this because
Yeah,
when we get
we
to
got
be
the
a little bit
sunbrims,
older,
too.
you want no sun on your face.
we got the sun brims, and you'll need them at the Eddy because
I
there'll
like
be a
'em,
lot
I
of
like-
beautiful sun there. I'll send you guys a hat. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment that would like to speak. I did, however, receive public comment forms from Randy Hawkins, who did not want to speak but is in opposition. Also, Caitlin Ramirez, James Lowy, and Laurel Stout are all in support of the project but did not wish to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you sure there is no more public comment? Does anyone else like to speak? Speak now or forever hold your peace. There you go. Okay. Then I'm going to close the public comment. And actually, at this time, I'd like to ask the developer, would you like to get up and speak on any rebuttal items?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just take a couple minutes here to address a few of the comments. Number one, I believe that Ivy mentioned that Planning Commission was missing, one of the recommendations Planning Commission was missing regarding the gate. I would just note Planning Commission condition number 8 references what the structure along the river has to be fully retractable. So that would be the gate. Fully retractable was important to Planning Commission from a design standard that the eddy space, the riverwalk space, and the river all kind of coexist with one another, and you're not looking through a fence. It's open, so that is in fact in there. Number 2 is there's been some discussion about is this the right space, and I know that some of the developers believe so, but I think they were pleased when they went over to the Atlantis when that Urban Land Institute PowerPoint was shown, and were texting me right away with copies of, with pictures of the overhead that actually showed this parcel highlighted and that said that this parcel is needed for infill development, specifically citing 16 South Sierra Street for a riverfront, multi-purpose, multifunctional outdoor space. So we were really excited about that as we're developers. This is kind of perfect of what I think they were envisioning and I think us as a community are envisioning. The last point that I wanted to mention was was Chuck Shapiro, who's been great to work with. Appreciated his time over the last couple months regarding the 21 and over. So certainly it's the intent of making this family friendly. And certainly minors can be present when no alcohol is sold. So farmers markets, no alcohol sold, family friendly. Yoga in the morning, family friendly. The issue we're working on is if there is alcohol sold, what does that mean as far as changing the operations, right? I worked on the knitting factory license, for example, and minors were allowed in the knitting factory, even though alcohol was being sold, because there were certain barriers put up. Minors got a green wristband, over 21 got a blue, but that would all be built into our security plan and operations manual that would be submitted in conjunction with our liquor license of how that would work. So we want it family friendly. We want to be able to serve alcohol. If that means we have to have barriers up or ropes or different IDing, we're going to be fully compliant with that, and that'll be all worked through our privilege license piece. But as Chuck said, he welcomes the use, but had a concern about that, and certainly we believe wholeheartedly we're going to coexist well with the Wild River Grill, hopefully send clients his way, and again, keep this momentum going on the river. And just want to thank all the residents and everyone here tonight. We've tried to reach out and talk to as many groups, people, associations as possible, and think we have a pretty good product here with a lot of conditions that we know we have to comply with. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Just really quickly, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Sitzer, what, so this looks very much like the container park in Las Vegas, but on a much smaller scale.
Similar concept,
correct?
yes.
Okay. And yes, much smaller. So my question, so the people that are here that are here to appeal this, or who are opposing this, raise your hand if you've been to that container park in Las Vegas. Okay. It's in old downtown Las Vegas. And so I will tell you, I've been there probably 4 or 5 times, and it's very artistic and it's very entrepreneurial. And it really does, it does offer a lot to these artists that never would ever be able to show anywhere because it was so expensive, and also for startup entrepreneurs, correct? And you're going to have some of those spaces available for them?
Correct, yes.
Right. So I was really impressed the opportunity that it provided to those people that would never have that ability to do that. So I know what this project looks like on a much smaller scale, and I'm going to agree with these people here. You're not going to like what I'm about to say, but I'm going to agree with these people here that they don't think it should go there. And the only reason I'm going to say this is because I think you're going to be wildly successful. And I don't mean wildly like drinking, but I think honestly you are going to do something that I know that you've put a lot of money into this project. And I think by doing that and continuing to come here and continuing to meet with all the folks that are here, it shows that you're willing to do whatever it takes to be a great neighbor and to create jobs. And so I'm really impressed with what you've done to really say, hey, we think this could be a great project. And I will tell you, the one in Vegas is outstanding. It's outstanding. So, you know, and I do, and you hear, there's a lot of negativity before you're even getting out of the gate. And I think that that's really unfortunate. And I think with all these different conditions, you know, and not to mention, I think because you have all these conditions, it's something that I certainly would be in favor of, because you don't spend that kind of money without saying, hey, we're going to comply, we're going to do, you know, good things here.
Right.
So, and I will also say, typically we don't see this sort of magnitude of, you just don't see this sort of magnitude of what you have done to really reach out to everyone. And so I do applaud you, because I think, you know, you are trying to be very, very compassionate and caring. But I also want the artists to know, with these restrictions, we will be watching greatly. But I think at the same time, I know, and I know you're shaking your head, but let me tell you something. I think as artists, you can appreciate when someone does get the opportunity to be able to sort of have that startup, right? And honestly, if it's like, you know, what we're talking about, and I've gone over your plans, and I think you'll do right by it.
Thank you.
Correct?
Correct.
Or we're coming to get you.
I won't go anywhere.
All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I'd like to kind of make a general comment, and then I do have a couple of questions. You know, this is one of those projects that we've never seen in Reno. We've not seen this here. And I think anytime you have something that's a completely new concept anywhere, people legitimately have concerns. People legitimately have questions. And I think it's our job as policymakers to not just on the face of something say no or yes, but to try to see where the concerns are and try to find a path forward. We can do that all day long, but if the interested parties, pro or con, aren't willing to come to the table with that same spirit of compromise, it's really for naught, because at the end of the day, you're going to be neighbors, and you all want to be able to have the dialogue that makes it a pleasant experience for everybody involved. So I want to commend everybody in this room for attending NAB meetings, numerous individual meetings with each other, for allowing the residents, for allowing council members to come in and experience, you know, real firsthand experience what the sound is like. And I want to thank you, the applicant and the appellant, for reaching out to say, why don't we sit down and see what we can work out? Whatever happens here tonight, I just wanted you all to know my sincere appreciation, because we don't see that often enough. We see it far too infrequently, and the fact that you guys are residents, want to see good things, and want to find a path forward, I can't thank you enough for that. So, there's my speech. On to my questions. I did want to ask if we could get staff to come up and clarify the age issue. I do have concerns if there's not an ability for the under 21 crowd to access the facility. I think it blows your business model, frankly, and I think it's not what we're really wanting to see. So can someone give me some clarification?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Of course, that would be dealt with the privilege license for alcohol. This is a special use permit for the floor area reduction and variation in design guidelines. One of the proposed conditions was to have a security and operational plan reviewed by Code Enforcement, Business License Division, as well as Reno Police Department. So there are examples, and during special activities, where the areas can be cordoned off, and it can be a joint effort, but that would be something that would be evaluated with the suggested condition during the privileged liquor license. If a bar use is pursued, that could be evaluated.
Okay, so that wouldn't be just for the special activities. That would be for the daily operation, as well. Okay. Okay.
So in order to function as a bar, that'll be a separate hearing. That's a privileged license to sell alcohol. At that time, with the condition that was proposed today, which looks forward to that privileged license review, it says that subject to that, there would be a security plan reviewed by the Business License Division, Code Enforcement, and Reno Police Department. In that instance, those issues could be worked out. There are other examples where there have been all ages in a similar facility.
So I guess an example of that would be the ACES. I mean, the ACES Stadium, any age, and you can walk right up to a concession and order a Coca-Cola or a beer. Here's my concern, and I understand that that will come at a different time, but I think it's important for the people in the audience to give a deeper level of understanding on this, including us, is if I'm understanding this correctly, the demographic that you're targeting is millennials and those that have, dogs and kids and strollers and that sort of thing. I'm trying to functionally understand if I've got a 5-year-old in tow and I want to go, enjoy the facility, but I want to walk into the container and buy a beer. Do I have to park my 5-year-old at the picnic table and walk into the container? I'm trying to better understand how it works.
May I just interject here? I think that the special use permit before us is a variance to the FAR standards, and it's needed because there's this open air concept. So if it's the will of the council to say that with this open air concept that drives down the envisioned density, we want a mixed use environment at all times, mixed age environment at all times, we can condition that through the special use permit. I do not buy that the council, the only way, if they wanted to have that provision in, that we have this mixed age group, which is directly related to this open air activity. I'm a mom who used to walk a stroller, and I went looking for places where I could walk the stroller right up to the open air patio. And so I see a direct relationship to that special use permit if we're inclined to approve it, and that we would condition it for a premises that operate, at all times of opening with a mixed age population able to come in, and it has to get worked out how it has to get worked out. So I don't buy, I'm a little concerned that I'm hearing, and it's not an attack, it's just more of a, a go back between the two of us. I'm a little concerned on this, put it to the privilege, put it to this. I want the whole package rolled in for me on the special use permit, and then duplicated it be on the privileges that come. So I'm sorry to interject during your line of questioning, but that is how I see getting to where you wanted to go.
No, and it was, and I appreciate that. We were hearing chatter, and I was trying to get some clarification on the record of how that would operate. So I guess what I'm looking for from staff, is that something that we can condition on the SUP, which then carries over to the privilege license? It would just be mirrored.
There was discussion during the Planning Commission hearing on hours of operation and how is that germane to a reduction in floor area ratio. Obviously, the reduction in floor area ratio creates more open space and more potential for conflict. So in that regard, the operational of a potential use was found to be reasonably associated with the special use permit.
So that's a yes, I think.
So is that a yes?
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. I agree with Councilman Breckus that you could condition the mix of uses associated with the reduction of the floor area ratio. That's correct. The reason we are also recommending the conditions go towards the privilege license is that really locks in the user. So there's the reduction of the floor area ratio is that we are open to a less dense area. We want the mix of uses. When it gets into the operational characteristics, the sound, how it operates, that really goes with the operator. So the privilege license would be attached to Mr. Stitzer, not to the land. So you would be able to, if there was an issue, pull Mr. Stitzer in and review his privilege license with how he operates it. The reduction of the floor area ratio, I would agree, is more of the land use issue. So it's just operations versus the land use. So that's kind of the two avenues that we're looking at. As far as the all ages, you could address that with the mix of uses. And as Mr. Gilbert said, you can address that with the operations of the area. You can, rope off areas that are for alcohol use. If the food truck is there, then that's an all age use there. The bocce court, if there's art exhibits, Garrett mentioned that there would be maybe yoga classes or some other kind of venue like that, which would bring in all ages into the area, and they would just be how they rope them off and use this space just like they do at Knitting Factory or at the baseball stadium.
Madam Mayor.
Does that help? Councilman.
Sort of in recognizing that Councilwoman Jordan
it is her word. She's taken the leadership on this, and I know that she has a long list of questions. But as this is coming, I want to sort of address and flesh out these issues. There's the issue of the land use and what's going to be entitled, so to speak, and then there's going to be the permit and what the obligations are going to be for Mr. Stitzer in the business. And my own sense is that we have an operator here that has gone to great lengths, further than I've seen in many cases, of engaging with the community and trying to address concerns. If he's out of the picture, if it's another business, I think we also have to be, as a council, aware of what that means. That if we're suddenly dealing with another entity that, maybe they're not from around town, maybe they just don't have the same motivations. What protections are we offering neighbors, et cetera, as we go forward?
Right.
So I just want to clarify that I think Councilman Breckus is right, that if we are looking at, the FAR piece, we are looking at this from what are we programming? What are we making this place? So I'm not really sure about where that should fall in terms of my understanding of this project as it was moving forward was this family-friendly, mixed-use kind of a thing, not what we've heard, 350 drunk people, but a place where a mom could, with a stroller, come up and do this. So I'm curious to see how this plays out, because I think there has to be a balance struck between making sure whatever it is we do in the variance sticks to the land, regardless of who's on the scene, versus when we get to the permit and what Mr. Stitzer has to operate with from the business perspective.
Madam Mayor?
Any further questions? No? Okay.
On that same point, I just wanted to keep all this conversation alive and then move on to the next point. But this is what my struggle's been, is what is this really? And people that know me know I'm totally supportive of innovative things. I'm always out of the box. I'm always pushing the envelope. I'm changing it up. We're moving upstream. I know that's, how I'm oriented. At the same time, I don't know that I completely understand. And maybe it's a place that changes its character from the daytime hours to the nighttime hours. And, when does drinking begin at a bar? Any time from 11 when it opens, like restaurants can have alcohol when they, serve food at 11, 11:30? Or is it, does it change? Is it more like a park in the day and an art exhibit, and then it sort of at 5 switches to a different environment? You said you took out the nightclub aspect, so I don't know what it is. It's not a nightclub, doesn't have amplified music, except it kind of does in the containers. It doesn't have live music, but it kind of does on special events. It has yoga and moms during the day, and I'm okay with it morphs from day to night. I can actually understand that concept. And dads, 100% on the dads. Dads want to push the stroller there too. I get their beer, right? Because we know that you're an advocate of that, of the beer trail. So I'm just I want to get my mind straight, and I don't want it so fuzzy that I'm not sure what we're either denying or approving. I don't.
Sure.
I'm just seeking really clarity, and I know it's kind of changed over time. So how would you address these issues that just came up?
So the intent of this venue is for it to be as much a community space as it is an operating bar, right? The operating bar portion is to finance the project and be able to keep it running. We say operating hours are from 11 till 10 or 11 till midnight, then that's when we're actually selling beers and generating revenue through bar operations. Otherwise, we intend to be able to make this space open to the community for, Saturday morning yoga, Sunday farmers markets, things like that, so that, yes, it is available to all ages. Now, during the daytime operations, when we are operating as a bar, we'd like it to be a family-friendly venue where you could go down there with your kids and meet up with your friends and all hang out, and kids can play and parents can grab a beer and socialize and do whatever they do. So it is really intended to be that mixed-use venue. Now, it's hard to define a time when we would transfer to a 21 and up operations, because with the seasons that's going to change just because of daylight hours.
Day, night.
But yeah, if we were to say sunset till close, it's 21 and up. And other than that, it's, all ages. And then for, normal operating events that don't require a special activities permit, it's obviously all ages and
So a question on that,
community
I'm
friendly.
sorry to interrupt, but I don't want to drag it out. Like a farmer's market that you just mentioned,
Mhm.
and this is really to staff. I mean, is the farmer's market a special event? Because most places where the farmer's markets are, they have to, I think, whoever's here on special events, have to get some kind of special event, a permit and approval to close a street or do a something. But since this doesn't involve closing a street, they would be within the structure itself. I'm just wondering, is that part of normal operation activities? Or is that one of these, we've been told, and it hasn't come up yet, about the 2 nights or 2 days a month that you might have a special event? Is that a special event? Or what is a special event?
I will defer to.
In the
my-
context where it's everything, what is a special event? That's I guess my question.
I will. Good evening, Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager. On the special event, so we have a special event, special activity permit. A special event is an event that is held, in our mind, is held on public right-of-way.
Okay.
So a special event permit would be a permit that a promoter would get to have an event in the public right-of-way. Could require closing streets, generally it does. Street vibes, special event. In this situation, he would not get a special event permit. He would get a special activity permit, which is for an activity that is held on private property.
Okay, so what's an example?
Say again?
What is one? What's an example? I don't.
An example, I could, by definition, if you allow me to read that. So
Sure.
special activity means an indoor or outdoor activity taking place on private property for a period of 7 consecutive days or less, is open to the public and creates gross revenue through means different from the activity that is otherwise licensed. This includes any privileged activity or vending activity. Special activity does not include activity that is permitted as a special event or fundraiser unless it includes privileged activity or vendor activity. A business license is required for activity conducted which reflects a regular pattern of business, not temporary in
Okay,
nature.
so question there. So let's say they were going to have an art show. We've heard a lot about art.
Right.
And they said, we're going to allow artists to set up booths and sell their merchandise. That's not our regular business because we're regularly an open gathering space where you can hang out. But our business model is not selling stuff, but we're going to allow others to come in and sell. That might require a special
Activity permit.
activity.
That's correct. However, in his business description, he could include all that. So he can say, I'm opening the Eddy. The business description is special event venue for farmers markets, art events. So
He could include all of
He can include
that.
that in his general business license. I don't have his application in front of me. He might be able to speak to that.
So
'cause
I
don't
think
know exactly
I
what
think
he
it's really
included.
clear to get this out because I think in most people's mind, a special event or a special activity is something different than what you usually do. And they might think that it is a farmer's market or it is an craft fair, art fair, different things. They might think it is a bring in a beer tasting, venue
Right,
for
right.
different beers to be tried.
Yep.
That might be considered by many a special event, but in this setting, it might be business as usual. So I think it's important when if we move forward with this and we talk about 2 special events a month, that's not many things that's not included in this place already. So I just think it's good to clarify expectations.
Yeah, that's correct. And he could include that. Kurt can talk about that a little bit, but he could include that in his business description on his general business
So
license.
they need this SUP, they need a business license, which they can include all of these activities, and then they might also need a bar license if they're going to be a bar.
If they're gonna have on-premise alcohol, yes. they
Yeah.
would
And
need-
is there anything wrong with having the SUP mirror? I mean, to Ms. Hanson's point, the SUP mirror, the liquor license have the similar kind of conditions. Is that problematic? In other words, I think the idea was, well, one is a privilege license and you could withdraw that. But if you still have the SUP in place, you have no, that's for life, I guess. That doesn't have a termination
The
date,
SUP goes with the land use.
right?
The license is separate from that.
Right. So you could potentially terminate the alcohol aspect, but not the actual whole
Right, so
activity.
someone else, let's say that you did include this in the special use permit, and Kurt went out of business and somebody else went in there, that permit would be active, so someone else could essentially go in and take over and do the same type of business that he intends to do. what's before you, the SUP before you tonight, if this goes forward and council can make the findings on the FAR requirement, then, we will bring back, and you've heard this, the privilege license for the bar license.
So do you think it gives us more ability to manage or control or stay engaged with by only having these things associated with the liquor license versus the SUP, and the SUP only changes the floor area and it doesn't, trying to understand the thought process, that's all.
It is confusing from an operational perspective and the licensing side. We're dealing with the operational side. So if you don't conduct business properly, we have means to revoke your license. On the land use side, which is planning and zoning, they're going to tell us and the applicant what's allowed for that particular location.
Okay, well, thank you very much for allowing me to proceed down this path. I just want, good questions were coming up, so.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Well, I'll go after Ms. Jordan because she, I think, was not done with her line of questioning.
Can I address that really quick, just from a legal standpoint, not as a proponent or an appellant? I think I
Not,
have an answer for your question.
not yet. Hold on. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. And maybe what we can do tonight with regards to the special use permit that's before us, I think what we're doing is giving some good feedback to staff for the business license and the privilege license. So we're giving you some great, foundation by which, you'll bring it back for approval or not. And we're trying to provide you all of that information. We know that the applicant would like to get this open as soon as possible. I know there's been lots of delays already, but I think the dialogue here, wherever it fits in the most appropriate place, I think the feedback is good. My question is this: I would guess this would be at the business license side, or maybe it's at the applicant's own doing with their operational manual, is since there is not food served during all hours of operation, and it's not technically a restaurant, how do we go about restricting smoking? By what mechanism do we say we don't want any smoking, period?
I think it's a business.
So, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. Let me try this one to help you understand it. First of all, you could put both conditions on both the business license and the special use permit. The things that you would typically want to put on a special use permit would be operational characteristics that would come with the property. In other words, if your finding is that this open air venue is only good if it stops at 10 o'clock, regardless of who's operating it, then you would put that on the special use permit. If you think that different hours might work okay if the operator runs a business that doesn't create noise, for example, the difference between amplified and non-amplified music, or a restaurant versus a bar, then you could do that. You should do that under the business license for the privilege license. The smoking really would be something that would be tied to the operation and, again, would go back to the privilege license. The one thing that you would not, or the liquor license, because that's the one you have the most control about the operational part. I would not suggest to you that you control smoking as a land use, because that's really not about the land use itself, unless you found that smoking cigarettes was somehow the determinant of whether that's the proper place to have this kind of use. So my suggestion to you, rather than to get too hung up on which one of these it lands on, is to put them on the special use permit, and then when the business license comes through, we'll put them on those. And we will find out if things go awry, which tool we use to correct whatever the issue is.
Okay, because we do, as a condition, we do have not only the report back to council in January of 2017, we have the 1-year look back and potential revocation of the special use permit at the 1-year mark, correct? Yeah. Yeah. So whatever bucket and mechanism in which this falls, we still have, and the applicant understands this and understands he has to negotiate this with the landowner, that in 1 year from, let's assume it gets approved tonight, 1 year from tonight, we'll be looking at it in its totality with regards to the special use permit, modifications, revocations, all those sorts of things. at that time.
Yeah, the other thing is, again, I think that in this case, the best thing is to put them on both. But
Okay.
the
Well-
other part I was going to suggest the council to remember is there's two different processes for these two different instruments. The special use process for removal of the special use permit is a much more complex and involved process than would be the removal of a privileged business license. The removal of the privileged business license, for the most part, both of them end up at the council, but it's a much quicker route to get through than would be the special use permit, which would require a revocation hearing and deal with a more complex set of issues. But again, I think in this case, rather than decide which one to put them on, I would suggest to you that you put them on anything you're concerned about, you put it on the special use permit. And then when the business license comes forward for the privileged license, then we would also replicate, or if that time you felt comfortable not putting conditions that were on a special use permit, you could choose to do that.
Okay. Okay, so what you're telling us is include everything, staff will sort it out, and in 1 year, everything is on the table again.
And I
Okay.
would recommend the 1-year look or the 1-year report be from the time the license is issued. Because if you do it from tonight, it could still be another, his season is going to be over and
No.
whenever winter starts. Right. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Breckus.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. For the record, Nathan Gilbert. I just wanted to follow up on that and state in the proposed condition number 9, specifically D and E, and when that revisitation by the council on the privilege license, the applicant would pay for public notice so that everybody within 750 feet of the site and the appellant would be made aware of the public hearing.
Perfect.
Yeah. I don't, did we get copies of those revised conditions? We did?
Yes.
Okay. I guess,
I'm looking for this information on every piece of documentation I have in my packet, and I cannot find several of the things that are being talked about.
okay.
And the 1-year review is one of the things that
Yeah,
I can't find.
yeah.
My conditions go to 8, they don't go to 9.
Yeah. I mean, if the applicant, and it would be the applicant, is proposing change conditions from what went out on the clerk's letter, we should have copies of that. And I have some vague recollection that maybe I did get an email of that. I don't know who it was from or so on. But I guess, I think it's going to be really key to find an ability on a very flexible use like this to allow in our special use permit to have the flexibility for it to be this multifaceted activity while also the conditions being those that can be, tight and controlling enough to allow us to make the findings, obviously, but also to not be overly regulatorily cumbersome or difficult to administer. I'm concerned about a 1-year look back. We found out last meeting on the appeal for Ridge Hollow that Collin Ranch master developer should have been here every year for the last 20 years in front of us with a 1-year update. Never got it. Meadowood Mall Development Agreement is statutorily obligated to give us an update every other year. Never happened for 10 years. So I don't put much credence in this made-up procedure of a 1-year report. I'll just say that. Another thing I have a very strong difficulty with is any sort of decibel calculation. I have come to find that sound acoustic measurements is somewhat of a black magic. I think Mr. Peace mentioned that. So I'd rather see something very performance-based. And it may go as far as, you know what, you want a special use permit to reduce our FAR and have an open-air environment. There's no house music in any of these open-air containers. That's one to me that is just very certain. Now, the live entertainment piece, I could see that. But maybe it's no amplification or something like that, or only one instrument miking into a 12 by 12 amp or something. The other one that I'm having a difficulty understanding is this special activity permit that staff has been issuing. I have seen a couple where I feel like they're skirts around zoning ordinances, and I don't think I would like to see that granting administrative
process. I think that to me, because you are such a flex space, everything's a special activity, and the only special activities that will come in would be some that may be an end run around some of the conditions that we're trying to control.
Well, like to use amplified music.
Exactly.
I mean, that's where I
So-
could see getting one.
So, you know, and the smoking, I think, is directly related to the FAR, because if you were in a bar, you could do that. You're open air, because so you're reducing the FAR, we can get there. So anyway, the hours to me, I was taken by the fact that Mr. Stitzer said wanted to start at 10 or 11. The special use permit said, 6 or 7 or something, and then there's farmers market discussion. So to me, the hours of operation are key. I'd like to see 8 a.m. on the weekends, 9 a.m. on the weekdays. I do think there's a need for a good place to go have a breakfast burrito in this town and sit down in the morning and have that with coffee. But yeah. But I also think
croissants?
that
With
or the
croissants?
croissant gal,
The croissant factory?
that are made out of the anyway. And then also, I think the close up should be 11 p.m. on those 2 nights. I really do. 10 p.m. on 5 nights a week, 11 p.m. on the others. Those are the parameters that I feel most comfortable with on the hours of operation. And I would like to see an operational plan that allows it to be mixed age groups at all times. I think that's related to the FAR too. So I don't know. How do we want to proceed? Okay.
I've got several questions.
Questions?
Yes,
too.
so we're still, council has a lot of questions, so, okay. All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. You're fine? Okay.
No, I do need to ask.
No, I'll come back to you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I did get the copy of Mr. Gordon's additional conditions, which now that I've got the other copy, I see as an incorporation of his additional conditions that he proposed. I've got a question on a definition. In the noise limits of 65 decibels, what is the definition of a reoccurring basis? What's the definition of a reoccurring basis on the noise limits? Yeah. It says that noise levels shall not exceed 65 decibels on a reoccurring basis. What is the definition of reoccurring basis?
Thank you for asking.
Good evening. For the record, Joe Henry, Acting Code Enforcement Manager. Under what I read under the conditions, it didn't specify and define what a reoccurring basis was. There's a lot of different research out there, whether the LEQ, the average, whether that's over 15 minutes, over 30 minutes, over an hour. The LEQ 50, which does not exceed 50% over 50% of the time. So it's not defined in there. I think it could be defined.
Okay, and so this is the concern I heard brought up earlier, is that we're going to do a rolling average or whatever, we need to specifically define that, and it needs to be something that we can see what specifically is outlined as that reoccurring basis, and it needs to be defined in the conditions so that we know what that is. And I can tell you, when a car drives by my house and backfires, it wakes me up. A semi can go by and hit his Jake brake, and it doesn't. And the Jake brake's usually louder than the car backfiring. So your noise consistencies, because of the way that they apply, a sharp noise, or if in this case you got in a fight in the area, is going to be more disruptive to the community. So short-term noise is often more disruptive than long-term noise at a little bit higher level. But that's something we need to clearly define what we're talking about there so that everybody understands what it is. So the understanding I got from Mr. Gordon's presentation was that they're willing to, these conditions on the privilege license, they'd prefer them not to be specific to the special use permit on these additional conditions. And so the question I have for the applicant on that is, say January 31st, we decide this doesn't work, that it just doesn't work for the neighborhood. The applicant has invested a large sum of money in this project. Is he gonna be able to reclaim his investment at that time? Or is he gonna be out there saying, okay, I accept the loss? Or is he gonna come back and say, hey, listen, I've invested in this, you can't take this from me, and are we gonna end up in a court battle with you over the fact that we've withdrawn his license and because it didn't work?
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. So, for the record, Garrett Gordon. So we had originally proposed adding these conditions on the use permit, but after consulting with the city attorney's office, they thought it was more appropriate for the business licensing because, one, it could be removed more quickly, and two, the court batters you referred to, it's a privileged license, and there's a ton of case law out there. It's just like a gaming license. This is a liquor license. It's a privilege to have, and if you don't comply, it's a privilege that it could be taken away. So it could be done a lot quicker with the license than going through a revocation process with the use permit with may go through the planning commission, then to you. But that said, we're happy to put them on both to be able to get us at 2 bites to make sure we're complying.
Okay.
With respect to your question about the lease terms, so we're currently in the due diligence period, of course, seeing how this goes. Based on the conditions that you impose, if there's a year review, then I imagine Mr. Sitzer is going to talk to his landlord saying, I need a potential out after a year, just in case it goes poorly, and my personal guarantee doesn't last for another 4 years. So whatever you impose on us as a privileged licensee, just like if we were a casino operator, you imposed conditions on us, we'd have to go to our landlord and negotiate so we can be able to have an out in the event there was concerns. So I think we feel comfortable as the applicant and as a potential tenant that whatever is imposed on us, we have to comply, and if not, for the record, we know we could lose the right to operate there.
Okay, and I appreciate the fact that the applicant is willing to put monitoring equipment in, which I would hope makes it a little easier to enforce noise levels than the problem we're having on West Second Street. That has been a continuing problem. I've heard numerous people come in and talk about the noise we've got there, and it evidently isn't as easy as we think it is to pull those privileged licenses, because if it was, there's several of those bars, based upon the complaint levels on them, would already be shut down. So by putting this monitoring system in and being able to see the specific tracking of the noise levels on it, then there'll be documentation to support that. The other thing that I've heard mentioned several times is a limitation on the special activity permits, and I've gone through everything I've got, and I can't find where that was. I don't see it in the Planning Commission's letter of approval. I don't see it in your stuff.
Yeah.
So I'd heard that there was a talk of 2 special activities a month limitation. I do see the 9 o'clock stop time for a special activity on a weekday, but it doesn't give a stop time, designated stop time for a special activity on a weekend, which I would presume under a special activity permit, you could try to extend your weekend operations to 2 or 3 in the morning for that special activity. And since there's no limitation on it, then, so I'd like some clarification there. Is that something that the applicant did agree to or didn't agree to? And
Sure, thank you. Again, for the record, Garrett Gordon. So special activity permit, those limitations are in code.
Okay.
So right now, you can pull 2 special activity permits a month per code, and they have to stop at 10 p.m. per code.
Okay.
Under, I'm sure Michael will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm correct. Under the Planning Commission condition, they went a step further and said, okay, we know code allows 10 p.m., but on Sunday through Thursday, you got to stop at 9 o'clock for a special activity permit. And the context of the special activity permit is, as Ms. Dewar mentioned, right, in our business license, we're going to put in there, probably yoga, farmers markets, everything we like to do. and Mr. Chomp will go through use by use and figure out what's appropriate, what's not, what conditions should be imposed, what not. What we envision a special activity permit would be for live entertainment. We thought we could do it at all times with the nightclub use. That's been, of course, withdrawn. So in the event we wanted to have a little rodeo, cowboy band out there during the rodeo week, we'd have to apply for a special activity permit. And if there's amplified music, we'd have to comply with, decibel levels and other potential hours and any other conditions that they put on. And of course, to be discretionary, they could say no. But that's kind of how we envision it. That helps give you some context.
Okay, and then something that Mr. Chomp brought up that that can be 7 days or less. So 2 per month. You could put in for 2 7-day special activity permits per month. That's 14 days a month that you'd have special activities going on. So that I think that we need to address that issue, because I think that the idea that we had was that would be 1 day special activity permit. So there would be a maximum of 2 days per month that you'd be able to get those special activity permits. So I think that needs to be clarified in what we come up with here too. So.
And for the record, that was our intent. So
Okay.
if you'd like to put a condition on that special activity permit means a 1-day permit, there was no 7-day festival we
Right.
planned. It was 1 day.
Well, the rodeo was a perfect opportunity to lead me into that thought, because that's a 14-day event.
That's what I usually do, walk myself right into trouble.
And I would like to express my gratitude to the applicant for working as hard as they did to try to resolve the issues surrounding this. And I believe with the annual review, that if there are major issues that come up from this, I mean, they've conceded to residential noise limitations in a mixed-use area. And if we find those issues with that annual review, we will get an opportunity to try to address those. So I've got to take my hat off to the work that you guys have done to try to resolve the issues. And I think with some clarifications that we look pretty good here.
Thank you. And for the record, we'd welcome a condition of no smoking as well, of putting on both the SUP and the business license. No problem on our end whatsoever. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Bomsian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see, who do I want to have come up here? Let's see, I'm looking at you, Chomp, but I'm also going to ask Mr. Shapiro to come up. Back to the discussion about sound, and Councilman McKenzie brought up some of the issues that I was concerned about. I think it's important as we're trying to understand this, because we are, again, we're programming a space, and we have to understand where these things go. And I appreciate Mr. Shapiro's extended engagement with this, and how he seems to have been able to work very proactively with his potential new neighbor. And I guess I have a couple questions. I mean, I do have some technical questions about, again, Mr. Pease raised earlier this question of, when you're talking about sound regulation, whether or not it's appropriate, the hour average. So I think we want to address that real quick. And that's in the additional conditions page that I'm looking at right here.
9B. 9B is.
I am looking at.
Item 9B.
Because that's right, I have the two versions, 9B, exactly, 9B. But while you're here, you have, as we walked by the site this evening, we had a chance to take a quick field trip, and I made a point of walking the property again. I mean, I know it from having participated in programming of the space with the Black Rock Arts Foundation from way back. I've certainly been to the Wild River Grill at all hours of the day and night, inside, outside, etc. And refreshing my memory, I walked by, there was music that was amplified through outdoor speakers. Generally, as I understand it, I mean, you have smaller live performances. We're talking about a PA system, usually it's acoustic, but nonetheless it's amplified. You have that, you have the outdoor speaker system that's playing music. Is that generally the nature of the music that is happening amplified? And 65 decibels, where are you with that? Second part of the question. And then third, certainly you're a neighbor, and you work with the neighbors that are at the Riverside Lofts that have expressed their concerns. How do you work with them, address their concerns that they may have with your hours of operation at times when you might be a problem for them. How does that all sort out? And I'm asking because I want to know the potential for compatibility with how the Eddy could interface, and perhaps this is an opportunity for them to learn from you. And I'll stop and let you answer those questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, good questions. Well, yeah, we've been doing live music, which technically is amplified pretty much 7 nights a week in the summer months and the warm months for 9 years. So obviously there is a delicate balance between the volume and the residential adjacency. You know, in our case, the residents are right upstairs. The band is right below their window. So I seek to mitigate that through, you know, just good management practices, which is making sure the volume is under control. You know, we do typically solos and duos as opposed to larger bands. My business model is it has to go with fine dining, and so what I instruct the musicians is to, you know, their volume has to be not to impede people's conversations and stuff like that, and it's primarily background, but it's a balance. And you know, I've never measured the decibels, whether we're at 65 or somewhere. You know, 65 is not a lot, so I'm not quite sure where we fall in that. You know, over the years, every once in a while, there's been an issue where the band actually might have turned it up too loud, and a resident lets me know about it. But you know, overall, with 33 residents in the building and hundreds of live performances, you know, the amount of complaints you could almost count on one hand, and we've been able to manage that. And you know, we all know each other. You know, the last thing I need to be doing is having any issues with the neighbors and the residents, and we'd respect each other, and I respect where they live. You know, so those are, you know, that it would be hard to regulate that and put that into writing. You know, what my restrictions are. I have a cabaret license. You know, the fact that we're a full-service restaurant enables me to be family-friendly, and you can come in, all ages come in, kids, you know, multi-generations, for all different kinds of special occasions and events. And so we find that balance. So obviously, with this project coming up, you know, initially it was bands, it was going to be noisy, it was going to be bars, it was going to be outdoors, it was going to be immediately adjacent. So that had the threat to the potential to pretty much destroy my business model, which is why I got so involved with it early on. You know, we've come a long way with you know, with working out conditions and things that we can work together, which, you know, to the credit of the developers. You know, like I said, though, I'm still concerned about the family friendly. Everything I heard tonight, I didn't quite get a clear answer. I don't know if you guys did, about whether or not upon approval it is multi-generational, family friendly at all times. And they don't, I mean, do they have to shut down their bars, or do they not have to shut down their bars? So I think that's a point you all need clarity on. But from my standpoint, if it is, you know, multi-use, community friendly, broad appeal, family friendly, and it doesn't stay open too late where people can't sleep in their homes, it's a great project. If it becomes bar only and it goes late and everybody's upset, it's a bad project in a bad location.
Sure.
But did that answer your questions?
No, it did. It very much did. And I, you know, again, I think it's context for the space, what the impacts are, and you know, I'm not trying to say that as I see their project and the conditions that they've agreed to on the noise, that they're the same as you. I mean, it's a little bit of apples and oranges. And I do want to acknowledge that, you know, as I'm looking at this from the perspective of the residents, it's also cumulative. Your outdoor seating area, I walked by this evening, alcohol, music. How many people were out there at 5 o'clock?
Today there was probably, it's pretty good happy hour as I was walking over, probably 35, 40 people.
Okay. That's good to know, and it is right there. Okay, that's my question, and I think that I'm seeing head nods. You know, folks at the Eddy understand that, you know, this is really going to come down to can they be like Chuck and be good neighbors, right? We should all be like Chuck, right? That's the message.
I don't know about
That's good that you acknowledge that maybe we should not all be like you. I guess for staff, just the question, a little bit of clarity for the record, this issue of the hour, and okay, it is going to be Joe. Joe, when I saw you walking back to sit down, I said, oh, I should probably warn him he's going to have to be coming back up. Again, I think we just have to understand, public has to understand, the record needs to be clear what it is we're talking about with these conditions on noise, particularly the hourly average. Thank you, Chuck.
For the record, Joe Henry again. Noise is a very complex issue. Like Councilman Breckus stated, stating a number on something is really hard to do, and it really doesn't always make sense. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, before we were going to have the hearing, I went over there, set up the sound meter, took a reading right underneath the pavilion, right next to the open dining, which is the easterly property line. On average, it was 64 dB. That was over a 3-minute period. The highs were 80, but the average was 64. There are many, many times the music playing exceeded the 65 dB. So that makes it very hard. Right now, the river is flowing very nicely. The river has a lot of ambient sound to it. Creates a lot of ambient noise, which helps raise that whole level. Later on at the end of summer, it'll be a lot less. The ambient sound level will go down. You have to be a little more flexible to deal with that noise. So when we set just a level, just a 65 dB, not 65 dB A-weighted, slow response, the average, not the peaks, we create problems for ourselves for enforcement. We do have to look at the overall sound level because there are going to be peaks. There are going to be the Harleys going down the street or the car backfiring, which are going to exceed that. I'm a loud talker. I exceed 65 dB a whole lot of time. Just ask my kids, they'll tell you. So we have to be careful when we have just a number. So it's really hard for that enforcement. And the way that condition is written with just a 65, I think it will create problems because at the property line right now, the music is exceeding 65 dB. And it's not the Eddie's music, but it's just the ambient noise level is exceeding 65. So we always have to take into account the ambient noise level.
Okay, but to Mr. Pease's point in his original appeal, in the hour, if you're 747 for 30 minutes and then it's dead quiet for the next 30 minutes, maybe you comply with the 65. But what you're saying is, you do have to go with this sort of a model to allow for that flexibility that at times, look, this is noise. It's going to be fluctuating just by virtue of its
Correct.
properties.
It's going to fluctuate.
Right.
We did a lot of research on the fluctuation of noise levels when we went through the whole Garlock printing.
Yeah.
Learned a
Right.
lot about
Sure.
sound levels at the Garlock printing. So I think you can look at it as percentages above the ambient noise level. You can look at it for shorter periods of time. It can be over an hour. It can be over 30 minutes. And if that average hits 50% of the time, it exceeds a certain decibel level over the ambient, then there's a problem. One of the things we ask for is to look at the special activity permit and have a separate management plan for each and every one, is so that each and every time they come through, we have to be able to reevaluate and see if it's working. The average day-to-day operations, I really don't think will be the problem. I think it will be when there's special activities there. And because that's when you're going to have music there, that's when you're going to have the loudness there, that's when you're going to have the large crowds there. So we would like to be able to look at that and see what is happening. If we have an event and we have 3 or 4 complaints from that event and it's dead at a certain time zone that's not reading it, the next special activity permit, we want to address that with the vendor to make sure that he's taking care of that, and we're trying to mitigate that. With sound, you always have to be trying to mitigate the problem.
Could I give a follow-up real quick to that, Madam Mayor?
Absolutely.
So today you went over and checked it and it was over 65. So the applicant's agreeing that he's not going to produce more than 65 decibels, but we don't have a limitation here of ambient. And if we did have that limitation of ambient, what is ambient? Because now if the grill comes on with live music, then they're going to impact that sound meter as well. And then the Abbey gets hit for something that's going on in the grill because it's not directional.
It is not directional, and that is, as sound does travel differently at night. I would like to go ahead and start setting up and doing some checking for ourselves. Like I said, the river is really high right now. The ambient noise level from the river alone is really high. You put in the Wild River Grill and they're playing their outdoor music. It wasn't live music, it was just outdoor music itself. It would peak over 68, it peaked to 80, which I believe was a car going by. There are formulas, and if you read the attachment on the staff report from Brennan, who did the actual sound study, it talks how there's a mathematical logarithm that they'll take into account for both venues. So you'll have music that's being generated from Wild River Grill, you'll have sound being generated from the Eddy, and you have to try to do that mathematical formula to see how much that's going to raise the noise level and what's this anticipating raising the noise level.
Okay, and so to Mr. Bobzian's first point is the fact that when he asked Chuck about his operations and his limitation on sound, because he's got a cabaret license, he hasn't got the same limitation. So if it gets a little noisy over at the Abbey, he can turn his music up so that the crowd can hear the music. And that's going to raise the decibel level on the Abbey, even though they're not over 65. So I think what Mr. Bobzian was getting to, Councilman Bobzian was getting to, is the fact that we've got two properties side by side and they've got different sound standards. And how do we mitigate that issue of the fact that one of them is going to be affecting a restriction we put on the other one?
Well, and I wish I had a good answer for you on that one, because that's not there's not a good answer to that. I think it is the business practices of both. Wild River Grill operates he's not operating in compliance of his business license. He's operating in compliance of good business practices. And we haven't had any complaints. And I'm sure if we had complaints, he would be the first one to come up and help me resolve those complaints. I haven't dealt with the applicant, but I've seen everything that's been in place, and I feel pretty comfortable that we would be able to deal with the applicant on the whole noise level. Having that decibel reading in there is really tough to deal with.
Can I have a follow-up on that as well?
Hold on, Councilwoman Jordan, you've been waiting so patiently. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe what's a good idea here is to give a little context about the meeting that we did have this week and some concerns that I had with regards to real-time reporting of sound, because I think if there are residents who have issues with regards to noise, they need to be able to have a real-time accessibility to the management to potentially mitigate that sound, and they don't have to wait for a report to be spit out a week later. But what that report will provide us, even if we say the 65 decibels is a goal by which we're asking to adhere to, I think what we're saying at the year mark is, because this is a new use, not happened here, lots of variables, that we look at that in its totality at that year mark. But in the meantime, we want to be able to have an avenue for the residents to, for the management of the Eddy to get pinged when there's something that spikes beyond the 65, so that they can, rather than having to manually open up a laptop, read it themselves while they're trying to operate a business, they'll at least have an alert to say, I need to check into it and potentially mitigate it in real time. But then how the residents will have that same opportunity. So what I'm asking you is, aside from the special activity permit, which you're saying it's your suggestion that each special activity be approved with regards to its amplified sound and approval prior to every special activity, and we can condition that, is how do we, on a daily basis, without getting into too much technicality, get to an average tonight? I mean, what is your suggestion without getting, I mean, is it 5% above ambient? Who's saying in real time what the ambient noise is?
Well,
and who's going beyond 5% of that?
And that changes, that ambient noise level changes every minute of the day. Having the condition in where they're willing to spend that money and put in the sound equipment with the data logging, I think is an exceptional idea, because then we can always pull that data up. We should be able to get, if they have it posted, we can get on there and download that data and see immediately when he gets pinged with there's a noise, it's exceeding that, then he can address the problem. If it's street vibrations and there's 35 Harleys going by, well, then he can document that that's exactly what the noise level was and it exceeded at that point. But it does give us a greater tool to do that. I've seen where it's 15 dB above the ambient noise level for no more than 15 minutes. They monitor it at 15-minute increments. So at 15-minute increments, if it exceeds that by 50% of the ambient noise level, so then it would be in violation.
For more than 15 minutes.
In a
So-
15-minute time frame, if the ambient noise level is exceeded by 15 dB by 50% of the time, it would be a violation. That's a standard used in Europe.
Okay, but how does his equipment determine what the ambient noise level is? I'm trying to, what a formulaic approach to deeming what the ambient noise level is. I mean, is there equipment that will measure that in addition to when they've gone 15% above, 50% above for more than 15 minutes?
His equipment it'll take whatever the existing noise, whether he's open or not, if it's running 24 hours, will take into account that ambient noise level. Whether he's got if he has 3 people there, the ambient noise level is more of whatever is going on in that entire environment. Placing where you place the sound meters takes into account what the ambient noise level is.
So the equipment will monitor ambient versus actual.
Well,
real
actual
time.
and ambient is together. So if the event is running he opens at 10 a.m. and runs till 11 p.m., it'll look at that noise level during that whole time. If he has 3 people inside the venue, it's the ambient noise level. It's the surrounding noise. It's at that level. We could ask for monitors to be placed in different locations to monitor at all times, but then I think we're becoming that over-regulatory part of it. We have to kind of look at based on the complaints, because if we set a dB level and we set 5% over ambient level, that might not irritate you. It might irritate me something terrible. So I'm going to complain about that, and that's the problem with noise. When we set any number on it, it affects you one way, it affects the city manager a different way. So we kind of have to, and that's why we kind of look at those management plans. What are you doing in your business? We're getting 20 complaints a day.
Okay, so in the special use permit process and the privileged license process, we could put a condition in which I think you're suggesting that rather than it being the 65 decibel hard-coded limit, it be a decibels that are 50% more than ambient noise for more than 15 minutes.
15 decibels over the ambient noise level for more than 50% of the time during
so
a
I had it backwards.
15-minute period. I can't do that.
I guess, can I just, Madam Mayor, can I say something? I appreciate the innovation of the log and the sound sensors and all. I just feel that the more complex conditions, like Mr. Henry's saying, the more complex, the more room there is for staff interpretation, misinterpretation, more difficulty in tracking. That's why with this one, that to me, even though we are in a downtown mixed-use environment, we're kind of treading, and I brought this up, I think, during our master plan discussion, into that fine grain nature that we see in downtown environments, where I would really feel more comfortable being more simple and something along the lines of, to begin with, conditions can always come back for amending, is no house music. So the electrical systems of these containers don't have any conduit run in for piped in stereo sound. And so anyway, that's just, kind of a more, sometimes the more simple, the easier is really the better in situations like this.
So, Madam Mayor, on this point, then?
Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, so on the sound, I mean, we've brought up Mr. Shapiro from Wild River Grill, and he has 35 to 40 people. This potentially could have 10 times that amount of people, 350 people, potentially. Maybe it's an average of 200 people, but 200 people just talking is a lot louder than 35 people talking. And one of the challenges that I think Mr. McKenzie brought up is this is cumulative. And I think I reflect back on when we had this whole noise conversation related to the rock crusher with 39 Ventures. And the sound engineer who came and did all his analysis said, and I asked him the specific question, if you have one place making 65 decibels, right next to it another place 65 decibels, and right next to it a third place making 65 decibels, I asked him what would be the decibel level. And he said 68, because the way noise works, it is logarithmic, and when you go from 65 to 75, that's 100 times noisier. That's how I explained it. 75 to 85 is 100 times, it's logarithmic. So it's not one unit. And that, I think, is a challenge, that each of these places would be maybe doing their 65 at Mr. Shapiro's place, at this place, and it probably should all work. But in order to do a process like you described, above ambient, you have to know what ambient is. And you have to be someplace away from the establishment to understand what ambient is, either over by Virginia Street Bridge or over by the river. I'm sure the closer you get to the river, the louder the sound of the rushing water, right? So you're measuring some ambient when nothing's happening at that location. And so what I would like to do is start kind of honing in on what do we want for the sound? And my secondary issue is, what do we want for the hours? And I'm hesitant to leave the sound till we solve that. But I do want to just let people know that in the conditions from the Planning Commission, we have one set of hours. We have nothing in the new conditions that speak to hours. We have orally presented some different hours. And then we've heard in code, you can have special events to 10. But in this case, per the Planning Commission, they'd be limited to 9 p.m. So I would like to I want to make sure in the condition that we're extremely, if we go in with approval and we have a condition, I want to really lay those hours out. And I'm going to just reference a preference, and this hasn't been talked about before. I am very, very concerned about the residents. I'm very much for trying something new, and I'm very concerned about preserving not just the people next door who live next door, and this is a very big difference than the container park in Las Vegas. Nobody lives next door. I don't think anybody lives within 1 block, 2 blocks, or even 5 blocks of that location.
I voted they do.
You do?
Sorry.
Because I
Yes,
just talked
they
to...
do. Sorry.
Okay, so that's
just
good.
clarifying.
Okay, thank you. Because I just talked to someone, and they said they had no downtown residences, but maybe they didn't mean right by the container park. Maybe they meant a different part of downtown. Across the street? Okay. So I just want to make sure that we have the ability on the hours and the sound, to be responsive and be respectful. And they've made investments there just as much as the people at the Palladio have or the people at the Montage have. Everybody's made an investment in their neighborhood. So I think you guys need to help us as the staff craft a motion. My tendency is to not want 10 o'clock at night. My tendency is to want 9 or 9:30. I think a lot of people do go to bed around that time. That's during the weekday. During the weekend, I'm not so very happy with 12. If other people think that works, I'm willing to concede with those kind of hours. But I'm just telling you, as a regular practice, to have it open every night till 10 and have even 100 people talking right outside your place you're sleeping, I think is challenging. So I'm just, stating my preferences, so people can consider those.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Okay.
Councilwoman.
I'm going to take a stab.
Thank you.
At a motion here. It sounds like I think we can probably get everything maybe narrowed down to what I'm hearing is a discussion about hours. So why don't we knock out the rest of them and then get down to that? Okay, so my motion would be to uphold the Planning Commission decision with the following additional conditions. And if I'm not wording this correctly from staff, please let me know. That the venue be open to all ages at all times, that no smoking or vaping on premises, period. That special activities are not to exceed 2 days per month. That special activity amplification is to be approved in advance by code. That the hours of operation are 11 to 10, Sunday through Thursday, 11 to 12, Friday, Saturday, with the exception of special activities, which are 11 to 9, Sunday through Thursday, 11 to 10, Friday and Saturday. With regards to the sound, I think at this point, since we are going to have a one-year look back, I think we leave it at the 65 decibels. The applicant came in with that. We make that the condition, and at the one-year mark, we can look at all the variables, the trends, the do's, the don'ts, whatever, at that time. So if I'm missing anything, please let me know.
So I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Right.
Yep, don't worry, we'll get there. Okay? All those in favor say aye.
I thought we're supposed to have
Yeah.
discussion.
Hold on. Okay, no backseat drivers anymore. Okay, go ahead, Councilman. No, okay, go ahead.
No,
Yeah, did you? But
I was making sure that we were having discussion.
Okay. Well, no, I looked immediately at Jenny because Jenny goes, discussion, so I'm programmed. So that's why, Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay. Councilmember Jordan, I was unclear on the hours of operation. Would you please state those again?
Okay, well, I reiterated the hours of operation as previously approved by the Planning Commission, which were 11 to 10 Sunday through Thursday and 11 to 12 Friday and Saturday. The special activity hours were the ones that we wanted additional clarification for today, which is not to exceed 2 special activity days per month, no more than that. 11 to 9 Sunday through Thursday, 11 to 10 Friday to Saturday.
So, the special activities that are administratively approved would have the power to waive the hours that are set in the special use permit, so they could be customized hours? Or they
No.
would have to respect the special use permit hours? They would have to respect the special use permit hours, okay.
Correct, you're specifying that in this condition, that would carry over to the special activity.
Okay.
Okay.
Which I understood the special activity couldn't go beyond 10 PM Friday, Saturday anyways, and the Planning Commission already put a 9 o'clock end on it.
Correct, so if you lock it
Okay.
in here, we would carry that
Okay.
over to the special activity.
But one clarification, Councilwoman Jordan. In the Planning Commission's report, it says start at 6 a.m. You said as per was in the Planning Commission report. I mean, that's the letter that you sent them, was starting at 6 a.m. So I was
I had
unclear.
an 11 AM. Is it
Well,
6
this
a.m.
is
or
the
11
letter
a.m.?
that was sent to the May 5th letter that was sent to the
If you go
applicant
over to
before the
associate plan,
appeal.
The Planning Commission's hours of operation did start at 6 a.m. That's a standard operating hour that would facilitate things like a farmer's market that might start a little earlier than would otherwise. But if
Okay.
council would like to,
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify
increase
that
that.
there
Okay.
was a conflict between but I like your hours, but, you know.
I don't want to conflict, at least to start with this motion, with what the Planning Commission outlined as the start time. And so if it's 6 a.m. to 10 Sunday through Thursday, 6 to 12 Friday, Saturday, special activity, 6 to 9 Sunday, Thursday, 6 to 10 Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, I'm not really comfortable starting that early and
Never
going
mind.
that late. I feel like it's just not fine grained enough due to the just close adjacency. I think the hours that I would be comfortable with are during the work week, 8 a.m. on the weekends, 9 a.m. for start times. It's a little later farmer's market, but, you know, let the early birds go somewhere else maybe. But the midnight makes me a little concerned. I'd rather see a 10 p.m. and an 11 p.m. with with everyone ushered off the premises then. I don't know. You know, I am sensitive to the need of people to get sleep and an activity going till midnight, even on the weekends, right now outside your door is a bit much. And I think everything else I could live with. I'm still wondering what the special activity permit that what value that brings.
I think
don't.
it's the live music.
It's the music and allowing.
Amplified live music.
Oh, it does allow so all this. So all the sound stuff then goes away during that day and is thrown out the window?
Sounds like it.
Okay.
No, because we'd have to get the pre-approval from staff for each special activity, which
Yeah.
would have parameters on it. I mean, it doesn't go out the window.
Yeah,
But
Michael, excuse me, Michael Chum for the record. I just wanted clarity on this special activity that it was the live entertainment, because they could have special activities that are not the live entertainment. So I just wanted, for the record, clarity that when you say 2 special activities per month, those activities are live entertainment.
Okay.
And not, for example, a farmer's market that doesn't happen to have live entertainment, but would otherwise require a special activity permit.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I mean,
Not
I guess
really.
my question is, because the zoning use allows so many activities and they are a flex space, you know, it's not so much a use issue. So I'm trying to understand what it gets. And you were asking her too, it's the live entertainment. But my question remains, do all the sound standards on the rest of the special use permit go out the window during those 2 days? And I guess the answer is yes, if staff decides. So staff has this discretion to skirt around those sound conditions then for those 2 days? Is that, what is your thinking?
We could look at the, you did add the condition, Claudia Hanson for the record, you did add the condition that the, anything amplified and any special activity amplified would have to be approved in advance by code enforcement. So at that point, we could look at that, the original
Where
one
is that
Joe said, I think
condition?
I
I'm
handed it to
sorry.
somebody else.
Any
The 15 decibels above the average ambient sound over 15 minutes. So we could apply a condition like that at that point
Okay. Okay.
with the activity permit, special activity permit.
So that allows a lot of discretion, but just on those 2 days? Yeah, just
Correct.
for
We
2
would,
days?
yeah, we would apply that. That was a recommendation that came from code enforcement. We could apply that sound standard to the special activity
Okay.
permit.
Okay.
So my question is to the Eddie. The start time of 8 a.m., does that, are you guys okay with that? I'm saying to just have it be universal. I do agree, 6 a.m. is early.
I agree. I'm not going to be there at 6 a.m. holding any events. But 8 o'clock would work well for me. The 11 o'clock start time that we have been referring to all along was for alcohol sales.
Oh.
That's where that came from.
Right. So if we were to say, yeah, we can only operate from 8 till 10 or 8 till midnight, that's fine. But liquor sales will not begin till 11 o'clock,
Okay.
thereby preserving that morning window for things pure of heart.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, the 11 a.m. alcohol start is one that we've seen here many times. So you're okay with the 8 o'clock. So it sounds to me like what we're down to is the closing time, in particular on the weekends. I think 10 o'clock during, you guys conceded on an additional day, Sunday through Thursday, 10 o'clock. I mean, you're going to have to be doing last call and starting to close up shop at 9:15 anyway, right? Because closing at 10 means lights out,
Closing at 10.
everybody's gone. Okay, so we're back to the hours of operation Friday, Saturday. I think because of all the additional conditions we have applied, I don't have a problem with midnight. And again, 11:15 last call, close up shop at midnight. But I'm open to hear what the rest of the council is. But I'm fearful that we are conditioning this so much that we are going to inhibit any possible option for you to be successful. And how critical is 11 to 12, Friday, Saturday?
Lots of beer, lots of drinking.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that they're pretty critical hours. I mean, as you said, there have been a lot of conditions that have limited, a lot of the other things that we wanted to do with this venue. And, those are prime operating hours for this type of business, especially in a 24-hour rated or 24-hour zone district.
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see at 11 p.m. People are sent to our indoor bars. We have a lot of indoor bars, and 11 p.m. that's an appropriate way. I don't like to compare to California too much, but a lot of our tourists are from California. At 1 a.m. their last call, or is it 2 a.m.? It's 1 a.m. 2
Well,
a.m.
It's closing at 2 o'clock, so.
It's 1 a.m.'s last call, right?
However
Or
fast
2
you
a.m.
close
2
your bar.
a.m. So midnight's pretty late. I
Chuck,
think
what
it
time
is.
do you close? On Friday, Saturday? You close at 10?
Ushered out at 11, I think.
Ushered out at 11, lights out, everybody gone 11:30. Okay, we're getting a reluctant, okay.
Well,
In the
Yes.
spirit of compromise, I think my motion is as clear as mud now. Would staff like me to reiterate the motion?
you were doing great.
Let me write it down so we can.
Councilwoman, while you're reviewing, I just wanted to make one note on the,
Chuck, what time do you close your outside area? 10 o'clock on the weekends typically? Okay, so 11:30 is being pretty,
I think
Generous?
11 is, I mean, people can go to other bars. This is a special space, an outdoor space. And I just think that's the difference, and it's a good thing. And it also has some challenges, right, in operating this kind of space. So maybe you go indoors after, once you leave this bar. I don't know.
okay. I'm going to take a stab. And again, thank everybody for continuing to compromise on this. And again, we get a 1-year look back on all things. So my motion, I will withdraw my prior motion and make a completely new motion as follows. I would move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission with the following additional conditions. That the venue be open to all ages at all times, that there be no smoking or vaping on premises at any time, that special activities are not to exceed 2 days per month, that the special activities shall be approved in advance for their security and amplification conditions to code, that the hours of operation be 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 10 p.m. It's getting late. 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 11:30 Friday and Saturday. Special activities, which are defined as being live entertainment, be 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
Councilwoman Jordan, a question for you?
Yes.
Did you had some other special conditions here about the security plan and a report and your willingness to meet with the applicant? Were you including those as well?
My understanding with this was that the security plan would be part of the special activity approval process, but for clarification, that will be included.
Yeah, it says a security plan for daily and special activities be prepared. These were the ones, I'm looking
Prior.
at both sets. And then you also had 350 people, a 1-year anniversary renewal,
And-
a report, and
And Councilwoman Jordan, if I could, we got the revised amendment that staff had presented us, that has the list of recommendations that Mr. Gordon had gone through. And with the exception of the changes that we want to add for the smoking, the hours of operation, the clarification on special activities, we could just include this as the,
And my apologies, I was saying the Planning Commission. I was looking at the sheet of paper. Again, it's getting late. Yes, Mr. McKenzie, you are spot on, and
I'll second that.
And one more question,
Oh,
Ms. Jordan. Is
Mr.
there
Pizza.
amplification in the regular planning commission report? It really doesn't speak to it that I see. And in these special conditions, it doesn't speak to it, but we've spoken about it a lot at this meeting, about whether there is or isn't amplification, is or isn't live music, is or isn't background music in the, and we just haven't, none of these conditions that I see speak to that, so I didn't know where you wanted to go with that.
My understanding is that maybe we need some clarification on what defines amplified. I know that there's going to be some ambient music in the containers, but as far as amplified music outside of the containers, those would only be associated with a special activity, which would require prior approval by code.
My understanding, it's the live entertainment that's the cutoff. So we have to get live entertain, if we do live entertainment, special activity permits. If we wanted to have some ambient music in the container, that's fine, but we have to live to our decibel levels.
Okay.
So like a DJ or a DVD or something is, that's what your plan is?
Yeah, I think, I mean, honestly, I don't think we could meet our decibel levels with a DJ, but like I said, I'm just relying upon our sound report, that if we had some little music, little speakers in the container, when you're ordering a drink, you can hear it. When you walk out to the field or the bocce ball courts, you can't.
Got it.
That's what's going to allow us to meet our decibel level, and the live music is what we'd come back for the permit.
Got it.
And
That really helps.
If I remember correctly, under code, isn't a DJ considered live entertainment?
For the record, Joe Henry, yes, a DJ would be considered live entertainment. So anything other than
A DVD, a radio. Jukebox.
a jukebox is anything where, anything other than the ambient sound inside the containers as the applicant proposed would be considered live entertainment on the outside. So anything, if you wanted to have a DJ, if you wanted to have a guy playing a guitar, if you wanted to have a big screen TV of a guy playing a guitar, that would be the live entertainment.
Okay. Okay, so my motion still stands. I think that was just for clarification, so.
Okay. So,
Can I ask clarification just on the hours one more time? Because you said in the second time you read this, sorry about that. Randy Peace for the record. I was just looking for clarification on the hours on Friday and Saturday, because when you just reread your motion, you said 11:30 again, and I thought that councilpersons Breckus and Dewar were asking for 11.
I did say 11:30. We started at 12. There was a suggestion of 10. I thought 11:30 was a good compromise, and I'm not going to budge on 11:30.
Okay.
okay. So I have a motion.
That's a motion.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, you want another question, Councilman? Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Just discussion. Thank you,
Okay,
Madam Mayor.
go ahead.
I know that I'm always trying your
You're where
patience.
you've been.
No,
No, it's all good. Go
you know,
ahead.
and this is for building the record, and this is for understanding that we are going to be coming back a year from license issuance
Okay.
to look at all of this. You know, I am very impressed, certainly with the applicant and with the appellant and all the parties to working together. Kudos to Councilwoman Jardin for bringing folks together and trying to sort through these different items. I mean, I think that this has some exciting opportunity to it. I think there is also some peril. I mean, earlier we were chastised by one of our favorite constituents for the fact that none of us actually live downtown. But I will tell you, each and every one of us has had countless conversations with numerous residents in numerous properties downtown about what it is they're dealing with. And so I understand about experiences with a certain business that I will not name, that many of the residents of the Montage have a constant situation with it and complaint with. And I feel comfortable that this is nowhere near as problematic as that will be. But I want folks to understand that, you know, this is a very delicate balance that we're going to have to face again and again and again. I mean, our charge from the 30,000-foot level is to enliven downtown, address blight, re-energize our downtown spaces, and these sorts of conflicts are going to come at us again and again and again. And so hats off to the parties for coming together and trying to sort through this. I mean, many a night, this time of night, we sit through some very acrimonious back and forths. We had one even very recently, and this is not that. And so I just want to say that, you know, we may not have made everyone happy tonight. There will be some folks that will not be happy with this decision, but I think there's a lot of praise to go around for the folks that did work through this.
Madam Mayor, if I may, prior to the vote, I'd like an indication whether or not you can make all the findings with respect to approval of the SUP with the conditions.
So I will clarify that I can make the findings with regards to the SUP and then with the clarifications on the additional conditions as outlined tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so here we go. We're going to try this again. Ready? So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. So, last but not least, I do want to read this for appeal rights. Any person who has filed this appeal and is aggrieved by the decision of the City Council tonight may apply for a judicial review of the decision within 25 days of the date that a notice of this decision is filed with the city clerk. So, I wanted that on the record. Thank you very much. Last but not least.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Public comment?
No.
No public comment? All right, may I get a motion to adjourn? Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion carries unanimously.
First,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Vice Mayor, I
public comment.
apologize.
Jumped ahead. My apologies. Trying to speed this along, making up time. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, our first public comment is from Donna Clontz, followed by Wendy Bozak.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Clontz. I'm chair of the Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee and live here in Reno. I wanted to talk to you and thank you for the support you've given to our Senior Services Division for all the years as our senior population continues to grow. I have a chart that's on the overhead, and if you could show that at some point. And I noticed that there is, oh boy, they'll adjust it? Okay, I'll leave it still and you can bring it back a little bit. This, a little bit further, and there's a title at the